Chapter 1249 that didn't look like a proper weapon. In the arena, one was standing and one was on the ground. They formed a stark contrast. But the person on the ground wasn't Wang Teng, whom everyone expected. It was Huoqia. Everyone was flabbergasted. Cough, cough. Huoqia suddenly moved and struggled to climb up from the ground. There were traces of blood at the edge of his lips. Only a few seconds had passed since he was thrown to the ground. He had regained his senses. Look, Huoqia is up again. He hasn't lost. Does he still have a chance? But he got thrown off his feet with a single punch. The difference in ability is too wide. Who knows? What if Major Wang Teng only has a powerful punch? Everyone regained their composure and started discussing upon seeing Huoqia stand up. Because of Wang Teng's sudden outburst of power, this competition became full of suspense. Everyone was filled with excitement too. Huoqia stumbled as he tried to get up. There were some burnt marks on his body and an obvious fist mark on his chest. He looked down at the fist mark in astonishment. Then, he raised his head and looked at Wang Teng. Why are you so strong? Really? I only use a third of my strength, Wang Teng replied calmly. Huoqia, was he acting? He threw him back with only a third of his strength? What did that make him? General Cameron was speechless. This young man was powerful, but a little boastful as well. He wasn't mature enough. Was he saying that he defeated a Cosmos stage martial warrior with only a third of his strength? It didn't matter if others believed him. He didn't. But I'm surprised that you can still get up. Wang Teng looked at Huoqia with interest. These were his honest thoughts. He had used 2 physiques just now, but he only managed to throw Huoqia off his feet. He wasn't defeated. This meant that Huoqia's physique was powerful. Huoqia's face turned black when he heard his words. Look at what he was saying. He was being looked down upon by a celestial stage martial warrior. This was infuriating. He took a deep breath to calm down. Then he spoke in a low voice. I've put you in a high position, yet I still underestimated you. However, if you think this is all I have, you're wrong. Boom. The instant he finished speaking, the aura around his body surged, and a frightening yellow force erupted. Boom. The yellow force shot out from his body. It was thick and bulky. From a distance, Huoqia looked as if he was standing inside a mountain. Then, as the force flowed out, Huoqia's eyes started to give off a yellow glow too. Wisps of wild beast aura streamed out from his body. At the same time, the yellow force started changing. It quickly gathered to form the outline of a giant elephant. The elephant looked extremely real. It gave off a barbarous and savage aura, as if it had traveled here from prehistoric times. Wang Teng frowned. He shouldn't underestimate Huoqia. Although he was at the 7th level of the Cosmos stage, his aura was as powerful as Dragon 14. Even though the savage elephant form seemed to exhaust his energy, the battle power it released was terrifying. A normal martial warrior at the peak of the Cosmos stage might lose in front of him. What a terrifying aura! Peggy and the others, who were watching the match, started to get nervous. This is the real power of the savage elephant form. Will Wang Teng be able to beat him? Di said gravely. Even he felt threatened by this aura. The opponent was very powerful. You should be proud even if you lose because you've forced me to release the full potential of my savage elephant form. Huoqia stood within the outline of the elephant. His voice echoed in the air. Bang! The elephant shadow around Huoqia gave an ear-shattering roar and stomped its feet. It charged at Wang Teng. Wang Teng shook his head and smiled calmly. There was no fear in his expression. Let's play with you. He turned into a green ray of light and shot toward Huoqia. Flames surrounded him. Boom, boom, boom. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, both of them hurled punches at each other. One was as tall as a giant, while the other was the height of a normal man. The difference was obvious when they stood together. However, these two people were on par in strength, and they were using such a simple and brutal method to fight. A thunderous explosion occurred in the arena. Waves of force fluctuation swept through the air as the eruption resounded in the sky. This aggressive collision startled many of the onlookers. They were so fierce. This duel was brutal, but they had to admit that they were all heated up watching this fight. Their emotions were aroused following the exchanges of blows. Everyone's pupils moved according to the positions of the two figures. No one dared to blink. They were afraid of missing any part of this battle. It was rare to see such a fascinating battle. After releasing the full potential of his savage elephant form, Huaqia's power rose tremendously, especially his strength. He had become almost indomitable. However, he soon realized that Wang Tong managed to keep up in strength. Was he speaking the truth earlier? Did he honestly use only a third of his strength just now? An absurd thought floated into Huaqia's mind. He was appalled and couldn't control his emotions. The others were also dumbstruck when they noticed this situation. They thought that Huaqia would at least gain some advantage after executing the savage elephant form, even if he couldn't suppress Wang Tong. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn. Wang Tong's ability exceeded all their expectations. Boom! Huaqia and Wang Tong exchanged a punch and separated quickly at the speed of lightning. They flew back for more than 10 meters. Huaqia turned grim. He clenched his fist, and a giant battle mace appeared on his humongous palm. He was 15 feet tall, so his palm was the size of a fan. Yet the battle mace didn't look small in it. It seemed to be customized for him. Huaqia waved his hand, and the battle mace swung through the air. A loud sonic boom was heard. It almost deafened the crowd. Wang Tong was stunned when he saw the giant mace. This is against the rules. If he got hit with that enormous mace, he would turn into minced meat. Wang Tong looked through his weapons. There was nothing bigger than the mace in his collection. Wait, I think I found something. The next instant, a brick appeared in his hand. No, it was a square seal. It had been gathering dust for a while, so it was about time to take it out for a cleanup. The people below were staggered when they saw the ordinary-looking square seal. This weapon was a little strange. Was Wang Tong planning to use this small square seal to fight Huaqia's giant mace? Everyone's expression turned strange. Even Huaqia was stunned. He sized up the seal in confusion. Could this weapon injure people? It wasn't even as big as his palm. However, it did look a little scary as there were occult purple patterns on it. It was neither fish nor fowl. It didn't look like a brick, but it didn't look like a seal either. It didn't look like a proper weapon. General Cameron's expression changed. He recognized the weapon. This was the seal Wang Tong used to resist the lightning calamity. This wasn't an ordinary seal. Regardless of what everyone thought, Wang Tong lifted the seal and released his spiritual power. Boom! The lightning slap flew into the sky like a bolt of purple lightning and struck down on Huaqia. Everyone shook their heads. The square seal was like a toy compared to Huaqia's large body. It couldn't even bruise him. Huaqia remained indifferent. He stared at the normal palm-sized square seal calmly as it flew toward him. He swung his giant mace down. Clang! The giant mace smashed onto the square seal, giving off a loud metallic sound. He seemed to have stopped the square seal, but there was a change in Huaqia's expression. Chapter 1250, Can You Give Me a Chance to Surrender? 1. Huaqia's eyes turned round as if he had seen something unbelievable. Boom! The square seal, which was originally palm-sized, started to release dazzling purple lightning. Beneath the lightning, the square seal grew larger at a visible speed. Within a split second, it became bigger than Huaqia's mace. This time, it wasn't Huaqia who had a change in his expression. The onlookers were astounded too. F***K. The square seal can grow bigger. Wang Tong's weapon isn't right. Sir, is he cheating? The generals didn't know what to say after hearing the discussions. They were experienced people, but the majority of them had never seen a weapon that could expand or shrink at will. They were all stunned, especially General Cameron. He only knew that the square seal had lightning power, but it looked like there was more to it. Have you seen this weapon before? General Chi Yuanju asked after some hesitation. No, I've never seen anything like it. General Yukari shook his head. I've seen one in the past. A muscular female martial warrior paused for a moment before replying. Oh, General Kimberly, you've seen it before? Everyone looked at her in surprise. Quick, tell us more. I've seen something similar. It was the weapon of a divine spirit master. I was lucky to see it when I was traveling around the universe in the past. His weapon was a small mountain that turned into a real mountain when he attacked. No, it was bigger than a real mountain. It could crush a small planet. I was appalled when I saw it at that time. General Kimberly recalled. That means that Wang Tung is a divine spirit master. General Chi Yuanju caught the crux of the issue. He was astounded. When Wang Tung attacked, they thought that he threw the seal out with his force. After General Kimberly's explanation, they started to think otherwise. Yes, he's a divine spirit master. He has reached the celestial realm. General Cameron looked through Wang Tung's information and nodded. Gasp, a celestial realm divine spirit master? That's the same as a cosmos stage martial warrior. What's more, his physical body is powerful. Huochia is in danger. General Yukari gasped and said solemnly. The others agreed with him. The lightning slap was already a few hundred times bigger than it was at the start. It was twice as large as Huochia's giant mace, and the purple patterns shone brightly. Sparks of lightning could be seen dancing within. What do you think? Is my baby big? Wang Tung looked at Huochia and smiled proudly. Silence. There was an abrupt moment of silence. What was he saying? They felt that there was a different meaning behind Wang Tung's words. It sounded a little inappropriate. The men wore strange expressions on their faces, as if they heard something familiar. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, the ladies blushed and clicked their tongues. They were familiar with these words too. Cough. This young man is ill-mannered. We need to educate him. General Cameron coughed awkwardly and said, Yes, we need to educate him. General Chi Yuanju agreed with a weird expression. He's still young. It's understandable. General Kimberly laughed heartily with her loud voice. Huochia didn't feel good after hearing this sentence. A layer of goosebumps appeared above his bulging muscles. What kind of strange experience was this? Why was a man asking him if his baby was big? He felt that he had just suffered the worst humiliation in the world. Moo! Huochia shouted as he widened his eyes in anger. He lifted his giant mace and threw it out. Bang, bang, bang. Loud explosions were heard. The large mace clashed with the oversized lightning slap. Fierce. Looks like it isn't big enough. I will let you admit that mine is bigger than yours. What's more, it's much bigger. Wang Tung frowned. Silence. Everyone felt speechless. What kind of obsession was this? Wang Tung didn't know that everyone's thoughts were running wild. He released his spiritual power, and the purple glow blossomed on the lightning slap. It expanded again until it was the size of a small metal hill. It hung over Huochia's head. Gulp! The people below swallowed their saliva unconsciously when they saw the terrifying metal hill. What the F***? K? What the hell was this? They could still accept the size of it before, but this current size was beyond their imagination. How could a palm-sized square seal turn into a mountain? This didn't make sense. Even a Grandmaster-level weapon didn't have this ability. The generals turned to look at General Kimberly. They remembered her description. It was similar. Right, this is it. General Kimberly nodded. Huochia looked up and squinted. He felt like cursing. This fellow was a bug. Go! Wang Tung pressed his hand down, and the lightning slap hurled down at Huochia. The sound of wind echoed in the air. The air was compressed until sonic booms were heard. Boom! Huochia's expression changed entirely when he saw the enormous seal. He hurriedly released his strength of Ultima and instilled it into his giant mace. Chapter 12:51. Can you give me a chance to surrender? 2. Endless strength surged out of his body and congregated around his giant mace. Boom! As the immense energy poured into the giant mace, a shadow started forming around it. Terrifying fluctuations were felt and spread out from within. Savage elephant mace. The yellow glow in Huochia's eyes shone brighter. They were like two lanterns. The ancient and barbaric aura around him grew intense, and an infuriated bellow escaped from his throat. Boom, boom, boom. He stomped his feet on the ground and shot into the sky like a beam of light, heading straight for the lightning slap. Bang! The shadow of the elephant around him raised its head and bellowed into the sky. Then it flung itself at the lightning slap pressing down on it. "Oh!" Wang Tung exclaimed. He felt a familiar Ultima fluctuation from Huaqia's attack. He released his own strength of Ultima and instilled it into the lightning slap along with his spiritual power. Boundless spiritual power seeped into the lightning slap. It grew quickly in size and gave off a glaring purple glow. It plummeted from the sky. Boom! The purple and yellow beams of light were both swift and violent. They collided like two meteorites within a split second. A powerful and rampant force fluctuation swept out from the center of the collision. The floor of the arena cracked under its powerful force. Lines as thick as an armor scene. Mind you, the ground of this arena was made from a special stone. There were even strengthening runes carved into it, so it was extremely tough and sturdy. Yet, it cracked from the collision of these two martial warriors. One could imagine how terrifying the impact was. Even the protective shield started trembling violently. Tiny lines appeared, and there was a cracking sound. It was about to break at any moment. Oh shit! Everyone's expression changed. General Cameron hurriedly waved his hand, and a powerful force fluctuation flowed out from his body. It merged into the defense shield. If this defense shield broke, the residual force inside would injure many onlookers. Following the addition of General Cameron's force, the cracks on the defense shield gradually disappeared, and it stabilized. He was a universe-stage martial warrior. No matter how powerful Wang Tung and Huaqia's attacks were, they couldn't injure a universe-stage, formidable warrior. Huaqia wore a stern expression, and his face was a little pale. He felt the frightening energy compressed within the square seal clearly during that exchange of blows. It felt like a real mountain pressing down on him. Even if he executed his savage elephant form, his bones still made a cracking sound. Interesting, he managed to resist it. A strange glow flashed past Wang Tung's eyes. Spiritual power surged out and went into the lightning slap. Boom! The purple light shone brightly again, along with bolts of lightning. Boom! Huaqia noticed something amiss, but it was too late. The lightning struck him using his giant mace as its medium. Calamity lightning. The power of the calamity lightning was hidden within the lightning slap. Since he couldn't win by strength, Wang Tung decided to add some other ingredients. The calamity lightning was the real trump card of the lightning slap. Huaqia might have a powerful physique, but he still trembled violently as if he was having a seizure when he got struck by the calamity lightning. A burnt smell came from his body, and his hair stood on end. His huge face, which had grown bigger when he enlarged himself, had turned entirely black. Puff! A wisp of black smoke came out from his mouth. At the same time, the savage elephant form couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and collapsed with an unwilling loud roar. Boom! The lightning slap fell on Huaqia, pressing him onto the floor of the arena. The entire arena trembled. The tremor even escaped the defense shield and caused the ground outside to shake. Everyone took some effort to stabilize themselves before they saw the situation in the arena. The square seal landed right in the arena, leaving no gap between it and the floor. There was no sign of Huaqia. Gulp! Someone swallowed his saliva uncontrollably. Did he get crushed? Wang Tung stood in the air and pulled his hand back. The lightning slap shrunk and landed on his palm. Everyone finally saw what was below the square seal. There was a human-sized hole in the middle of the arena. Huaqia was etched inside. He looked miserable. Gasp! There was an uproar. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, Major Wang Tung won. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. It felt like a dream. Huaqia, who was a 7th-level Cosmo Stage martial warrior, was defeated. Moreover, he got defeated by a Celestial Stage martial warrior. This was unbelievable. Everyone looked at Wang Tung in astonishment. They couldn't calm down. Suddenly, Huaqia moved. He was trying to crawl out. Huh? He can still move? Wang Tung was surprised. Martial warriors who trained their physique were indeed different. Huaqia's body was amazing. He could still crawl at this stage. Wang Tung wouldn't allow him to crawl up. He moved and appeared beside him. When he crawled up just a little, he slammed the lightning slap on the back of Huaqia's head. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds resounded in the arena. Huaqia wanted to crawl up and surrender. He recognized the difference between him and Wang Tung and knew that he had no chance of winning. But before he could open his mouth, he was hit in the back of his head. He could hear a ringing in his mind. His vision turned black, and his head turned numb. This was the power of lightning. F***K. You can hit my head, but why do you have to use lightning? That's vicious. He knew that this was Wang Tung's doing without thinking. This fellow was brutal. He wanted to raise his hand and surrender, but Wang Tung didn't give him any chances. He kept beating his head as if he wouldn't stop until he fainted. Huaqia couldn't speak. He had never felt so frustrated. He felt his head swelling. Based on the strength of his physical body, this shouldn't happen. But he couldn't resist. His only hope was the generals. He wished they would realize the situation quickly and stop this devil. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, do you admit defeat? Wang Ting asked while he hit him. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, Huaqia raised his trembling hand. What? You don't want to surrender? Wang Tung was shocked. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, Huaqia clenched his fist. Are you still trying to hit me? Wang Tung was surprised. He respected the other party's toughness. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, the dull thuds were accompanied by the crackling of the lightning. It resounded in the arena, making the onlookers flinch. Some felt their hearts skipping a beat. This young man was vicious. What's more, he didn't show any signs of releasing his opponent because he asked as he hit him. They automatically placed Wang Tung on their list of people they shouldn't offend. Look at how smooth his actions were. He must be experienced. They couldn't afford to provoke him. They couldn't. Huaqia was going crazy. His consciousness was getting blurry, and he couldn't move his mouth. There was only one thought in his mind. Wang Tung, go to hell. Can you give me a chance to surrender? General Cameron couldn't bear to see this any longer and removed the protective shield. He coughed and said, Major Wang Tung, stop beating him. You won. I won. Wang Tung stopped and asked, Yes, you've won. Stop hitting him. General Cameron glanced at Huaqia and nodded profusely. He was an unbearable sight, but he hasn't admitted defeat. Wang Tung hesitated. He weighed the lightning slap in his hand. Don't. Well, surrender for him. General Cameron hurriedly stopped him when he noticed he wanted to continue. His tone was firm. Yes, we'll make the decision for him. General Chi Yuanju agreed. They mustn't continue to fight. That's right. We have a good understanding of your ability now. There's no need to continue fighting. General Kimberly wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. You should have said so earlier. My hands are sore. Wang Tung kept his lightning slap. General Cameron, General Chi Yuanju, General Kimberly. This fellow was a little irritating. Chapter 1252, he felt troubled that he was a genius. The battle ended in an unexpected manner. Huaqia was carried out of the arena. No man could withstand this suffering, no matter how tough they were. He started doubting his life. When he was carried down, Huaqia used all his energy to open his eyes and looked at Wang Tung, who was standing in the limelight. You're inhumane. You're vicious. Wang Tung was surrounded by the generals when he suddenly felt a bitter gaze landing on him. He turned around involuntarily. Good riddance. Did he beat him up so badly? He was too focused on hitting him and didn't notice his strength. He almost couldn't recognize Huaqia from his swollen face. Wang Tung felt apologetic. The corners of their lips twitched when the generals saw Huaqia. They wondered if he regretted participating in this fight. Wang Tung took the chance when everyone was distracted by Huaqia to collect the attribute bubbles around him. Constellation Force, Earth, * 2500 Strength of Ultima, * 1200 Savage Elephant Form, * 600 Savage Elephant Mace, * 900 Constellation Force. Earth, * 2200 Imperial Level Earth Talent, * 3000 Celestial Realm Spirit, * 600 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment, * 1200 Wang Tung's eyes glimmered. He felt delighted. Huaqia was an Earth Element martial warrior, so naturally, he dropped Constellation Earth Force attributes. There were 11,000 points of it. Wang Tung's Celestial Realm Earth Force was stuck at the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Celestial stage, so this addition helped him achieve his breakthrough. Constellation Earth Force, 5300/80,000, Celestial Stage, 8th level, the 8th level. This was a small surprise. Next, there was the Strength of Ultima. Wang Tang's Strength of Ultima rose very slowly because not many people had it. Thus, he didn't have attribute bubbles to pick. This time, Huichia had provided him with a good sum. There were 4,300 points. Wang Tang's Strength of Ultima rose by a level. Strength of Ultima, 800/6,000, 6th level. Enlightenment of the Strength of Ultima flashed through his mind, sending ripples to his heart. The image of an elephant appeared in his mind. Wang Tang felt as if he had become a giant. He possessed the indomitable power to pluck stars and destroy moons. In that instant, his eyes were sparkling with a strange light. After some time, he let out a soft sigh. A smile crept up his face. His Strength of Ultima just broke through to the 5th level not long ago, but now his understanding of it had deepened again. His luck was not bad. After the enlightenment of the Strength of Ultima, another memory appeared in Wang Tang's mind. This was regarding the savage elephant form. Wang Tang turned into an ancient wild elephant. He was gigantic in size and could almost touch the sky. The giant elephant galloped on the ground. It bumped into mountains to harden its skin and swam through flood waters to train its body. It continued to do this day after day, year after year. Its body grew bigger and indomitable. It raised its head as it stood on the barren ground and trumpeted into the sky. The shadow of an elephant flashed past Wang Tang's eyes. He had a brief grasp of the savage elephant form and was at the foundation stage. Savage elephant form, 600 of 1,000 foundation. What startled him was this savage elephant form was a physique training skill that could go all the way up to the universe stage. After practicing it, his body would become as tough and formidable as the ancient elephant. This also meant that the attribute was harder to raise. Just the foundation stage alone required 1,000 points. The 600 points he received from Huichia weren't enough for a breakthrough. But Wang Tang didn't care. The savage elephant form was the icing on the cake. He possessed the ancient god's body, which was a stronger physique training skill compared to the savage elephant form. Of course, if he mastered this skill, there would be an additive effect, and Wang Tang's physique would be even stronger. Looks like Huichia only reached the small achievement stage of this savage elephant form. If he were at the big achievement, I wouldn't have been able to break his defense without using an ultimate skill. Wang Tang touched his chin as he wondered to himself. Soon, another round of enlightenment swarmed in. Savage Elephant Mace. This was the mace battle technique Huichia executed some time ago. With his Strength of Ultima, he was able to resist the lightning slap controlled using spiritual power. Mind you, Wang Tang's spiritual power was at the peak of the celestial realm. This meant that he had the battle power of a martial warrior at the peak of the cosmos stage. Yet, even when he used it on a powerful weapon like the lightning slap, Huichia managed to withstand it. This proved how extraordinary the savage elephant mace was. Wang Tang finally understood the reason after going through the information about this battle skill. The savage elephant mace was an Ultima battle technique too. One needed to possess the Strength of Ultima to execute this Ultima technique. Wang Tang was elated. This was the second Ultima battle technique he received, and it required the Strength of Ultima. This was rarer than a normal Ultima battle technique. This was a huge gain. Savage Elephant Mace, 100 out of 1,000, specialized. 900 points of this attribute raised the Savage Elephant Mace to the specialized stage. The points required to advance were the same as the Roaring Flame Lion Spear. Looking at how powerful this battle technique was, he would be able to kill a Cosmos stage martial warrior with it. Lastly, there were 3,000 points of Imperial-level Earth Talent, 2,400 points of Celestial Realm Spirit, and 36,000 points of Cosmos Realm Enlightenment. Huichia's Earth Talent wasn't weak. No wonder he was so powerful. Wang Tang's Earth Talent was also at the Imperial level, so this gain increased his ability greatly. His Spirit and Enlightenment increased slightly too. Overall, the gains were sizable. It was worth his effort. Wang Tung collected the attribute bubbles, while General Cameron comforted the tragic-looking Huochia. Then, Huochia was sent to the medical center. Major Wang Tung, you've offended Huochia terribly this time. He's the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force and is extremely familiar with it. You'll need his help in the future, General Cameron walked over and said in a meaningful tone. You want to use his influence for a private grudge, right? Wang Tung felt a little guilty. He said in embarrassment, he should have surrendered earlier. It's not my fault. Why are you still pushing the blame? General Cameron rolled his eyes uncontrollably. All right, this is your own matter. You'll be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force from now on. You can deal with this however you see fit. So, am the commander of the Tiger Strike Force now? Wang Tung asked. Yes. Your appointment letter will be sent to you soon. Remember to open it. General Cameron nodded. Yes. Wang Tung nodded. At this moment, General Chi Yuanju and the other generals gathered over and introduced themselves. Wang Tung was stunned. These were people with real power on the number 29 defense planet. Major Wang Tung is young and promising. You surprised me with your ability, General Chi Yuanju commented with a smile. You're speaking too highly of me. I was just lucky to be able to defeat Huochia. Wang Tung looked at his rank and knew that this was a major general. Hence, he treated him politely and replied in a humble tone. Ha ha, that was not what you said just now. Chi Yuanju teased him. Cough. I was a little quick and thoughtless in my speech. Wang Tung coughed awkwardly. But this is the first time I saw a celestial stage martial warrior possessing such abilities. General Yukari smiled and exclaimed. Actually, a talent like Major Wang Tung should seek a wider stage in the universe and not risk his life on our life planet, General Kimberly said. The defense planet is a training for me too. My ability increased after spending time here, Wang Tung replied. He was speaking the truth, but the generals didn't believe him. They felt that he was just being polite because they knew he had only been on the planet for a few days. How could his ability increase so easily? Was this a game? That's not right. The military places a huge emphasis on the grooming and development of talents. A genius like you will not be buried, General Cameron said. The League of Talents is happening soon. They'll send an application for Major Wang Tung to represent our military. The League of Talents. Wang Tung was staggered. He didn't expect to hear about this competition from General Cameron. He originally planned to participate in this competition, but if he could represent the military, he would be able to get more benefits. With your ability, you'll be able to get a good ranking for this League of Talents. General Chi Yuanju's eyes lit up. He nodded in approval and said, Count me in. I'll support your decision. Ha ha. Let's send the application together then. General Yukari smiled. General Cameron glanced at them speechlessly. A bunch of sly old foxes. He knew what they were thinking. His recommendation was enough to get the approval for Wang Tung to become the military's representative. Their participation wasn't necessary, but they wouldn't give up this good chance to display their kindness to Wang Tung. To them, Wang Tung wasn't just a light element martial warrior who knew a light force treatment. He was a genius with great potential and worth befriending. Wang Tung felt their overwhelming enthusiasm. When did he become so popular? Wang Tung wondered to himself. Then he asked, what does being a representative mean? If you gain a good ranking as the military's representative, you'll receive rewards, promotion, military contributions, and resources from the military, General Cameron explained. Wang Tung was elated. He was right. There were benefits to gain by participating as the military's representative. Sigh. He felt troubled that he was a genius. He received special treatment wherever he went. Croft's face turned black when he heard their discussions. This fellow was getting more and more out of control. The League of Talents. If Wang Tung participated in this competition as the military's representative, his family would have a harder time dealing with him. Chapter 1253, this was the end of him. Wang Tung's spirit was powerful, so he was extremely sensitive to people's evil gazes. Besides, Crofts was just nearby, and he didn't hide his evil intentions. Wang Tung turned and glanced at him. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Croft's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. That was a sinister smile. General Cameron, I have something to report, Wang Tung said abruptly. Oh, what is it? General Cameron asked, feeling surprised. I was attacked by a bunch of martial warriors on my way back. What? General Cameron was appalled. Are you sure? The other generals' expressions also changed. They looked at Wang Tung simultaneously. Someone attacked a military martial warrior with military contributions on the number 29 defense planet? Who did it? Croft's gaze flickered, but he didn't reveal any emotions on his face. The instant he received the news that Dragon 14 had failed, he ordered them to leave. They should have left the number 29 defense planet now. Wang Tung wouldn't have the chance to expose him. Crofts smirked in his heart. He's just a young brat. He had no chance of bringing him down. Of course, I've killed the assassins, but the 3 leaders escaped. Unfortunately, Wang Tung replied. Bastards. General Cameron was infuriated. Audacious. Extremely audacious. General Yukari shouted in rage. Impudent. How dare they attack a man of merits on the number 29 defense planet? We must find this person and punish him without any mercy, General Chi Yuanju said in a cold voice. Anger burned in his eyes. All of them had high hopes for Wang Tung. Thus, they were enraged when they heard that someone attacked him. Moreover, they attacked him on the defense planet. This was an outright provocation to them and the military. Crofts didn't care about their anger. He placed his hands behind his back and looked down. So what if they were angry? They had no evidence, so they couldn't do anything to him. Wang Tung glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. This old man seemed quite composed. He didn't appear worried at all. Disgusting maggots are present everywhere. General Kimberly loathed. This time, Crofts couldn't maintain his poker face. The corners of his eyes trembled a little. He was a general, but he was called a maggot. He would be lying if he said he wasn't angry. No amount of cultivation could suppress his anger. But he couldn't retort. He would be confessing his crime if he did. This was frustrating. Wang Tung wanted to laugh. General Kimberly did a good job. Although she looked rough and bulky, Wang Tung found her extremely pleasing to the eyes. Major Wang Tung, do you know who attacked you? General Cameron asked. He glanced at Crofts involuntarily when he said this. Wang Tung's greatest enemy was the Parker's family. There was no one else. Furthermore, when Wang Tung came back from the third front line was when they were discussing who should be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. The Parker's family had a huge motive to make their move then. He remembered Wendell's renunciation. Things seemed to link up. The recording device on my battlecraft recorded what happened. Please take a look. Wang Tung didn't say who it was. Instead, he brought out the evidence directly. Croft's expression changed again. Didn't they use signal disruption devices? Why was there still a recording? Damn it! How did they complete their task? They couldn't do anything right. He would be in trouble if Wang Tung was speaking the truth. Many thoughts ran through his mind as he tried to come up with a solution. That makes things easier. General Cameron was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Wang Tung in surprise before looking at his surroundings. Let's talk after we go back. You're right. This isn't the right place to discuss such matters. The other general nodded in agreement. Everyone left the field and went back to the command hall. The crowd watching Wang Tung and Huaqia's match dispersed gradually. However, their duel was constantly talked about. Wang Tung's fame grew. It seemed to have spread to every corner of the defense planet. A defense planet was neither big nor small. But the special environment here meant that it was sparsely populated and most of the people lived on different bases. Hence, news spread quickly. After Wang Tung and the generals arrived at the command hall, he took out the video he recorded. The signal disruption devices did affect the operation of the recording device, but it wasn't hard for an intelligent life form like Roundball to record a video. Crofts threw away all his hopes upon seeing the video. He wondered if there was any substantive content inside that could threaten him. The video was played, and the generals watched it seriously. Their expressions turned grim gradually, as if they were suppressing their anger. They were in a bad mood. The video started when Dragon 14 and his comrades appeared. Wang Tung lured the other party into revealing their identity, and Dragon 14 didn't hide any information because he thought he could kill Wang Tung successfully. Croft's face turned green. F***K. Were they idiots? Why didn't they go and die? Why did they come back? These idiots were a waste of the Parkers family's resources. At this moment, everyone was looking at Crofts. The atmosphere in the hall tensed up. It felt chilly. General Kimberly and the others were staring at him with contempt in their eyes. Wang Tung sat calmly in his seat and smiled at Crofts. Aren't you very composed? Continue to be composed. Why are you nervous? Wang Tung felt refreshed when he saw the other party's response. He felt as if he drank a mouth of ice-cold Coke in the hot summer. General Crofts, do you have anything to say? General Cameron asked calmly. Nonsense, Crofts shouted. General Cameron, are you saying the mastermind just because of this video? Isn't it so? General Cameron asked coldly. General Crofts, do you think we're blind? General Kimberly scoffed. These people revealed their identity too easily. They're trying to frame me, Crofts said agitatedly. Everyone frowned. What Crofts said was possible, but the chances of it weren't high. From this video, they could tell that the other party revealed his identity because he felt that he could kill Wang Tung. Of course, Wang Tung also baited him using his words, so they didn't say it voluntarily. This meant that his words were highly reliable. But Crofts insisted that the other party was framing him. If Wang Tung didn't have any substantive evidence, they couldn't do anything to Crofts. Oomph. A snort was suddenly heard in the hall. It was filled with disdain. Everyone turned and looked at Wang Tung, who laughed out loud. Why are you laughing? Crofts frowned. Nothing. Continue acting. We'll bring out the evidence after you finish acting, Wang Tung replied calmly. Crofts fumed for no reason when he heard Wang Tung's calm and contemptuous tone. He wished he could slap him to death, but he couldn't. Wang Tung seemed confident. Crofts felt puzzled and nervous. He said in a cold voice, Take out your evidence if you have it. I'm innocent. I'm not afraid of others framing me. I didn't know that you were such a good actor. Wang Tung smirked. Crofts, F***K. Every sentence this brat says makes me feel like hitting him. All right, Major Wang Tung, show your evidence, General Cameron said. All right, Wang Tung nodded. He took out a piece of token and placed it on the table. This token fell from one of the three leaders when I was fighting with them. I think General Crofts will recognize it. Of course, this didn't fall from the leader. Wang Tung found it on Dragon 14 when he caught him. Crofts' expression changed entirely when he saw the token. This was the identity token of the Parkers. The blood mark of the family member was etched on it. A single test was enough to prove its authenticity. He has no room to refute. But he didn't understand how Wang Tung got this token. The token would shatter once the owner died. It was impossible to land in other people's hands. Besides, who would carry their token around with them on their bodies? Wouldn't they keep it in their space equipment? Fell from his body. This was bullshit. Many thoughts went through Crofts' mind. In the end, he came up with one possibility. Dragon 14 and the others were caught. But after getting what he wanted, Wang Tung released them. What did he want to do? Crofts stared intently at Wang Tung with an ugly expression. He realized that he underestimated him. This brat was like a poisonous snake hiding among the bushes. He would strike and bite him whenever he let down his guard. One bite was enough to injure his core. General Crofts, aren't you going to continue your act? Wang Tung smiled at Crofts. He didn't care what the other party was thinking. Or rather, this was what Wang Tung wanted him to see. Dragon 14 and his comrades would be abandoned anyway. Their role was to cover up for Wendell. Wendell was the nail Wang Tung wanted to bury. General Crofts, well, meet in the military court. General Cameron glanced at him coldly and left. The other generals got up and left without sparing Crofts another glance. In the blink of an eye, only Crofts was left in the hall. He seemed to have aged within a few seconds as he sat in his seat, dejected and filled with unwillingness. This was the end of him. Chapter 1254 Buddha's Sutra. There wasn't any suspense about Crofts' ending. There was no room for redemption if he was court-martialed. The military court was the highest authority in the Great Qian Empire's forces, and it couldn't be trampled on. It was impossible for anyone, not even someone from the Parkers family, to ignore the majesty of the military court and attempt to rescue Crofts. Crofts' career in the military was over. He would lose his position rights, and maybe even his life. The war had just ended. Assaulting and trying to kill a martial warrior who had made great contributions was a violation of the military code. Moreover, something like this couldn't be kept under the sheets. Once it was made known, it would enrage countless martial warriors enlisted. They fought against dark apparitions on the front lines with their lives on the line. But now, they were getting attacked by their fellow humans. What was the logic behind this? Although they weren't the ones being attacked, they shared the same hatred. Once a precedent was set, there would be many future occurrences like this one. Given the circumstances, leaving Crofts unpunished would never defuse the anger felt by those in the military. General Cameron and the others left. Then Wang Tung got up and also left the hall. His expression was calm, so calm that Crofts found it hard to accept. Shouldn't Wang Tung be happy now that he had brought down a great enemy? Why does he seem like he only did a small thing? Crofts was unable to stomach such contempt. This only meant that Wang Tung didn't take him seriously at all. Being underestimated by someone he considered inferior was undoubtedly the biggest blow to a failure like him. Wang Tung returned to his residence and was ready to get a good rest. He would have been unable to hold on after repeated battles if it wasn't for his ability to speed his recovery by picking up attribute bubbles. However, his spirit was a little tired, even if his body could last. He didn't do anything. He took out a pile of delicacies to eat and slept after that. It wasn't long while before a soft snoring could be heard. Round Ball appeared beside him and shook its head. There was a little concern in its eyes. Wang Tung slept soundly this time. His body and mind were relaxed. Waking up the following day, he felt that his entire body was cleared of any fatigue and felt extremely comfortable. Looks like you have to balance work and rest. It's not good to push too hard. Wang Tung shook his head and smiled bitterly while he stretched his back. Wang Tung, you have a few messages. Round Ball's voice could be heard in Wang Tung's mind. Let me see. Wang Tung nodded. There were 3 messages in total, the first being from General Cameron. It was a letter of appointment as the Tiger Strike Force's commander. He was also informed to collect his military uniform from the logistics department within 3 days and to show up for his new post. 3 days. There's no rush then. Wang Tung took a look at the second message, which was from Peggy. She was asking how he was doing. Based on the words, it wasn't difficult to see that she was a little concerned about him. After all, not everyone could stand such an intense battle. Wang Tung, looks like your adjutant is interested in you. Round Ball snickered. I'm handsome. I'm loved wherever I go, Wang Tung said shamelessly. Round Ball was rendered speechless after having underestimated his unabashed nature. Wang Tung hesitated for a bit, but still replied to Peggy with a short message. In any case, she was concerned about him. He couldn't just pretend he didn't see anything. On the other side, a pretty smile appeared on Peggy's mouth as she received Wang Tung's message. She usually had a serious and cold appearance. The sudden appearance of a smile was quite breathtaking. It was a pity that no one could see it. Peggy didn't reply to the message, simply closing her eyes and resuming her cultivation. She already felt the gap between her strength and Wang Tung's. Catching up was basically impossible, but she still had to work hard to shorten the distance. Otherwise, she might not even be able to see his back in the future. The third message was from Di Chi, who also asked about his condition. Wang Tung replied casually, not bothering much about it. At this time, probably due to the relaxed state of both body and mind, he felt that the inherited memory from the devouring nihility beast had loosened up. Many memory pieces were naturally integrated into his mind and digested by him. He then sat cross-legged on the bed and shut his eyes. Time passed little by little. His eyes opened about 3 hours later. A strange light flashed in his pupils. Buddha's Sutra, Divine Talent, World Devourer. He had a wide smile as he tapped into the newly acquired information. His heart overflowed with joy. Buddha's Sutra was a scripture. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, a spirit scripture. It was something that Wang Tung had always wanted. The devouring nihility beast didn't disappoint him in the slightest. Moreover, the Buddha's Sutra was not any ordinary spirit scripture. It was an extremely mysterious and ancient knowledge in the universe. This scripture seemed to have existed since the beginning of the universe. No one knew its origins. Only a few powerful martial warriors had obtained it, and with it leaving a great mark throughout the cosmos. The most recent martial warrior was born 30,000 years before and reached the eternal stage. Then he disappeared without a trace. However, the Buddha's sutra was well known. The cultivation method would aim to strengthen one's spirit and form a 9 treasures pagoda. The use of the sutra would manifest the artifact. It was extremely recognizable. The 9 treasures pagoda was actually a powerful means with both offense and defense capabilities. Once formed, not only could Wang Tung use it to attack his opponent's spirit, but his own spirit defense would also be greatly enhanced. It would be difficult for any spirit attack to harm him in the future unless it was too far from his current stage. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate the Buddha Sutra. Many more martial warriors would have successfully practiced it, instead of just a few. The spirit scripture was different from the ordinary kind, as it required an extraordinarily large amount of spiritual power to cultivate it. A vast amount of spirit was needed for a pagoda to form. It was just like building a house. If there weren't enough bricks, the house couldn't be built to completion and it would be useless. Likewise, if the spirit wasn't enough, the 9 treasures pagoda wouldn't be finished. Fortunately, it wasn't a problem for Wang Tung. If his spiritual body wasn't considered strong, then no one would be stronger than him. It could even be said that his spirit was probably the strongest among the seniors who had obtained the Buddha's sutra in the past. If word of this were to spread, people would probably think that Wang Tung was full of himself. Those seniors were all at least at the eternal stage. Back when they had a celestial stage cultivation, were their spirits weaker than Wang Tung's? It was indeed so. Wang Tung's spirit stopped improving upon reaching the celestial stage. However, he kept acquiring more spirit attributes which strengthened his spiritual body. Accumulating spirit like this was not something that could be compared to geniuses born with a strong spirit. Besides, there were more challenges when cultivating the Buddha Sutra. The practitioner would need to endure great pain during the cultivation process. The entire thing was like having your spiritual body bashed with thousands of hammers to purify it. Even worse, this wasn't just a one-time process. It lasted for a long time. If he gave up halfway, the 9 treasures pagoda would collapse, and all his previous efforts would go down the drain. No one would even dare without having a strong willpower. The more powerful a spirit scripture was, the more painful it was to cultivate it. Considering the scripture's power level, the pain would be 100 times more than with ordinary spirit scriptures. A wry smile appeared on Wang Tung's face. There would be suffering in the future. He didn't cultivate immediately and went deep into procrastination. It wasn't because he was afraid of pain. It was because the Buddha's sutra wasn't complete. The devouring nihility beast memory only contained 3 levels of the scripture. There were 12 levels in total, enough to reach the eternal stage. However, Wang Tung's Buddha's sutra had parts missing, and he had found this out. Still, he could advance to the universe stage with the first 3 levels. Wang Tung didn't know how many levels his seniors had obtained in the past. However, he was sure that none of them had the complete set. The Buddha's sutra was too mysterious. Wang Tung shook his head and thought for a moment before making a decision. Forget it. Let's cultivate first. At least I can advance to the universe stage. I can just switch to something else if I can't find the rest by then. Switching scriptures wasn't an easy thing to do for others. The Buddha's sutra was powerful, and its 9 treasures pagoda was naturally strong. If he were to switch later, he would have to destroy the pagoda. This would equate to self-harm for an ordinary person, as it was formed by their spirit. Spiritual damage was extremely troublesome. If careless, there would be unimaginable consequences that would affect future cultivation. It might even lead to the death of their soul. However, Wang Tung wasn't worried. He only needed to prepare large amounts of spirit attributes, which would be enough to mitigate the damage from destroying the 9 treasures pagoda. He could also look for medicine that could nourish and repair his spirit. He was more than able to prepare himself for it. Of course, Those are things to worry for later. Maybe he would have a chance to find the other parts of the Buddhist Sutra. Wang Ting felt that he had a lot of luck by his side. Chapter 1255, A Message from Veblen. The Light Velvet Race. Once he made his decision, Wang Tung shifted his focus to another legacy. Divine Talent, World Devourer. This sounded impressive, and it was indeed truly impressive. Everyone knew that the devouring nihility beast was powerful because it had the insane ability to devour everything. World Devourer, a divine talent, was the key to its engulfing ability. This enabled the creature to absorb anything, be it plants, rocks, metals, or life forms. Even mystical bodies could be devoured. The universe stage martial warrior who pursued Wang Tung fell victim to this ability and was still trapped in the devour space of the nihility beast. What exactly was a divine talent? It wasn't ordinary for sure. Divine talents had such a name because they were extremely powerful battle techniques. Only those with pure bloodlines and born with powerful traits could possess them. In fact, a divine talent surpassed ordinary battle techniques. Otherwise, the Cosmos Stage devouring nihility beast would have been incapable of devouring the Universe Stage martial warrior. Wang Tung was overjoyed after learning how powerful World Devourer was and started thinking of farming more attribute bubbles. It would be a waste to give up on such a powerful divine talent. He would be able to farm on his own. Wang Tung could actually use World Devourer through the devouring nihility beast, but using it himself was much cooler. Still, what if it wasn't around him and was busy with errands? What would happen then? So, for the sake of convenience, Wang Tung decided to farm World Devourer attributes. It was fine if he didn't run across this talent. But now that he did, he couldn't let it pass. He did whatever came to mind. Wang Tung immediately entered the dark devour space and floated in front of the devouring nihility beast. First, he sensed the aura of the universe stage martial warrior to gauge his condition. Even an expert like that would be in dire straits when plunged into that place. The results surprised him greatly, though. Sala's life force was very strong. The devouring creature had absorbed less than 1% of his force thus far. It looked like a tough bone to nibble. On the other hand, the small world he was in was showing signs of collapse. A small world was the universe stage martial warrior's first line of defense. Once devoured, his body would be next. Wang Tung was astonished. Universe stage martial warriors were indeed deserving of their reputation, tenacious even in that situation. He shook his head and looked at the devouring nihility beast body. He then issued an order. The beast looked at him. Wang Tung was taken aback and slapped his forehead. He couldn't use World Devourer inside the devour space. He forgot about this matter altogether. He could only return to reality and put aside the thought about farming attribute bubbles for a while. Defense Planet number 29 wasn't a suitable place to use World Devourer. He had to wait for a better opportunity. Wang Tung shook his head in disappointment and curbed his enthusiasm. With nothing else to do, he decided to see Veblen and take a look at the research progress of the Devil Ovum and Devil Mind race. The nearby martial warriors recognized him as he walked over to Veblen's laboratory. Some were enthusiastic as they greeted him, and some gave him curious looks, while others were murmuring amongst themselves. Wang Ting felt he had become the focus of everyone's attention. The sensation of being respected made him feel like he had returned to Earth. He didn't dwell upon it, though. He reached Veblen's laboratory soon after. Veblen was observing a devil mind dark apparition kept in a glass enclosure. Once the latter saw him arrive, he said with sarcasm, "Great hero, how did you find the time to come here today? I'm here to see if you've made any progress." Wang Tung rolled his eyes. "Well, there's a bit of progress." Once he said that, Veblen immediately switched to a serious demeanor. "Oh, what did you discover?" "I found something interesting." "Guess what it is?" Veblen looked at Wang Tung. His eyes seemed to be telling him something. "How would I know?" Wang Tung was speechless. The devil ovum seems to have turned into an empty shell. "The origin of darkness that should be inside has disappeared," said Veblen in a casual tone as he looked into Wang Tung's eyes. "Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site." Thanks, the latter's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't let his emotions show. He chuckled. If you want to kill the devil ovum, you have to get rid of its origin of darkness. Veblen's expression changed. He approached him like a curious baby and probed. Then, what method did you use to get rid of the origin of darkness? Can you tell me? Moira was next to him. She glanced over and looked at Wang Tong curiously. Wang Tong felt a sense of relief. It turned out he wasn't suspected of absorbing the origin of darkness. Scary. He was speechless when he saw both of them behaving that way. He then spouted some nonsense. It isn't much of a secret. I mastered a special light element battle technique that is able to destroy the origin of darkness. That's it. Veblen rubbed his chin and exclaimed, a light element battle technique able to destroy its origin of darkness without harming the shell? That is not an ordinary battle technique. Wang Tong changed the subject. By the way, you promised to tell me how light force could be improved after I was done dealing with the devil ovum. Now it's time to speak. That was the main reason why he was there. Did I? Veblen's eyes flickered. He turned his head and tried to feign ignorance. Wang Tong was speechless. Hey, how can you be so shameless? Do you want to ruin your reputation as a wise man? Moira was caught between laughter and tears. She knew that her teacher was trying to go back on his word. He had surely made an agreement with Wang Tong, but now he wanted to deny it. That guilty look of his was too obvious. But Wang Tong said he wanted to improve his light force. Was that the reason? Moira suddenly realized why her teacher was being like that. Veblen's expression worsened when he heard Wang Tong's words. He had agreed too hastily, even putting the reputation of the Intelligence Nativity clan at stake. Now, he was filled with regret when he thought about it. What do we do? Veblen the wise man. Wang Tong emphasized the words wise man on purpose. All right. I'll tell you. Veblen waved his hand in despair and said seriously. But before that, you have to promise me one thing. I still have to promise you something? Wang Tong frowned in displeasure. The man had agreed to tell him once the devil ovum was handled, and now he was changing his tune. He wasn't that easygoing. Teacher, Moira seemed to have sensed the latter's annoyance and nudged Veblen. Hear me out. Veblen rolled his eyes. It was hard to keep a woman at home. Wang Tong glanced at Moira and said, I'll do that for Moira's sake. But don't blame me for not playing along if your request is ridiculous. Moira blushed instantly. It didn't feel right. Why am I involved in this? She just didn't want the two to become enemies for no reason. However, she didn't know why she felt a little happy when the fellow said that. Veblen saw that something was going on with their eyes and quickly took a step forward to block their eye contact. I'm not asking you to do anything. It's more a request. I underestimated you back then. I didn't expect that you could really deal with the devil ovum. I shouldn't have told you about it, lest someone disturb their peaceful life. But now, he sighed in helplessness. Forget it. As long as you promise me you won't do anything to hurt them, they'll tell you. Them, Wang Tong said. You have to tell me who they are. That place is a special planet with a very dense life force. They are natives of that planet, Veblen explained. I see. So the natives are still weak. Wang Tong understood. That's right. Veblen nodded. An underdeveloped planet. No wonder you're so worried. What stage is their strongest martial warrior? Wang Tong asked. The strongest is their elder, a planetary stage martial warrior. Planetary stage martial warrior. That's not right. You said you know them. Why don't you help them? Wang Tong was suspicious. It's because those life forms are very special, and I can't help much. But I have helped them collect many light element scriptures in recent years. However, their cultivation methods are different from the traditional sort. They can't cultivate the ones I've obtained for them, Veblen replied. There's such a thing? Wang Tong frowned and asked curiously. Special? How special? They belong to the light velvet race, not the human race. Veblen suddenly realized something. You haven't promised me yet. I can accept your condition. Of course, on the premise that they don't attack me, Wang Tong responded. Don't worry. They'll let them know in advance. They wouldn't do anything to you for my sake, Veblen assured. I hope so. Wang Tong nodded and said with joy, a planet with dense life force. That's rare indeed. ITLL definitely helped me a lot. That place is a holy land for light element martial warriors. Perhaps you'll be noticed by them, given your light talent, Veblen said. Wang Ting didn't care whether he would be recognized. He was just going there to farm attribute bubbles. A planet with dense light force would definitely have heaps of light attribute bubbles. Chapter 1256, The Confidence of a Bug. Veblen didn't know what Wang Tong was thinking. He also didn't know that the best resources for Wang Tong were attribute bubbles. Anything else came second. Hence, his worry was unnecessary. Wang Ting wouldn't harm the other party for no reason. However, Veblen was still worried, so he signed a spiritual contract with Wang Tong in the end, all to ensure that nothing would happen. Wang Tong signed his name without any hesitation. All right, he'll send you the coordinates of the Light Velvet Race's planet. You can search for it yourself, Veblen said as he operated his wristwatch. He was satisfied with the young man's attitude. Okay, I got it. Wang Ting looked at his wristwatch and nodded. When are you planning to go to the Light Velvet planet? Veblen asked. The Light Velvet planet was the light creature's home. The Light Velvet planet? What a sloppy name. Wang Tong gave Veblen a strange look as he complained. I didn't name it. The Light Velvet race named it themselves, Veblen replied angrily. He had trouble finding words as he felt Wang Tong's contemptuous gaze. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and brought the topic back. Cough. I can't go there right now. They'll head there after a few days. Tell me when you're going. I'll inform the Grand Elder, Veblen replied. Wang Ting nodded. He was about to leave. Go now, quick. Your face makes me mad. Veblen waved his hands in disdain. Wang Ting laughed. He was elated because he had received many benefits. Mora showed him to the door. She hesitated for some time before saying, Wang Tong, the Light Velvet race is kind-hearted. I hope you can treat them the same. Do all of you think that I'm a bad guy? Wang Ting didn't know what to say. Moira couldn't hold back her smile when she saw his reaction. We're just worried. If other people knew of their existence, they could suffer a devastating blow. My master and I have confidence in your character, but we're just worried. That's why we are naggy about the subject. I hope you don't mind. Don't worry. I'm not a greedy person. I won't do anything to them, Wang Ting promised. He understood their feelings. Earth went through something similar in the past as it entered the universe stage. Back then he was worried that formidable powers would lay their eyes on them and turn all Earthlings into slaves. That would be tragic. The Light Velvet race was more valuable than the Earthlings. Light element martial warriors were rare in the universe, and resources for that element were just as scarce. If they were found, martial warriors would flock to them. Their planet had a great amount of light force, so there had to be an abundance of light element resources. The Light Velvet race itself was one of those resources. Many people would see them as money. Not everyone could resist such temptation. It was understandable why Veblen was cautious. Wang Ting was about to leave when a question popped up in his mind. Oh, right. Did you get your light element armor from them? Well, he kind of liked the armor. Moira glared at him with disdain. Didn't he say that he wasn't greedy? He exposed his true character within the blink of an eye. This fellow doesn't bother hiding his thoughts. Cough, don't be nervous. I was just asking. I can offer something in exchange for the armor. Wang Tong coughed awkwardly. He felt a little guilty after seeing Moira's gaze. Yes, we received it from them. The Grand Elder gave many items to my master as a way to thank him for his help. My master made the armor with those materials. Moira nodded. How lucky, Wang Tong lamented. The materials aren't cheap. How could the Grand Elder give them away so easily? Wang Tong wondered. The Light Velvet race probably didn't know the value of those materials in the rest of the universe, and Veblen got them for peanuts. What do you mean by lucky? Moira glared at him. She seemed to know what he was thinking and said angrily, We told the Grand Elder that the materials were rare, but she insisted on giving them to us. To make up for it, my master kept on helping them. That is why they're able to maintain such a long and good relationship. Wang Tong felt a little embarrassed. He gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Moira was indeed smart. She knew what he was thinking. She had both a good figure and a good brain. Don't be angry. I'm the one at fault. Wang Tong smiled and apologized hurriedly. All right, I'm going back to work if you have no more questions. Moira rolled her eyes in a beautiful manner and turned to walk away. Wait, I have one last question. Wangdon pulled her back quickly. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Why do you have so many questions? What is it? Moira fell helpless. Haha, well, what is the light velvet race like? I can offer them some gifts to gain their favor, Wang Tong said in a fawning tone. How shrewd of you. Moira shook her head. She didn't know how to react. Well, they do like light element items. They love to plant, so you can find some light element spiritual herbs or light element materials. They surely have an abundance of that, Wang Ting said. That's true. Moira found Wang Ting's helpless expression a little funny. But you can search for some unique resources that they might not have on their planet. Also, their biggest problem is cultivation. You could become their guest of honor if you are able to solve this issue for them. Your status might even surpass my master's. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. He felt that it was a good option. Forming a new cultivation method would be extremely hard for an ordinary person. They might not be able to achieve it in a lifetime. But nothing was impossible for Wang Ting. As long as he had enough scriptures, he could use them as reference, along with many trials and errors, all to form a new scripture. This was the confidence of a bug. The main point was he needed to go through many trials and errors. He wondered if the light velvet race would cooperate with him. Wang Ting didn't have any more questions, so he left. He threw the light velvet planet to the back of his mind once he got back to his lodging. He couldn't leave Defense Planet number 29 for now. It was useless to think too much about it. He sat cross-legged and started cultivating the Buddhist Sutra. Although his spirit was very powerful and pure, it was messy. He wanted to refine it, but he didn't have the scripture. Now, having the Buddha's Sutra, he could proceed with the refining. As for the pain of the refining process, he was afraid. Wang Ting closed his eyes and read through the first level of the Buddha's Sutra, then started to cultivate once he was done. He needed to form 100 spiritual hammers at the entry level. The tools would be used to hammer himself. It felt painful just thinking about it. The hammers couldn't be ordinary. Well, he could choose the ordinary kind, but the spiritual body refined would be of the lowest class. No one would use ordinary hammers if they possessed an incredible scripture like the Buddha Sutra. However, creating a powerful hammer was difficult too. Spiritual hammers would be created through visualization. For that, he needed an object for him to visualize first. The more powerful the visualized object, the stronger the spiritual hammer, and the more dangerous it would be. If the hammer was too powerful, it could crush the martial warrior's consciousness, which was lethal. However, a stronger spiritual hammer would also mean a more powerful spiritual body. That would be the foundation for the 9 Treasures Pagoda. The sturdier the foundation, the stronger the building. Wang Ting entered the virtual universe. Round Ball appeared beside him. Wang Ting had a lot of money, so he bought a property in the virtual universe. Later, he appeared inside his own house when he entered the virtual universe. Round Ball, help me find the strongest hammers and maces in the universe, Wang Ting said. So, you're going for the most powerful ones? Round Ball knew that Wang Ting wanted to practice the Buddha Sutra. At the same time, it also knew how dangerous it was, which made it feel concerned. It wasn't a joke. A single mistake could be horrendous. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Wang Ting replied. Round Ball stopped persuading, seeing how adamant the guy was. It started searching. Soon, a screen appeared in front of Wang Ting. There were 8 different kinds of hammers and maces on the screen. They had one similarity. All of them were ancient. He wasn't looking at the real weapon, but Wang Ting could still sense the ancient vibe they gave off. This proved that they had been around for centuries. These weapons have astonishing backgrounds. They're the most powerful maces and hammers acknowledged publicly, but they're scattered all over the universe. Some belong to formidable warriors, while others went missing. I can only show you their images. It's fortunate that their appearances were captured. You can even sense their aura. I think they're enough for your visualization, Round Ball said. Yes. Wang Ting nodded, attracted by the weapons. Let me introduce them to you. The mace is the Savage Hammer. It is said to have been created by a divine-level blacksmith from the dwarf race. Roundball started introducing the weapons. Wang Ting listened to Roundball with interest. Just like what it said, all these weapons came from a great background. It felt incredible just listening to their names. Chapter 1257 Reappearance of the Ancient Gods. The Fire God Hammer and the Lightning God Hammer. 1. Roundball finished introducing 6 out of the 8 weapons. All of them had amazing backgrounds. All 6 weapons have been made by divine-level blacksmiths and were specifically recorded. Divine-level blacksmiths. They were divine-level blacksmiths. Wang Tong wasn't a clueless novice and understood what this meant. They were the highest representatives of the blacksmith circle. Anything with the word divine included equated to having reached a certain peak. It also meant that the 6 maces they forged were of divine rank. The newest among them had been created 8,000 years prior, and the oldest was done 100 of millions of years before. No wonder the real thing couldn't be found. The weapons had to be in the hands of formidable martial warriors, usually known as gods. Those gods had escaped the restriction of time and lived eternally, so no one could snatch the weapons from them. The last 2 weapons were somewhat special. They came as a pair. Roundball turned serious when he talked about the last 2 weapons. These 2 hammers only exist in legends. Honestly, I don't recommend you to use them for your visualization. Wang Tung stared at the last 2 weapons with interest. The first 6 appeared as an image, but the last 2 weapons were just carvings on the wall. For some reason, he felt that the carving style was a bit familiar when he saw them. What is this? Wang Tung asked. This carving was found in an ancient hall made with black stone, Roundball replied. A black stone hall? Wang Tung frowned. It's a great hall floating in the universe, made of an unknown black-colored material, which is extremely sturdy and mysterious. No one can destroy it. It's strange. Roundball contemplated before it continued. An eternal stage martial warrior once went in to look around, but never came out. The people outside heard agonizing screams from the martial warrior, so he's probably dead. The Great Hall is constantly moving, randomly appearing in front of people and disappearing without a trace as if it never existed. No one knows where it came from or where it's heading to. The Great Hall has been a mystery since the very first time it made an appearance. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, I didn't know there was such a strange place in the universe. Wang Tung exclaimed in shock. Even the eternal stage martial warrior died when he entered the Great Hall. What's inside it? Who made it? I know what you're thinking, but no one knows who built it. Legends started to sprout trillions of years ago. Trillions of years ago? Wang Tung gasped. How ancient is it? Now you know why these hammers only exist in legends. Roundball shook his head. Since they're just part of a legend, why are you showing them to me? Wang Tung rolled his eyes. Roundball refuted in a firm tone. Cough. I filtered them in because you wanted the most powerful hammers and maces. If I don't show them to you, and you later find them one day, you could find them more to your liking and get angry at me. Makes sense. Wang Tung had nothing to complain about. Since you're not going to use them, they'll filter them out, Roundball said. Wait. Wang Tung stopped in a hurry. Why? Are you planning to use them? Roundball asked curiously. Calm down. Didn't you say that this is from the Great Hall's wall carvings? They're not the only carving, right? Are there others? Can you show me? Wang Tung asked. Well, I guess everyone would be curious about the carvings in the Great Hall the first time they heard about it. Roundball replied with a smile. It waved a hand, and a screen appeared in the air again, displaying a few hundred paintings. Wang Tung's interest was piqued as he looked at them carefully. All the powerful races were carved in the paintings. There were humans, fairies, dwarves, orcs, three-eyed races, and many others. All the millions of races in the universe seemed to be recorded. There were even powerful universe behemoths, including the great Qian Empire's Kunwa beast, the giant dragon of the Parker's family, and the devouring Nihility beast. Numerous divine weapons could also be seen. Swords, blades, battle axes, etc. They seemed to be the divine weapons of the respective races, weapons that only existed in legends. Some did exist while others were covered in mystery, having disappeared from history. Wang Tung was awestruck after he looked at the carvings. He couldn't calm down for a long time. He could feel the past of their civilizations and the immensity of the universe as he saw those carvings. The paintings were like a thick history book. After some time passed, Wang Tung took a deep breath and said, "The person who built this great hall has a purpose." Of course. Unfortunately, no one has managed to leave that place alive, Roundball replied. Wang Tung shook his head and stopped arguing with Roundball. His gaze finally landed on the two divine hammers displayed on the carvings. Chapter 1258 Reappearance of the Ancient Gods. The Fire God Hammer and the Lightning God Hammer. 2. He finally understood why he found them familiar. The ancient gods. Wang Tung muttered to himself. There was a special race carved in the walls. The ancient gods. Huh, you know about the ancient gods? Roundball was surprised. Is it strange? Wang Tung asked. Of course. They disappeared millions of years ago. I wouldn't know about them without doing my research. The other replied emotionally. Oh, said a nonplussed Wang Tung. They were gone. He didn't see any of them when alive. However, he had indeed seen one of their corpses. Still, he didn't want to explain himself. Roundball felt unhappy. What's with that response? It felt offended. How did you learn about the ancient gods? I saw one by coincidence. Wang Tung replied casually. TSK, you don't have to reply if you don't want to. The little one pouted and returned to the main topic. Which ones are you going to choose? These two. Wang Tung pointed at the last two hammers. The details on the two hammers could be appreciated in the carvings. Even their colors and outline were visible. It wouldn't be complicated to use them for visualizations. The only issue was he didn't know how powerful they were. As far as they knew, they were but fictitious things of legend. None of them knew a thing about them. However, Wang Tung believed that the ancient god weapons would be anything but weak. That was why he decided to bet on it. Roundball was stunned. It spoke at length, yet the fellow still chose the last two hammers. Why? It frowned and asked. No reason. I just want to choose them, Wang Tung replied, nonchalant. You? The little one was at a loss. Wang Tung wasn't being rash, but he did it with a light heart. Roundball couldn't make heads or tails about it. Never mind, it's your choice. It doesn't matter to me. The little fellow disappeared the next instant, feeling it would go crazy if it kept arguing with the human. Wang Tung was confused, but he didn't dwell upon it. Once he chose the hammers, he disappeared from the virtual universe. Reality. He closed his eyes, and the images from the pair of hammers popped up in his mind. He started outlining them using his spiritual power. The weapons had no mutual resemblance whatsoever. One was covered in flames, etched with occult crimson patterns all over. It looked mysterious. The flames formed a sharp tip at the bottom of the hammer, like a flame tongue when swung through the air. The other was surrounded by lightning, packed with complex, purple-colored patterns. It would release the power of lightning when swung, striking down from the sky. It was extraordinary. Wang Tung came up with names for them. One was the Fire God Hammer. The other was the Lightning God Hammer. The naming was convenient, easy to remember. Besides, it sounded impressive and classy. Perfect. It wasn't easy outlining the two hammers, as their patterns were extremely complex. They weren't runes he knew. The rules of heaven and earth seemed to be embedded within. It sounded deep and profound, and it was. Wang Tung remained patient, slowly outlining the hammers based on his understanding. His theory was strong, so he could sense the power of fire and lightning on those patterns, even though he didn't know what they represented. Their might was similar to the power of origin. He was gradually able to emulate their auras as he drew the hammers with his understanding. Time passed slowly. 2 days passed. Roundball appeared next to Wang Tung and frowned at him. It mumbled, "Did you fail? I told you not to choose those two hammers, but you went and did it anyway. Seriously? Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site." Thanks, however, it didn't have the guts to say it out loud. Being an intelligent life form, it had a self-deprecating feeling. Why am I in this state? It felt inferior. Roundball floated around Wang Tung twice, feeling worried. Then it decided to sit in front of him and stare until it received a response. Swoosh! Just then, Wang Tung suddenly woke up. A pair of flashes appeared in his eyes. one red and one purple. The red light was scorching hot, while the purple glow sparkled with electricity. The hammer's outlines could be seen within those glows. It was a little strange for them to appear in his eyes. However, Round Ball didn't think too much of it and stared at Wang Tung in disbelief. "You did it!" Wang Tung was stunned, not expecting the little fellow to be right in front of him. The hammers in his eyes dispersed, and he nodded. "Yes, I just formed them through visualization. Indeed, they are special." "Shucks, you always surprise me," Round Ball exclaimed. Then it urged him, "Quick, tell me how special they are." "They're very powerful. They seem to contain the rules of heaven and earth. I can feel that they're more powerful than the first 6 hammers," said Wang Tung, after contemplating for a moment. "Looks like the 2 hammers are exceptional." "You just confirmed the rumors," Round Ball said with a smile. "Ha! All the people doing research should thank me." Wang Tung laughed. "Unfortunately, these 2 hammers have never made an appearance." "It would be awesome if they did," Round Ball said. "Even if they do appear, it has nothing to do with us. There would be formidable martial warriors fighting for them." Wang Tung shook his head. "All right, I'm going to refine my spirit." "Okay." Round Ball nodded and disappeared. Wang Tung closed his eyes again. Both hammers floated in his consciousness. A special fluctuation flowed around them. He needed to replicate them. Based on Buddhist Sutra's first level, he needed 100 hammers for the refining process. Since forming the first ones had been achieved, the only thing left to do was to copy and paste them, which was an easier process. He released his spiritual power, and hammers started forming. They all came in pairs, 1 fire god hammer and 1 lightning god hammer. Time passed slowly. Finally, the 100 hammers were created, filling up his consciousness. It was a grand sight. No wonder it was necessary to have a powerful spirit to practice the Buddhist Sutra. The 100 spiritual hammers had already used up much of his spiritual power. An ordinary person would have had a hard time recreating such a feat. Besides, they were powerful hammers. The stronger the spiritual hammer, the more spiritual power required. The 2 hammers visualized were the most powerful available. Only Wang Tung could make them. Furthermore, he still had an immense amount of spiritual power left after making all those hammers. It was all thanks to the spirit attributes he had accumulated over that period of time. Wang Tung controlled the hammers and used them to bash his spiritual body. Bang, bang, bang. Gasp! Wang Tung's face turned pale. He breathed in deeply. Pain was so painful. He almost screamed, even considering his willpower. Regret was surfacing at the moment. Why did he use the 100 hammers right then and there? I should have used 1 hammer to test first. He was reckless. Too late for regrets, though. He had already started hammering his spiritual body, so he had no choice but to continue. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds echoed continuously in Wang Tung's consciousness. His spiritual body slowly started to solidify. At the same time, the power of rules seeped into his mind, particularly of the origin of flame and the origin of lightning. They flowed down the patterns and merged into Wang Tung's consciousness with each hammer strike. Wang Tung noticed the power. He was shocked. This is the power of rules of the origin. The fire god hammer and the lightning god hammer are able to provide the power of rules to build the 9 treasures pagoda. If that's the case, let's add some oil to the flame. Wang Tung had a crazy idea. Chapter 1259, The Unique 9 Treasures Pagoda. Ideas started blooming in Wang Tung's heart after realizing that the fire god hammer and the lightning god hammer could stir up the power of rules. There was no description in the Buddha's Sutra saying that the power of rules from the origins would appear during the cultivation of the 9 treasures pagoda. It could only mean that it came from the 2 visualized weapons. Those special hammers ignited the power of rules. Wang Tung's choice was the right call. The 2 hammers were indeed extraordinary. One was a fire element hammer, while the other harnessed the lightning element. By right, if there were external elemental forces present, the power of the hammers would increase. Coincidentally, Wang Tung had both of them: divine flame, heaven-earth calamity, lightning. However, activating them was dangerous. Everything was happening in Wang Tung's consciousness. In the likelihood of the weapons exploding, failing to withstand the power of the divine flames and the heaven-earth calamity lightning, it would cause irreparable damage to his mind space. Consciousness, an essential part to all living creatures. Once it collapsed, the person would die, unless the spirit was powerful enough to survive outside the body. Still, Wang Tong decided to take the risk. He was a little mad, but he was clear-headed. He made some preparations before activating his divine flames and the heaven-earth calamity lightning, relocating the 100 hammers into the devouring nihility beast space. The devouring nihility beast was an indomitable universal behemoth, with a consciousness many times stronger than Wang Tong's. It was also tougher. Normal powers couldn't destroy it. Thus, it was better to carry out such risky experiments within the beast's consciousness. The Devour Nihility Beast Clone. Asterisk. You're so evil. An intense bitterness swirled around the creature's mind, floating right and left in front of Wang Tong. Don't be like that. Your consciousness is powerful. You'll be fine, Wang Tong said, the tone laced with guilt. Anyway, we're in this together. Let's not dwell on the details. The Devour Nihility Beast Clone. He wasn't wrong. After a round of appeasing the other, Wang Tong got serious. He merged the divine flames into the fire god hammer. First was the emerald glazed flame. Good, it didn't explode. Next, the soul of 1,000 beasts flame. It remained intact. Third came the holy flame. Good, nothing happened. Wang Tong wiped some virtual sweat. Lastly, the dark flame. The fire god hammer became a little unstable. The 4 flames had been with Wang Tong for a long time, so they wouldn't rebel. Still, they acted out and became violent when instilled into the fire god hammer at the same time. Wang Tong's heart was racing furiously. Should I remove one divine flame? Fortunately, the fire god hammer didn't burst. It withstood the fluctuations of 4 divine flames. Puff! Wang Tong let out a massive sigh. At this moment, an eruption occurred. Boom! After the flames were infused, the ones surrounding the hammer were no longer illusory. They turned into real flames. Success! Wang Tong was elated. The hammer didn't collapse and became more powerful. This validated his previous guess. The power of rules flowing in from outside became faster when he wielded the fire god hammer. He was invigorated by the feeling. No longer hesitating, he took out his heaven-earth calamity lightning to instill the lightning god hammer. This time, the other weapon showed no signs of exploding. After all, there's only one kind of lightning power, and it was at the first rank. Once the step was made, the purple patterns on the lightning god hammer shimmered brightly. Lightning sparks started to course around the hammer. It looked divine. Wang Tong transferred the hammers into his own consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. Then he bashed his spiritual body with the hammers. Dull thuds rang in his consciousness again. During the hammering process, the scorching heat produced by the fire god hammer invaded his spiritual body and refined it. The power on the lightning god hammer worked the same way. Tiny bolts of lightning crept into his spiritual body and purified it. The addition of lightning and flames caused the pain to increase. Even his real body started trembling. His face paled while showing a contorted expression. Large drops of sweat dripped down his forehead, drenching his shirt. Groans came out of his throat. There were blood traces at the corner of his lips. Again, Wang Tong didn't stop. He kept shouting in his heart, "Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site." Thanks again. Again, the 100 hammers started plummeting down. Only their lingering shadows could be seen. Boom! The pain worsened as time passed, and Wang Tong became numb. One could only tell that the suffering continued by looking at the twitching muscles on his face. A mysterious pagoda was slowly being constructed inside Wang Tong's consciousness. It gave off a faint golden glow. Although incomplete, an ancient and majestic aura could already be felt. It was profound, vast, and noble. Red, green, white, and black flames shot up and circled the pagoda, burning violently as if in the process of forging real gold. Purple bolts of lightning struck down from the top of his consciousness. Thunder roared as they struck the building. If someone were standing right in front of Wang Tung, they would be oblivious to the terrifying scenery inside his mind. Amid the magical scene, the mysterious pagoda continued to give off a faint golden glow. It was conspicuous and dazzling. Nothing could hide its glamour. The golden glow intensified as the powers refined it. The result was visible, even with the glaring flames and the bolts of lightning. The construction became firmer and was about to be completed. Wang Tung could finally see the pagoda's appearance. There were 9 levels in the pagoda and was a few hundred meters tall. The 100 hammers seemed to be minuscule before it. The structure was complex. Its pinnacle, eaves, and columns were filled with paintings of divine and mysterious animals. Those creatures were ferocious and scary, as big as giants. They seemed to be ready to leap out from the walls to worship the pagoda. A majestic and stern aura was spread. Wang Tung had never seen those beings, yet he felt that they looked similar to the ancient gods. They were enormous and muscular like giant statues. However, the creatures depicted on the pagoda were even more hideous and savage when compared to the ancient gods. They were 2 different breeds. Boom, boom, boom. His entire consciousness was trembling. The 9 Treasures Pagoda was slowly forming with the help of the divine flames and the calamity lightning. Wisps of the power of rules were seeping in from the outside world, merging into the building and giving it an unpredictable strength. The addition of the Fire God Hammer and the Lightning God Hammer caused the 9 Treasures Pagoda to move in an unknown direction. The person who created the Buddha's Sutra had never foreseen such a change. Time passed gradually. On the 3rd day at dawn, the pagoda inside Wang Tung's consciousness was finally completed. The 4 divine flames dispersed, and the lightning above the pagoda started to calm down. Wang Tung's consciousness settled down again. The 9 Treasures Pagoda floated in his deep consciousness, giving off a gentle and dazzling golden glow. It was vibrant and eye-catching. If placed among a bunch of shining pagodas, people would still notice it first. Wang Tung was exhausted but happy. Success. He finally formed the 9 Treasures Pagoda. He observed the building carefully and noticed the faint presence of red, green, white, black, and purple occult patterns under the golden glow. Those were the colors of his divine flames and the calamity lightning. The patterns weren't obvious, being covered by the golden light. He wouldn't have noticed them if he didn't look carefully. There's no description about this in the Buddha's Sutra. Was this caused by the power of rules? Wang Tung wondered. He could feel the power of rules from the 9 Treasures Pagoda. This allowed it to have a stronger offensive power. If created with the normal process, it could be used to hit other spiritual bodies. However, since it had the power of rules from the origins, the power of flames and lightning could be constrained inside. This was amazing. What were spiritual bodies afraid of? Flames and lightning. Wang Tung's 9 Treasures Pagoda was sturdy and also possessed the power of flames and lightning. It was a great spiritual weapon. Its defensive ability had also increased. If anyone wanted to destroy the pagoda, they would first have to break the defenses established with flames and lightning. This gave him 2 additional shields. Wang Tung was overjoyed. He let out a sigh. The gains were better than expected. Next, he just needed to continue refining the 9 Treasures Pagoda and make it stronger. The more powerful his spiritual power, the stronger the pagoda would be. Right then, the devouring Nihility Beast clone appeared in Wang Tung's consciousness and sized up the 9 Treasures Pagoda with interest. Wang Tung, make a pagoda for me too. All right, I should do that. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He nodded and laughed. That way I'll have 2 pagodas. Ha ha. The devouring Nihility Beast clone smiled. Wang Tung wanted to forge another pagoda right away, but he recalled it was the day he would take over as regiment commander of the Tiger Strike Force. Hence, he had to put the matter on hold. Right when he was about to leave his consciousness, he noticed that something was amiss. The 2 hammers are still here. Wang Tung stared in surprise at the Lightning God Hammer and the Fire God Hammer. The other 98 hammers had dispersed, but those 2 remained. Wang Tung could tell that they were the first 2 hammers he had created. What is going on? Chapter 1260, even the dog swaggers when its master wins favor. According to the Buddha's Sutra, visualized objects could dissipate and materialize at any time. Wang Tung dissipated the fire god hammer and lightning god hammer after creating the pagoda. After all, visualized objects consumed spiritual power. But then he realized that the two hammers were still there. This didn't seem right. Did the hammers have self-awareness? The two hammers were floating next to the Nine Treasures pagoda, looking small in comparison, which is why he didn't notice them at first. He stretched out his hands, and the two hammers flew to land on his palms obediently. He then tried to sense them. There's no consciousness, but they contain the contract origin. Wang Tung had a weird expression, as if having discovered the reason why the two hammers had stayed behind. They appear to be similar to the Nine Treasures pagoda. Does this count as buy one get two free? It doesn't matter. It's a good thing anyway. Wang Tung shook his head. The two hammers seemed good for bashing people. Apart from that, he couldn't think of any other uses for the time being. He stopped thinking about it and planned to study them at his own pace later. Reality. Wang Tung slowly opened his eyes. His complexion was a little pale, and he felt that his facial muscles were a bit stiff as he rubbed them with his hands. The Buddha Sutra is meant for people to cultivate. It's too painful. Wang Tung muttered, "My face is not paralyzed, is it?" He hurriedly got off the bed and entered the bathroom. He then saw himself in the mirror and flashed a wry smile. It looked like his face was indeed paralyzed. For something to make him look like this meant that the cultivation process was really painful. Round Ball appeared beside him and circled around him. It then gloated, "Yo, zombie, get lost." Wang Tung rolled his eyes. He quickly used the life force in his body to circulate around his face. His facial muscles softened quickly after that treatment. Boring. It's good to change your style once in a while. Round Ball curled its lips. "Why don't you change yours then?" Wang Tung ignored him and went to the bathroom to wash up after taking off his clothes. He was drenched in sweat. He couldn't just go out and meet people without cleaning himself up first. Once done, he walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. "Your adjutant brought a uniform for you. I asked her to put it by the door," Round Ball said. Wang Tung was drying his hair as he said in surprise, "She brought it for me? Hee. She takes good care of you." Round Ball winked at Wang Tung. "Shoo." Wang Tung rolled his eyes and opened the door. There was a silver box waiting for him. It was different from the supply box he previously collected. There was a majestic and ferocious tiger logo printed on it. It was like a real tiger about to pounce on him. Wang Tung raised his eyebrow and took the box inside. He opened it and saw his official attire and other things within. He took out the uniform and unfolded it with a slight shake. Wang Tung saw a tiger head logo embroidered on the uniform's chest area. It was black, but the eyes were in a red color, which was exactly the same as the logo on the box. This should be the Strike Force's symbol. Wang Tung smiled and wiped his body dry before donning it. The garment was a good fit to his tall and straight body. There was a fierce aura emanating from his body. However, it quickly disappeared. Wang Tung had contained it all. Aside from the uniform, there were healing pills, energy stones, and other items in the box. All of them were several levels higher than the previous ones. However, it didn't make a difference for him. He was wealthy. That was how confident he was. Once ready, Wang Tung informed Peggy and the others before he left the room. Peggy and the others had been waiting for a long time. Wang Tung had told them he would make them a part of the Tiger Strike Force. They were excited, really looking forward to it. They would be part of a renowned division. Many people had tried their best to get in, but failed. Now, such an amazing opportunity had come their way thanks to Wang Tung. Entering the Tiger Strike Force came with a rise of status. They would receive more resources because of it, at least twice as much. That was common knowledge and the reason why many people wanted to be a member. Soon, Wang Tung met Peggy and the others in the field. "Looks like everyone is happy." Wang Tung smiled. "Boss, don't make fun of us. Entering the Tiger Strike Force is a dream come true for us," Arwen said with embarrassment. Peggy looked at Wang Tung and said with gratitude, "This is all thanks to you, Major Wang Tung." Even someone like her would be unable to curb her excitement. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks. If that's the case, let's hurry. Looks like you can't wait any longer. Wang Ting laughed. That group of subordinates had helped him a lot in the past. He didn't mind supporting them. Everyone then walked toward the place where the Tiger Strike Force was. All the squads of the main base were stationed on the periphery. Once war broke out and endangered the main base, they would act as the first line of defense. The Tiger Strike Force was stationed to the west of the main base. Wang Tung and the others drew many eyes as they made their way over. That's Major Wang Tung. They're going to the Tiger Strike Force, right? They should be. The Tiger Strike Force is over there, but why are there so many of them? It goes without saying that Major Wang Tung is taking his subordinates along. Why else would he do that? No way. They're so lucky to join. Everyone was discussing, trying to guess Wang Tung's thoughts. There was envy on their faces. Even a dog swaggers when its master wins favor. They were green with envy. They didn't have the luck to join Wang Tung's squad earlier. However, they only felt envious for a while. They knew they had no chance. No one could have predicted that a newcomer like Wang Tung would become Tiger Strike Force commander. No one thought that joining Wang Tung would be a good thing. A while later, Wang Tung got to the place where the Tiger Strike Force was stationed. The first thing he noticed was a flag fluttering in the wind. The flag had the now familiar tiger head logo. Peggy and the others looked at the tiger head symbol in awe, especially when they felt its overwhelming presence. They were inspired by it and fell silent. 5 celestial stage martial warriors were standing guard at the door. They frowned when they saw Wang Tung and the others. Why are there so many people here? One of them walked over and was about to chase them away when he suddenly noticed Wang Tung's uniform. His expression changed right after. "Are you the new commander?" The martial warrior saluted and asked respectfully. Wang Tung nodded. The martial warrior quickly saluted again and shouted loudly, "Greetings, Commander." Captain Sun Juanda from Tiger Strike Force's team 13-inch Wang Tung fell helpless. He could only return the salute. "Commander, everyone is waiting for you at the field," Sun Juanda said. "Take me there." Wang Tung nodded. "They are?" asked Sun Juanda in a hesitant tone as he was about to lead the way, all while looking at Peggy and the others. "They're my subordinates." Wang Tung didn't say much, merely stating the fact and moving forward. Sun Juanda hesitated to speak, but he could only sigh from the bottom of his heart. He could tell what the new commander was trying to do. However, such a move was somewhat against the rules, and the other deputy commanders wouldn't agree to it. Still, he was but a small captain and couldn't speak his mind. He didn't know this commander well yet. It wouldn't be good if he left a bad impression. A new chief would bring in new aides. Going forward, the new commander would have the highest rank in their force. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Sun Juanda could only keep his mouth shut and lead the way obediently. There was a small field at the Tiger Strike Force's camp. 5,000 people waited there, while 5 deputy regimental commanders stood in front as they talked about something. "Huochia, I heard you got beaten up badly by the new commander. Is he that strong?" a burly man asked. Huochia's face turned black instantly. The bastard was rubbing salt on his wounds. He could feel the back of his head hurt when he recalled the scene from 3 days prior. That wasn't all. He was humiliated. A 7th-level martial warrior at the Cosmos stage like him was beaten to a pulp by a celestial stage martial warrior. It was a source of great shame and a dark chapter in the story of his life. Now, he felt that everyone was talking about him wherever he went. It was extremely uncomfortable. His resentment toward Wang Tung was deep. The humiliation grew after his comrades brought up the subject. He glared at them and snorted coldly. "You can give a try if you're curious. I'm not a fool. I'd be a walk in a park for him if he was able to defeat you." There was a glimmer in the burly man's eyes as he spoke on the sly. "Don't be a coward, Wei Tong. You're boosting other people's morale and destroying your own courage," said another martial warrior with red scales on his face and fiery red hair. A middle-aged man who was resting his eyes cautioned, "Marley, I know you're not convinced. You must have been upset when the commander recommended Huochia and not you. You must be furious since Huochia lost and an inexperienced fellow took the commander position. I have to warn you, though, don't mess around. That's right, he's our official commander already. It'll be useless. even if you're unconvinced. Wei Tong pouted. You don't have to worry about me. I know what I'm doing, Marley said calmly. He's here, said a female warrior, who was the first to notice the group of people coming from afar. She wasn't taking part in the conversation. Wei Tong and the others quickly shut their mouths and looked into the distance. A group of people led by a young man walked over. He was wearing the commander's garb with a calm expression. That face of his was too young. Chapter 1261, Single-handedly suppressing a team. All the martial warriors in the field looked at the approaching figure. They were curious about what their new regiment commander looked like. Many rumors have been passed around over the past few days, most of them regarding Wang Teng and Huoqia's battle. Huoqia was defeated by a landslide. They heard that their new regiment commander was ruthless, so they were all extremely careful. No one wanted to offend him on the first day. They finally saw the person in the flesh. Young. Insanely young. He looked like a freshly enrolled newbie in the military, not the famous regiment commander of the Tiger Strike Force. They couldn't link Wang Teng's image and the commander role. The latter walked in and glanced around. Sun Juanda quickly ran forward and said to Wei Tong and the others, Deputy Regimental Commanders, this is our new commander. Wang Teng and the others had already noticed the official attire, so they stepped forward and saluted. Commander! Only Marley seemed a little unwilling. There was doubt in his gaze, but he still went through the motions. You're too polite. I'm new here and will need a lot of guidance from you in the future. Wang Teng saluted back and smiled. They heaved relieved sighs when realizing that their leader was easygoing. You're too kind, said the only female martial warrior among the deputy regimental commanders with a smile. You must be Commander Jira. Wang Teng looked at her and smiled back. You recognize me? Jira exclaimed with delight. I've read through your information, Wang Teng explained. That means we don't have to introduce ourselves, a middle-aged man chimed in. Deputy Feng Gang. Wang Teng recognized him immediately. He looked at the others and called their respective names. Once he reached the last person, he paused for a second and said, Deputy Huoqia, how's your injury? The other deputy regimental commanders gloated as they looked at the fellow. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine, Huoqia said sternly. Wang Teng smiled and said, You're very powerful. I went a little hard on you that day because I forgot to hold back. I hope you don't mind. The corners of Huoqia's mouth twitched. A little hard? Aren't you aware of how heavy-handed you were that day? He didn't seem to be complimenting Huoqia. It was more like self-praise. The other deputy regimental commanders chuckled silently in their hearts when they noticed Huoqia's frustration. Huoqia took a deep breath and replied, I admit my defeat. I won't take it to heart. That's good. We're comrades from now on, so I hope no grudges come between us. Wang Teng gave him a meaningful look before turning to the others. His gaze paused on Marley. There were no expressions on the latter's face, as he merely stared at the ground. Commander, do you want to say a few words since the entire force is here? Wei Tong asked. All right, let me say a few simple words. Wang Teng nodded. He walked onto the platform with Wei Tong and the others in tow. He looked down and saw the 5,000 celestial stage martial warriors properly lined up at ground level. They gave off a thick and ferocious aura, just like a prone wild tiger. Their presence was oppressive. As Wang Teng sized them up, the martial warriors suddenly tapped their feet in unison and greeted him loudly. The ground shook and their voices resounded in the sky. Commander! Their aura exploded in full, mixing to blast toward their new leader. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World Site. Thanks, the combined aura of 5,000 martial warriors was terrifying. A normal martial warrior could pale in front of such pressure, not even daring to speak. Wei Tong and the others stared at Wang Teng. They weren't waiting for him to flounder, but they wanted to see how strong their new commander was. All of them would stay unconvinced if he couldn't resist their collective aura. An opening gambit. That was the welcoming gift the Tiger Strike Force had prepared. It was a common act in any powerful troop. This was a means to display their strength to their superiors, as well as to test the new commander's ability and courage. Peggy and the others were appalled, their faces turning slightly pale as they were shocked by the aura. They looked at Wang Tung in worry. Should the fellow make a fool of himself, he would have a difficult time managing those fierce tigers in the future. He would probably be forced to leave a couple of days later. Such a thing had occurred before. Renowned, powerful troops weren't easy to handle. Wang Tung remained calm under everyone's gazes. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! There was an intense killing intent hidden within the aura, gushing out of his body and charging at the martial warriors below. The 5,000 martial warriors turned pale, and their auras collapsed. They were flabbergasted, words getting stuck in their mouths. What a strong aura! Even the deputy regimental commanders couldn't help but take an involuntary step back. They stared at Wang Tung's back in bewilderment. They stood extremely close to their new leader, so they had to withstand a much greater pressure than the martial warriors below. Marley squinted, all his confidence shattering at that moment. He clenched his fists for a long time, but then released them dejectedly. Peggy and the others stared at Wang Tung in disbelief. Although they weren't experiencing the aura blast, they noticed the change in expressions on everyone's faces. He managed to suppress 5,000 celestial stage martial warriors on his own. What kind of concept was that? They felt that what they knew of Wang Tung wasn't deep enough. It barely scratched the surface. That wasn't an aura that a normal martial warrior could have. It was likely that not even a Cosmos stage martial warrior would have that capability. What did he go through? Wang Tung would be rendered speechless if he knew what was going through their minds. They were thinking too much. He didn't go through any special experiences. He had just collected more bubbles. The new leader kept on releasing his aura for some time. There was no sign of it dispersing anytime soon. Everyone realized that the tides had turned. At first, they were the ones testing Wang Tung, but now, he was the one testing them. Wei Tong and the others looked at one another with forced smiles. Wang Tung then gave the group a smile of approval and said, "Not bad." Once he said that, the pressure above everyone's heads disappeared as if it never existed. Everyone heaved sighs of relief. Then, they felt a little helpless. They were only not bad in the eyes of their new commander. Wei Tong and the others felt troubled as well. Their new commander was too powerful, so much so that they couldn't raise their heads. Huochia was entirely convinced, finally understanding the power gap between them. It wasn't just his ability. He would never be able to create such pressure. Everyone looked at Wang Tung with admiration and respect. Chapter 1262 Out for Battle, Tiger Strike Force. Wang Tung knew he had achieved his objective when he saw the change in everyone's gazes. They had tried to ruffle his feathers. The Tiger Strike Force had never experienced a beating. Wang Tung flashed a mental smirk while still showing a calm expression. He looked at everyone and said, "I'm very glad to be able to command the Tiger Strike Force. I'm satisfied to experience your spirit today. You didn't disappoint me." Huochia and the others were speechless. They felt that the Tiger Strike Force was being looked down upon. Their leader had just said that he was satisfied. His expression was too calm, making it look like he was complimenting an ordinary squad, not the renowned Tiger Strike Force. None of them refute him, though. Wang Tung had the capital to act in such a manner. Their pride was shattered in the face of absolute strength. Wang Tung said slowly, "I'm an easygoing person. I will reward those who are worthy while giving due punishment to those who deserve it. I won't be stingy either. If the credit is yours, it's yours. I won't take any of it away from you, and I would never bother to do so. But if anyone does something wrong, don't blame me for being unkind. So, everyone, please don't cross my bottom line." The last sentence sent chills to the crowd. They looked at his calm face and compared him to the rumors. It wasn't easy to deal with someone who had the power to be ruthless to Deputy Regimental Commander Huochia. At this moment, they truly saw their new commander as a strong person. None of them dared to underestimate him. "That is all. From now on, we will be comrades. We will drink, eat, and bleed together." Wang Tung smiled. The atmosphere on the field relaxed a little. Wang Tung waved his hand and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, disperse. There will be a mission later. Go back and prepare." Mission? Huochia and the others were surprised. However, None of them attempted to probe further since Wang Tung didn't say much. "Commander, let us show you around the place." Deputy Regimental Commander Jira smiled. "Let's leave that for later. The higher-ups have given me orders to recover the fallen 13th front line once I take over as commander," Wang Tung said in a deep voice. The 13th front line. Huachia and the others were stunned. No wonder. I saw Raging Bear and Red Scorpion squads setting off 2 days ago. Almost all of the main forces have gone to the front lines, Phone Gang said. "I heard we lost 3 of our front lines." "It matches the number," Jira commented. "Great, it's time for the Tiger Strike Force to shine again." Wei Tong rubbed his palms excitedly. "Commander, please give us your orders quickly. We're already 2 days behind." Huachia, Marley, and the others looked over. Their eyes were filled with battle thirst, clearly ready for action. "Let's get ready then." Wang Tung smiled. "Yes, we'll gather the teams immediately." Wei Tong was agitated. "Damn, we must give the dark apparitions a good beating this time." "How long will it take?" Wang Tung asked. "About half a day," Phone Gang replied. "Okay." Wang Tung nodded. "All right, include my subordinates as well. They will be participating in this mission." Huachia and the others had already noticed Peggy's group and guessed his commander's intent. They only hesitated for a bit before agreeing to it. The newly arrived martial warriors weren't weak and would be considered good fighters amongst the celestial stage martial warriors present. Furthermore, they had experienced many battles under Wang Tung and probably had been acknowledged by the latter. On top of that, Wang Tung had just assumed the commander role, and it was but a small request. They were willing to do him a favor. And so, the matter of Peggy and the others joining the Tiger Strike Force was settled with just one sentence. The deputy regimental commanders left in a hurry. The entire Tiger Strike Force began to gather quickly. Peggy and the others were also incorporated into the Tiger Strike Force, forming a small team of their own with Arwen as captain. Peggy still acted as Wang Tung's adjutant. Time passed quickly. Half a day went by just as Phone Gang estimated. In fact, not even half a day had passed for everyone to be prepared and ready to go, assembling on the field once again. Red Scorpion, Raging Bear, and Tiger Strike Force were well-known and intensely competitive military squads. Since all of them had been deployed, they had to compete for superiority. How would they compare? It depended on who fought the most beautiful battle with the least number of casualties and the fastest to complete their missions. Red Scorpion and Raging Bear had departed 2 days earlier, and virtually the whole Tiger Strike Force was anxious. All they wanted was to head to the 13th front line. Wang Tung was wearing the commander's special battle armor. The majestic tiger on his chest seemed to be roaring to the skies. He took to the air and floated in front of all the martial warriors of the Tiger Strike Force. "Everyone, this is my first battle acting as the Tiger Strike Force's commander. There is no room for failure, and we must fight splendidly." Wang Tung's calm voice wasn't loud, but it echoed in the sky and reached everyone's ears clearly. "Tiger Strike, victory! Tiger Strike, victory! Tiger Strike, victory! Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site." Thanks 5,000 martial warriors shouted in unison. Their voices echoed in the sky, and their morale was sky high. It was the first time for Arwen and the others. Their blood boiled with enthusiasm when they felt such camaraderie. They joined in the shouting. Wang Tung looked at the members of the Tiger Strike Force and understood the origin of their name. One of the corners of his mouth rose a bit, making a smile. "May martial arts flourish. Let's go." Everyone boarded the Tiger Strike Force's dedicated battlecraft that was docked at the side according to their teams, Tiger Strike 8. There were a total of 50 vessels, and each could fit 100 people. Those ships were considered small, more suitable for internal operations on the planet. Tiger Strike 8's body was dark red and was equipped with a large amount of heavy weaponry. You could see a cannon in every direction. It had a ferocious appearance, like a terrifying war monster. Wang Tung and the deputy regimental commanders set sail on the main battlecraft, which was escorted by a squadron as they headed toward the 13th front line. The 50 ships turned into streaks of red light and disappeared into the horizon. It was a scene that drew the attention of a large number of martial warriors as they looked up. Look at the logo. It's the Tiger Strike Force. There's more than 50 of them. Were their entire forces dispatched? They're heading toward the fallen 13th front line. Are they going to recover it? The Tiger Strike Force should be under the command of that new fellow, Major Wang Tung. I don't know if they'll succeed. I hope everything goes well. Many people already knew about the change in the Tiger Strike Force. Everyone was worried and hopeful when they saw them mobilize. Many knew about Wang Tung's achievements, especially when he returned from the third front line. His reputation was definitely on the rise, yet he still was a newcomer and had no experience in leading a squad. It was natural for people to worry. Di Chi was standing in front of his team. He had almost recovered and was about to go on a new mission. The previous deployment had a great impact on him, especially when he saw that Wang Tung had already started to take command of the Tiger Strike Force. It was impossible for him not to envy him. Di Chi was feeling troubled at the moment. He entered the military much earlier than Wang Tung and made a lot of contributions. Still, Wang Tung overtook him in the end. The latter's status in the military was much higher than his now. It was embarrassing. He had rejected Wang Tung's invitation to join the Tiger Strike Force. There was his own pride, and he wanted to rely on his own strength to gain more power, to later catch up with Wang Tung again. He looked up to the sky and watched the Tiger Strike Force setting off. He seemed to make out Wang Tung's figures well. After taking a deep breath, he murmured in his heart, "Wang Tung, you have to fight splendidly in this battle. Don't let others take you lightly." "Captain, should we set off?" a martial warrior asked. "Yes, let's go." Di Chi retracted his gaze and boarded the battlecraft before soaring into the sky. At the top of the buildings where Veblen's laboratory was located, Moira stood at the edge of their building and looked at the sky. "If you're worried, why don't you send him off?" said an approaching voice behind her. "Master." Moira saw Veblen walking over and smiled. "I'm not worried. I just came out to get some air." "Lies." Veblen shook his head and looked into the sky. "There's nothing to be worried about, though. That kid is cunning as a fox and as strong as a demon. The battle won't stop him." "Master, you think highly of him." "SOSO." Veblen pouted. "I just haven't seen anyone as interesting as him in a long time. Is it okay to let him go to the Light Velvet planet?" Moira asked. "Actually, I hope he can help the Light Velvet race." "I was right all along." Moira smiled. "You clever little devil." Veblen laughed. Back in the Central Command building, a smile appeared on General Cameron's serious face as he looked up. This brat, he's finally willing to go. He gave Wang Tung 3 days to prepare. At first he thought that the boy wouldn't be able to sit still on the first day, ending up rushing to the 13th front line. He didn't expect him to really hold out till the last day. Wang Tung was really calm. The man just didn't know if the young fellow would give him a surprise. Adjutant Song stood next to General Cameron and was surprised when he noticed his leader's expression. It looks like General Cameron thinks highly of Major Wang Tung. "How's the situation with Red Scorpion and Raging Bear?" General Cameron asked. Both squads have reached the 9th and 17th front line respectively and had their first wave of attacks. However, they failed to break through the Dark Apparition's defenses. Adjutant Song replied hurriedly. "Keep paying attention to this. Report as soon as possible if there's any news." General Cameron nodded and went back to his office with a blank expression. Chapter 1263 Lightning Ground. The 13th Front Line. The place was located in the northwest region of the number 29 defense planet, right on top of a canyon. It was a strategic location to stop the invasion of dark apparitions. The location was easy to defend, but hard to invade. However, the 13th front line fell after holding on for half a day during the previous war. Many reinforcements were sent, but to no avail. Many martial warriors died there, staining the canyon with their blood. Most of the forces managed to retreat in time, but the losses were heavy. The canyon was formerly known as the Ongoro Grand Canyon before the number 29 defense planet was invaded by dark apparitions. It was a beautiful and majestic holiday destination. However, it was currently drenched in blood. The soil and rocks turned a black-brown color, giving off a thick stench. Once the dark apparitions overran that defense line, A large number of their low-ranking specters started wandering around the canyon, expanding their territory. 6,000 meters away, 50 battlecraft stopped and observed the 13th Defense Line from afar. Wang Tung and his deputy regimental commander stood in front of the control panel. The defense line status was being displayed there. Images kept changing, showing everyone present a clear picture of the current condition. The atmosphere in the battlecraft tensed up. There are at least 70,000 low-rank dark apparitions, Hua Qiya said grimly. Those are just low-ranked apparitions. The powerful ones are hiding inside the base, Deputy Wei Tong added. Based on the available information, the high-rank members roaming this defense line are of the vampire type, of low-tier Devil Emperor stage. No mid-tier Devil Emperors have been detected, Deputy Jira explained. Low-tier Devil Emperor. Wang Tung was surprised. Are you sure this defense base was overtaken by low-tier Devil Emperors? What stage was the commander in charge of this base? Yes, they're just low-tier Devil Emperors. This is the video feed of the battle. It was sent back to the base just in time. You can take a look. Deputy Jira tapped on the screen, and a video started playing. An intense battle appeared before Wang Tung. The latter watched it carefully. His gaze landed on a vampire being with a powerful aura. Just from the video reference, he could tell it was low-tiered. Furthermore, the previous commander of the 13th front line, Lu Gaoga, had verbally expressed his opponent's ability. However, its battle ability was terrifying, managing to hold the commander back during the final explosive stage. It had to be noted that Lu Gaoga was a Heaven Stage martial warrior, only at the beginner level, but Heaven Stage no less. Even so, the low-tier Devil Emperor managed to force him to retreat. This showed how powerful the dark apparition was. Hua Qiya and the others became more serious after seeing the video. Major General Lu Gaoga was powerful, but he had no advantages when facing the dark apparition. It was likely that neither of them would be a match if they encountered the being. Well, they would probably have a chance to hold him back if the 5 deputies acted at the same time. However, that wasn't the only one of them. It would be unrealistic to have the 5 deputies handle a single low-tier Devil Emperor. Suddenly, they remembered that they had a monster on their side, too. Their ally was even more astonishing than the other in comparison. That low-tier vampire dark apparition had fought a Heaven Stage martial warrior, yet Wang Tung killed a mid-tier Devil Emperor, while being a Celestial Stage martial warrior. Hua Qiya and the others looked at Wang Tung. They went to study his battle at the 3rd front line, only to conclude he was indeed powerful. It wasn't a battle won by luck. Why are y'all looking at me? Wang Tung was analyzing the battle video when he noticed his deputies staring at him. Cough. Wei Tong coughed awkwardly and asked, Commander, can you tackle that dark apparition? Are y'all planning to make me handle him on my own? Wang Tung felt speechless. Commander, you're very powerful. A low-tier Devil Emperor will be a piece of cake for you, Hua Qiya said. I highly suspect that you're taking revenge. Wang Tung glanced at him from the corner of his eye. No, I'm not that kind of person, Hua Qiya replied with a poker face. I don't believe you. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. He didn't know that the stern-looking fellow could lie with a straight face. He had the wrong impression of him. You can't judge a book by its cover. Commander, I think you can deal with that apparition with the ultimate move you used in the 3rd front line, Feng Gang said. Feng Gang, do you think our commander can't handle that vampire dark apparition? Deputy Jira laughed. Huh? What do you mean? Feng Gang was confused. Our commander is just being humble, the tall and muscular Wei Tong said with a chuckle. There was a smart glimmer in his eyes. Feng Gang was speechless. Am I the only one who believed it? Stupid, Marley said indifferently. Feng Gang didn't mind. He glanced at Wang Tung bitterly. All right, they'll take care of that vampire apparition. Wang Tung hurriedly shifted his eyes away. He couldn't handle the deadly glare of a middle-aged man. That being the case, we'll have time to tackle the rest of the low-tier Devil Emperors, Wei Tong said. Before taking action, we need to come up with a plan. Charging straight to clash with the deputy regimental commanders isn't a smart decision, Deputy Jira said. Yes. Wang Tung nodded. He turned and spoke to Peggy, who had been quiet thus far. Peggy, come and join our discussion. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, me. Peggy had barely entered the Tiger Strike Force, and her contribution slate was clean. She was indeed Wang Tung's adjutant, but she was still a newbie. That is why she had not attempted to butt in the conversation. She was equally shocked and touched when she heard Wang Tung calling her over. He was clearly giving her a chance to perform. Jira, Huoqia, and the others realized his intention. Hence, they gave her a knowing look when they saw Peggy's approach. Wei Tong and Feng Gang even gave Wang Tung an ambiguous smile. They were stunned by her beauty at their first meeting. She was like a snow flower blooming in winter, elegant, refined, and beautiful. Her cold aura prevented people from getting close, but their desire to conquer this ice queen was aroused. Any man would love such a lady. She was a rare breed in the military. No wonder Wang Tung kept her close. Wei Tong and the other men were envious, feeling that they had squandered their time in the military. How could they not know of such a beauty? What's with that gaze? Wang Tung glared at his subordinates. Peggy also noticed their expressions. A tinge of red appeared on her white ears. Cough, let's get back to business. Jira coughed and saved Peggy from the embarrassment. Right, let's get back to business, Wei Tong agreed readily. Everyone retracted their gazes, not daring to look at her anymore. If Wang Tung got angry, he could deliberately make things hard for them. Peggy turned serious. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. Then, she tapped on the screen and an image appeared. Everyone looked at her curiously, wondering what she was thinking. I did some research on the Ongoro Grand Canyon prior to this meeting. The local weather has changed for some reason, turning the entire canyon into a lightning ground every 3 months. Lightning strikes gather in this area, Peggy explained. Everyone seemed to understand what she meant. So, Jira asked with interest. This adjutant isn't a brainless beauty. Wang Tung smiled. He sat down on the host seat and gave Peggy a look of encouragement. Good job. As expected of my person. The dark apparitions fear lightning. We can make use of the lightning to catch the dark apparitions off guard. This way we can be victorious with less effort, Peggy said firmly. Her confidence grew after seeing Wang Tung's gaze. This is a good idea. Deputy Jira looked at Wang Tung and smiled. We'll need to build a large-scale lightning array if we want to attract more lightning. The array must be powerful or it will explode with the pressure from all that lightning. How strong is the lightning there? Wang Tung asked. Based on past records, we'll need a 5th-rank Grandmaster level lightning array, Peggy replied instantly. She had made ample preparations. Wang Tung nodded and asked, Good. Does anyone have any questions? 5th-rank Grandmaster level? I wonder if the Rune Master in our force can handle this. Jira hesitated. Let them try. If they can't, they'll do it. Wang Tung replied indifferently. You, Huoqia, and the others stared at him in surprise. I forgot to tell you that I have some understanding of runes and managed to become a Grandmaster. Wang Tung replied casually. Some understanding? Everyone was astounded. It's the Grandmaster level. Not everyone could become one. His attitude was a little too lighthearted. Peggy looked at Wang Tung speechlessly. She came up with the plan, but she didn't know that Wang Tung was a rune Grandmaster. This was too hard to believe. She wondered what other surprises Wang Tung had for her. Commander, are you kidding? Wei Tong asked with uncertainty. Look at my face. Don't I look serious? Wang Tung asked. Not really, Wei Tong replied honestly. Go away. Wang Tung kicked him angrily. Is he blind? Can't he see how serious I am? Wei Tong felt wronged. He was being honest, and he got kicked. What's more, he couldn't dodge. How pitiful. Everyone burst out laughing. All right, go. And make preparations. Wang Tung waved his hands. Yes. Everyone was quick to reply. Setting up the array wasn't an issue, since Wang Tung was a rune Grandmaster. That piece of news gave them much confidence. Chapter 1260, 4 Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array. Every 3 months, the Ongoro Grand Canyon would become a land of lightning. Bolts would fall from the sky and gather in the canyon, making the entire area an electrical forbidden zone. However, the lightning wouldn't exist forever. It would gradually dissipate after 4 or 5 days. What Wang Tong wanted to do was seize that window of opportunity. 2 months and 27 days had passed since the previous lightning storm. This meant that he only had 3 to 4 days to set up the array. It was precisely because of the timing that Peggy made the suggestion. However, 3 days was a bit short. Setting up a Grandmaster-level rune array in 3 days was too hasty. Still, there was no other way. They could only try their best to complete it. Suppressing the dark apparitions with the help of rune arrays was definitely a huge advantage. They couldn't just give up like that. Being an elite squad, the Tiger Strike Force was well equipped and staffed. There were at least 10 rune masters in their ranks. The 10 rune masters gathered in front of Wang Tong at the moment. They already knew the reason why they were summoned. They would be tasked with setting up a 5th-rank Grandmaster-level rune array to suppress the dark apparitions. In all honesty, they found it hard to believe when they heard the decision. Asking a group of rune masters to complete a 5th-rank Grandmaster-level rune array was a bit too much for them. Even a 1st-rank Grandmaster-level array would be extremely difficult for them. Their success rate would be less than 10%. Gorling and the others endured headaches the time Wang Tong and Gorlin set up the 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array, and it wasn't even a Grandmaster work. Back then, Gorlin was about to reach the Grandmaster level and was an accomplished individual overall. In the end, it was barely completed by gathering the power of all the rune masters from the Xingwu continent. Of course, Wang Tong helped out a lot. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that simple. Sending 10 rune masters to complete a 5th-rank Grandmaster level array was a joke. It didn't even matter if they had grown up in the universe and had great accomplishments in their fields, being better than Gorlin and the others. A master and a Grandmaster were worlds apart. Jira and the others didn't know the difference between those ranks. They even thought that tasking those 10 rune masters to complete a 5th-rank Grandmaster level rune array was valid. However, those experts were well aware of their capabilities. They really couldn't do something like that. The rune masters were silenced by exasperation. They were still a bit timid when facing their new commander. Moreover, it was their first mission with him. If they said no, it was equivalent to slapping his face. Wang Tong wouldn't beat them to their deaths, would he? Wang Tong looked around and said, "The purpose of bringing everyone here is to set up the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array." Such an array was one of the few of the lighting kind he had just found in the Secondary Career Alliance. The array was able to condense the power of lightning and turn into thousands of lightning swords before raining down on their enemies. That kind of power was simply terrifying. In terms of attack power, the array was placed first amongst the 5th-rank Grandmaster level rankings. When Wang Tong did things, he would always do his best. Otherwise, he wouldn't even act. That was why he chose the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array, without any hesitation. What? Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array? The Rune Masters were astonished when they heard the name. Although they hadn't seen it before, they had heard that it was one of the most difficult among arrays of 5th-rank Grandmaster level. They mainly knew about it because of its reputation. Wang Ting actually wanted to set up such a complicated rune array. They suddenly wanted to cry. Too difficult. It's too difficult. Those who were clueless were the terrifying ones. They really wanted to complain, but they didn't dare to when they saw Wang Teng's calm face. This new commander was quite fierce. Only one of the rune masters showed a different expression. He was a little anxious. He took a step back and hid behind the group, as if trying to avoid Wang Teng's sight. The latter glanced over and saw him, then frowned. "That rune master over there. Have we met somewhere before?" The eluded trembled all over and stood up awkwardly with a bitter face. "Grandmaster Wang Teng. Grandmaster Wang Teng." The other rune masters looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. They then looked at the rune master who spoke. "Isn't he the commander? Why is he now a grandmaster?" Everyone was confused. They hadn't realized what was going on. Is Master too nervous that he spoke wrongly? He's so young. How's it possible that he's a grandmaster? "So it was you," Wang Teng said. That was the rune master he had met when he first went to the Great Qian planet to participate in the Grandmaster level assessment of the Secondary Career Alliance. Moreover, he had a little feud with Master Fan Taining and wanted to give him some trouble when he learned that Wang Teng was brought over by his rival. Turns out he targeted the wrong person. Later, he immediately packed his things and ran when he heard that Wang Tung had passed 3 Grandmaster assessments, fearing that Wang Tung would make life difficult for him. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks as reality would have it, Wang Tung had already forgotten about him. He wouldn't bother about a mere rune master. Meanwhile, Master Pittman arrived at the number 29 defense planet after leaving the Great Qian planet, and even joined the Tiger Strike Force as a rune master. Although the region was dangerous, he was treated better when compared to other places. Pittman was also ambitious. He was hoping to gain some accomplishments so he could reach the Grandmaster level sooner. If he attained his goal, Wang Tung would be unable to move against him, even if he returned to the Great Qian planet. If both were Grandmasters, the secondary career alliance would also provide him with enough protection, and he would have the confidence to stand in front of Wang Tung. Who would have thought that he would still bump into the fellow after going to such a remote place? He wasn't a Grandmaster yet. It wasn't enough. His heart sank the moment Wang Tung recognized him. He was finished. Wang Tung still had the upper hand on the defense planet number 29. Being the commander of the Tiger Strike Force, Wang Tung had ways to deal with him. Master Pittman seems to be afraid of me. Wang Tung smiled lightly. No. Cold sweat broke out on Pittman's forehead. All right, I won't give you any trouble for such a trivial matter. Wang Tung shook his head and didn't bother about him. If anyone has any suggestions or ideas, please speak freely. Pittman heaved a sigh of relief, although he still felt a little bitter. He was thinking too much. He was the clown. Grandmaster Wang Tung didn't even care about him. Everyone exchanged glances when they heard Wang Tung's words. Commander, are you really a Grandmaster? A Rune Master asked. That's right. You'll be the main person setting up the array. All of you will be supporting me. Wang Tung nodded. Gasp! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Good. They would just be there for support. Although Wang Tung's identity shocked them, it was still a good thing to have a Grandmaster present. Otherwise, they would really be embarrassed later. Huochia and the others realized they had the wrong impression when overhearing the conversation between Wang Tung and the Rune Masters. A 5th-rank Grandmaster level array wasn't that easy to complete. Even if 10 Rune Masters joined forces, it would be useless. They were very fortunate since Wang Tung was a Grandmaster. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know where to start to set it up. There was only one Grandmaster on defense planet number 29. He was stationed at the main base, and it was impossible for him to offer help. Peggy was also a little surprised. Although she checked the information in advance and knew that the 5th-rank Grandmaster level rune array could accommodate the lightning storm's power, she didn't know how difficult it was to prepare. Her idea would have been just empty talk without Wang Tung present. All right, that is all. Everyone will follow me to scout the terrain and prepare to set up the rune array, Wang Tung ordered. Roger. The 10 Rune Masters quickly responded. Regardless of whether Wang Tung was the Tiger Strike Force's commander or a Grandmaster, none of the Rune Masters dared to show the slightest neglect. Commander, do you need us to tag along? Deputy Jira asked worriedly. To reach the canyon, Wang Tung's group would have to pass by the 13th front line. They would be surrounded by dark apparitions if discovered. No, it's easier for me to tackle them on my own. Movement will be affected if there's too many people, Wang Tung said, and I need all of you here to take charge. There cannot be any problems. Understood. Huochia and the others nodded. Wang Tung stopped there and led the Rune Masters quietly as they lurked towards the Onwaro Grand Canyon. In the eyes of Huochia and the others, Wang Tung seemed to have disappeared completely. Even his aura was concealed. They couldn't detect his position at all. They looked at each other with eyes full of shock. They were worried about Wang Tung's safety for nothing. Given his capabilities, he could freely come and go as he wished. Wang Tung, on the other hand, didn't know what they were thinking. He was already in the middle of the Onwaro Grand Canyon with the Rune Masters. He completely concealed the group's collective aura to avoid being detected by the dark apparitions. There were many low-rank dark apparitions in the canyon, but they weren't a threat to them. Wang Tung didn't kill them, merely ordering the Rune Masters to avoid them and complete their respective tasks, letting sleeping dogs lie. After some observation, everyone chose a suitable place and immediately began setting up the array. Wang Tung was responsible for the array's core, while the rest were in charge of the inscriptions on the edge. It wasn't a difficult thing for them. On top of that, their leader would take some time to check on their progress and sometimes point out their mistakes, which greatly reduced the difficulty. The rune masters felt greatly benefited by the experience. It was rare for them to receive pointers from a grandmaster. Most of them were just ordinary rune masters without any background, never encountering grandmasters in their daily lives. It was all thanks to the Tiger Strike Force that they were able to receive guidance from an expert. Pittman felt bitter when he finally ascertained the gap between himself and Wang Tung. When it came to runes, the best would take the lead. Wang Tung was young, but his level of attainment was beyond reach. The bitter rune master felt that even if he could rise and become a grandmaster himself, he could never be up to par. Pittman finally believed that Wang Tung wouldn't give him any trouble. He might not even have entered Wang Tung's mind. How could the fellow even think of making trouble for him? 3 days passed in the midst of such intensive preparations. Chapter 1265 Wait. 3 days passed quickly. Without any ruckus, the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array was completed. The time it took was shorter than expected. Pittman and the other rune masters were flabbergasted, finding the situation unbelievable. They had the honor of partaking in the construction of the 5th-rank Grandmaster level array and experienced how hard it was firsthand. However, the whole process was extremely smooth. So smooth, in fact, that the job was completed before they knew it. The 10 rune masters started to view Wang Tung in a different light. Not many rune grandmasters had such a level of mastery. Most importantly, he was young. Wang Tung took the rune masters back to the battlecraft. Hua Qia and the others were already waiting for him and quickly approached to greet him. "Commander, how did it go?" Feng Gang asked, feeling agitated. The others looked at their leader with anticipation. "It's done. All we have to do is to wait for the lightning to come." Wang Tung stared at the sky and smiled. Everyone felt elated and astounded at the same time. They succeeded. The Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array was an extremely difficult 5th-rank endeavor, with a high failure rate, which had them worrying for the past few days. They only had one chance. If they failed, they would need to fight the dark apparitions face-on. They couldn't wait another 3 months. If that happened, the number of casualties would go beyond their expectations. Fortunately, Wang Tung succeeded. He gained more of their favor this time. "That's great. We can give the dark apparitions a huge surprise with this array." Wei Tong sniggered. "Prepare yourselves. The lightning will come at any moment," Wang Tung said. "Don't worry. Our martial warriors are always ready," Deputy Jira replied. "Don't be so tense. The real battle hasn't started," Wang Tung said with a smile. "Yes," everyone responded with smiles. The atmosphere became more relaxed. Knowing the array was there gave them much confidence. "How's Red Scorpion and Raging Bear?" Wang Tung asked. They launched their second wave of attacks over the past few days and destroyed more than 30,000 dark apparitions. "The results are striking," Hua Qia said with shining eyes. "Looks like they can't wait anymore." Wang Tung smiled. 3 forces were dispatched together, so competition is inevitable. Marley snorted. They paid a great price too, though. Many of their elite martial warriors were sacrificed. "We have better odds of winning," Jira added. Wang Tung nodded. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. It was up to heaven to decide if they could win the battle beautifully. Meanwhile, General Cameron received news of the 3 troops. He knew their progress clearly. "I expected Red Scorpion and Raging Bear to act. As for Tiger Strike," General Cameron shook his head. "They haven't moved in 3 days. What are they waiting for?" The general would not meddle in the 3 forces' battle plans. Hence, he wouldn't ask too much. He only wanted results. But he was starting to become curious about Wang Tung's plans. Why did he stay put? Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, is he afraid? Or does he have other plans? Continue watching them, General Cameron ordered. The latter wasn't the only one. The few generals with real power, including General Yukari, General Chi Yuanju, and General Kimberly, all of them were keeping a close eye on their battles. They were being especially attentive towards the Tiger Strike Force. The new commander, Wang Tung, had great potential. He caught their attention during the fight for commander, so they naturally placed more emphasis on his first mission. They were shocked and puzzled upon learning that the guy had yet to make a move. This made them even more curious and interested. Another day passed. Wang Tung and his subordinates stood on top of their battlecraft, which was parked on the outskirts of the 13th front line. They observed the skies of the Ongoro Grand Canyon. Everything was normal. There were no changes. Lightning had yet to appear. The 5 deputy regimental commanders looked at the sky with a frown. However, they weren't the most nervous of the group. It was Peggy. She was the one who came up with the plan. She would no longer have the face to remain in the Tiger Strike Force if a mistake were to occur. Wang Tung placed a hand on Peggy's shoulder and said calmly, "Don't panic. The lightning's arrival can fluctuate. 3 months is just an estimate. It's normal to have a difference of a few days." "Yes." Peggy took a deep breath and nodded. "Either way, let's get ready to battle and keep our defenses strong. We've been here for a few days. I believe the dark apparitions already know we're here. They're probably waiting for us to let our guard down," Wang Tung added. Hua Chia and the others were stunned. All their attention was on the array, so they forgot about this matter altogether. This was the best time for the dark apparitions to attack. Everyone waited for lightning to arrive, but the sky remained calm. They could only head back, disappointed. On the 5th day, still no signs of lightning. The atmosphere inside the battlecraft gradually became depressing. Hua Chia and the others grew restless. News came from Red Scorpion and Raging Bear. Victory! That same morning, the two forces broke through the dark apparition ranks and reclaimed the 9th and the 17th front lines. The Red Scorpion force killed more than 80,000 dark apparitions, including 7 low-tier Devil Emperors. They also managed to heavily injure a mid-tier Devil Emperor under the combined effort of their commander and the deputies, forcing the creature to beat a retreat. The Raging Bear force achieved better results. They killed more than 90,000 dark apparitions, including 8 low-tier Devil Emperors, and inflicted heavy injuries on a mid-tier Devil Emperor. Everyone was invigorated when they heard the news. General Cameron was also overjoyed. He gave much praise to the commanders of both forces. After excitement died down, he shifted his gaze to the Tiger Strike Force again. The 3rd Force had not moved, not even for a single battle. It was hardly justifiable. Everyone wondered if Wang Tung was afraid, not daring to attack. All kinds of voices rose in an instant. Many generals with real power sent messages to ask about the Tiger Strike situation. Hua Chia and the others were stressed. They had never been met with such a case since the Tiger Strike Force was formed. They didn't know what to do. "Commander, I've sent our plan to headquarters." Deputy Jira walked over and reported. "Okay." Wang Tung nodded. "Commander, why don't we force our way in?" Wei Tong asked after some deliberation. The others also looked over at their leader. Most of them wanted to barge their way in. Only Hua Chia and Jira hesitated. They didn't want to give up after waiting for so many days. Chapter 1266, A Special Breed of Dark Apparition. Wang Tung didn't launch an attack in the end, and only asked his men to wait patiently. He had a feeling that the lightning would land soon. He specially asked Roundball to look up the days when lightning fell in the past. The time difference was no more than 5 days. This was in relation to both the before and after timing. It had been 2 days, so the lightning would either show up that day or the following. Wang Tung could afford to wait. It was almost impossible for the lightning not to appear. That is, unless the local weather had a complete change. But weather conditions weren't formed easily. Abrupt changes wouldn't take place. How unlucky would they be if this were to happen? Wang Tung didn't believe he was an unlucky person. "You're really composed." Roundball's voice appeared in Wang Tung's mind. It clearly understood what was happening outside and respected Wang Tung's current calmness for this. Being impatient is pointless. I'm in charge of the lives of all these martial warriors. I can't promise to save all their lives, but I can lower the number of casualties, Wang Tung said indifferently. "What about the criticism from a main base?" Roundball asked. The little fellow knew that Wang Ting really wanted to fight the battle properly. The assessment from the people monitoring from the main base would affect the likelihood of promotions in the future and whether he would be able to be seen by the real bosses of the military. It was just a normal battle in the eyes of Red Scorpion and Raging Bear. To Wang Tung, it had a special significance. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't playing along. Wang Tung was at a disadvantage from the start. Not taking the victories from those two groups into account, they could take their time and wait 2 more days as long as they won in the end. But having those 2 victories pressing down on them, the Tiger Strike Force was under more pressure. Being the commander, Wang Tung received the most pressure. To hell with their criticism. I'm not afraid of anyone, even if I don't have the backing of the military, said Wang Tung with a snort. Roundball was stunned. Then it laughed. It felt that Wang Tung was indeed an interesting fellow. The 5th day passed slowly. No lightning appeared even as dusk arrived. The entire Tiger Strike Force was on tenterhooks. There was a growing feeling of insecurity. Concurrently, within the 13th front line, in what was once the commander's office, an exceptionally handsome young man was sitting on the chair. His face was white, so much so that capillaries could be seen underneath. His lips were as red as blood, and 2 fangs were faintly visible on the corners of his lips. It was a high-ranked vampire dark apparition. He twirled the transparent wine glass he was holding, which contained an unknown crimson liquid. The crimson liquid formed a small whirlpool as he moved the glass. The dashing fellow stared at the liquid in his cup. A faint purple-red glow shimmered in his eyes as he lifted the cup to enjoy the succulent drink. Knock, knock, knock. Knocks were heard on the door. The young man frowned. His interest in the liquid was gone, and he said in a cold voice, "Come in." A vampire dark apparition walked in. The latter was also good-looking, but he couldn't be compared to the one in the room, especially his aura. The vampire dark apparition in the room had an outstanding and noble momentum. He would stand out even if he was thrown into a bunch of his kin. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, the new arrival was frightened. He could hear the unhappiness in the other party's tone and knew he had disturbed the latter. Sir Torb, I'm really sorry, said the vampire dark apparition with care and bowing. I will send you to meet our ancestors if you can't give me a satisfactory reason, Torb replied calmly. Cold sweat appeared on the vampire's back. He trembled in fear as he replied, Sir, the humans have been here for 6 days. Shall we splat? Before he finished speaking, a crimson beam of light shot out from Torb's mouth and landed on the other vampire, who instantly melted into a pile of black blood before he could even scream. Idiot! The purple-red glow flickered in Torb's eyes as he mumbled to himself. They're just humans. What's there to be afraid of? Huntington and Joseph have already left. I hope they can hurry up. He got up from his seat and walked to the window. Then, he looked in the direction of the 9th and the 17th front line. On the 6th day, the 5 deputy regimental commanders ran to the top of the battlecraft early in the morning to look at the sky. Hopefully the heavens will send us some lightning soon, so we can go home. So we can fight with the dark apparitions. Only Wang Tung stayed, put in his room, inside the battlecraft. He only came out slowly at around 9 a.m. Commander, you're really patient. We can't sit still, Wei Tong said bitterly. I would also be impatient if it did any good. Wang Tung chuckled. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know that their new commander would be so composed. Is he a happy-go-lucky person, or does he have plans up his sleeve? Wang Tung didn't care about their expressions. He looked at the sky and closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. He smiled. It's here. The lightning is coming. He could sense lightning power congregating in the sky before him using his lightning talent. Everyone get in position. I did some calculations and just found that there will be lightning in the afternoon, Wang Tung said. Did some calculations? Huachia and the others exchanged silent looks. They had a terrible urge to curse. Do you think you're a fortune teller? Can't you be more reliable at a time like this? Commander, don't joke around, said Deputy Jura with a bitter smile. I'm not joking, Wang Tung replied calmly. Everyone was stunned. They looked into the sky, but they couldn't sense anything because their skills weren't lightning-based. Commander, Can you sense the lightning force in your surroundings? Wei Tong exclaimed in surprise. Wang Ting knew they wouldn't believe him unless he gave them some assurance, so he nodded and readily admitted. You can sense it. Wei Tong was flabbergasted. He could not believe it. It was just a casual remark, but Wang Tung had actually admitted it. What did that mean? Wang Tung was a rare lightning element martial warrior. How else would he have the means to sense lightning force? Hua Chia suddenly remembered that their new leader used a weapon that could harness lightning to defeat him. At first he thought that Wang Tung just had the advantage of having a good weapon, but now it seemed that he did have the ability. Let's inform our men and ask them to make preparations. Everyone was motivated, so they hurried to prepare. Chapter 1267 Activation of the Array, Lightning Sword Congregation. The order cascaded down the ranks. All the martial warriors in the Tiger Strike Force were excited. The battle would finally start. They had waited 6 days for that moment. No one was more agitated than them during those 6 days. The dark apparitions were right in front of them, but they couldn't beat them. It felt as if they were next to a naked beauty, but they couldn't move. There was exasperation, especially after hearing the news of Red Scorpion and Raging Bear's victories. They couldn't sit still anymore. An elite group like the Tiger Strike Force had their own sense of honor. It was an honor forged after years of progression under the lead of numerous commanders. Every member had etched that honor deep into their hearts. That was why they placed such huge importance on this. They wouldn't allow themselves to lose to other forces. Finally, Wang Tung released the order for them to attack after 6 days had passed. Everyone was excited, so they hurried to make the necessary preparations. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, dark clouds started gathering above the skies of the Onyoro Grand Canyon. The clouds moved in a strange manner, only gathering above the canyon. The other areas were clear. It's here. It's really here. Hua Chia and the others looked up excitedly. Wang Ting didn't lie to them. The lightning did arrive in the afternoon. Wang Tung stood on top of the battlecraft and looked at the dark clouds, too. They felt magical. It was said that such a periodic amassing of lightning phenomenon started after a heaven stage lightning element martial warrior fought in the area. Back then, the expert released an ultimate attack and forced all the energy to consolidate there. After the battle, the scene would continue to appear every 3 months. What kind of battle technique was able to change nature? Wang Tung couldn't imagine it. He had yet to see a battle technique of the like. He only knew that the ultimate technique was extraordinary and unique. Looks like I can't underestimate any martial warrior. Wang Tung might have the means to sneak an attack against a heaven stage martial warrior, but that didn't mean he was unbeatable. He would still be in trouble if he met a truly powerful martial warrior. Wang Tung gave himself a silent warning. The dark clouds continued to gather for half an hour. The entire sky was black, as if the clouds were hanging right above their heads, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Boom! Suddenly, thunder roared, echoing in the sky. Thunder came without a warning. Hua Chia and the others were shocked by it. Everything was still calm a second prior. The dark clouds were gathering, but there were no signs of lightning. The ominous rumble came out of the blue. It was a scary sound. The thunder itself seemed to be venting a long, repressed anger. However, everyone looked over, and there were still no signs of lightning. Wang Tung frowned, as the clouds were strange. Fortunately, he could feel the lightning force gathering within them. On the other side, within the 13th front line, Torb walked out of his room and looked up at the sky with a frown. Why did these dark clouds and thunder suddenly appear? Everyone knew that dark apparitions were afraid of lightning. He was a high-ranked being, so he wasn't fearful of lightning. Still, it could suppress his ability to a certain extent. He had an ominous feeling for some reason. "Come in, sir," greeted a vampire apparition respectfully as he ran in. Torb looked at the sky and asked, "Is there anything special about this?" "Sir, this is a special phenomenon that happens once every 3 months. Lightning will gather above the canyon in front of us. It's not a threat," replied the lesser vampire. "Looks like it's a natural occurrence, given the 3-month period." Torb heaved a sigh of relief. "Be careful with our defense. Pay close attention to those humans." Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, yes. Commander, when are we going to take action? Wei Tong asked excitedly. Wait, Wang Tung smiled. We're still waiting. Wang Tung muttered. Still, he didn't dare to disobey. Huoqiya and the others smiled. They were no longer restless. Lightning clouds arrived just as their leader predicted, so the battle would start soon. They didn't mind waiting a few more minutes. Boom! Thunder resounded in the sky again. This time, they finally saw the lightning. Silver-white bolts spiraled down the sky like silver pythons. Boom! Boom! Soon, thunder and lightning filled up the entire space before them. Thick bolts of lightning crashed down, striking the Ongoro Grand Canyon. The discharges were furious and wild. There were only a few at first, but then a few hundred bolts of lightning struck at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Huoqiya and the others gasped as they witnessed the scene. Frightening, extremely terrifying. Hundreds of lightning bolts rained down at once, sending chills down their spines. It was a majestic and terrifying scene. All of them felt that escaping would have been impossible if they were to stand near the dark clouds. Is this the true power of nature? The same question popped up in everyone's hearts. Wang Tung was also shocked. The lightning power was outrageously strong. He remembered the rumor. A heaven stage martial warrior executed some special battle technique and created such a unique sight. Still, it was a good thing. That lightning would have the power to release the mystic heaven lightning sword array's true potential, and he could happily collect some attribute bubbles. There would be many lightning element attributes for him to collect this time. Lightning was reflected in Wang Tung's pupils as he smiled in secret. The dark clouds in the sky covered at least a few thousand meters in radius, forming a majestic and grand scene when the bolts of lightning crashed down. Lightning gathered within the Ongoro Grand Canyon, accumulating and forming a terrifying lightning land. None of the lightning power could be dispersed. Wang Tung felt that the time was ripe, so he flew into the sky and shouted, "Everyone, it's time to witness the miracle." Everyone was excited. They looked at Wang Tung simultaneously. Then, they witnessed how their leader dashed into the lightning storm. Human, Torb noticed Wang Tung's presence in the 13th front line. He stood up and furrowed his brow. He didn't know what the human wanted to do, but he definitely wasn't seeking death by charging into the lightning. "Sir, shall we strike him down?" A vampire approached and asked. "He'll personally go there," Torb said in a cold voice. Boom! The instant he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with his feet and leaped into the sky, cracking the ground with the exerted strength. Wang Tung noticed the dark apparition flying towards him. His gaze turned sharp, and he sneered. "You're looking for death. Die!" Torb bent his fingers. A blood-red glow was condensed around his hand, forming a sharp claw, then tried clawing at Wang Tung. The latter stopped abruptly, then stared at the sharp claw with a smirk. A calm voice emerged from his throat. "Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array, activate." Boom! Light blossomed around him, a gigantic purple array appearing out of nowhere amid the lightning strikes. Countless lightning bolts turned into sword glows and hovered around Wang Tung. An invisible killing intent was sweeping through the air. The blood-red claw was destroyed by a lightning sword before it could get any closer to Wang Tung. "Oh my God!" Torb squinted. He experienced a sense of danger, and his expression changed tremendously and was overcome by bewilderment. Chapter 1268 Blood, Crow, Ghastly Scale Shield. Dark clouds enveloped the earth. Lightning flashed violently, and thunder roared. A round purple array gradually revealed itself amid the lightning. It was humongous. The area covered exceeded the dark clouds in the sky. A terrifying constellation lightning force swarmed over and circled within the array, flowing through all its corners and spinning furiously, forming a tornado in the process. Ring. The ringing of metal was heard. Lightning gathered into long swords of different sizes, giving off purple sparks and a chilling sword aura. Killing intent filled up the whole array. Torb was appalled. He found this unbelievable. He only knew that the humans wanted to do something, so he went there personally to prevent them from doing anything threatening. The vampire knew that the human leader was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Killing him would be a simple task. However, reality slapped him hard. Who would have thought that his opponent would covertly make such a powerful array? He even trembled when he saw the array working. It was a deadly threat. It felt just like when he faced a superior apparition. The invisible chill made his blood run cold. Bastard! When did he make the array? Why didn't they notice it? Are my people blind? Their opponent created that powerful array right at their doorstep, but no one noticed a thing. Torb's face turned black. He felt like murdering his men. However, it wasn't the time to think about this. The array was the pressing matter. Some distance away, Huichia and the others finally saw the array's true appearance and were awestruck. No words could express their current emotions. It was so powerful. So this is what a 5th-rank Grandmaster level array looks like. Everyone finally understood the magnitude of such high-tiered arrays. Honestly, those powerful arrays were rare, and it was normal for them to not have seen one before. No wonder Grandmasters have such a high status. One array was enough to affect the result of a battle. Unfortunately, there were very few of them. Not all troops had one. The Tiger Strike Force was extremely lucky to have one in their team. All the martial warriors in the Tiger Strike Force were flabbergasted. They gasped in shock as they stared at the array hovering in the sky. Terrifying. No wonder they held fast for lightning to get there. There is no need to be afraid of the dark apparitions with the leverage of the array. Prior to this, many thought that Wang Tung was afraid and wouldn't dare to attack. They felt ashamed now, finally understanding their leader's plan. They wished they could bury themselves in a hole. Wang Tung was many levels above them. Pitman and the other rune masters were also looking at the mystic heaven lightning sword array in the sky. Their gazes were intense, with hearts filled with excitement. That was the 5th-rank Grandmaster level array they had created together. Their contributions were minimal, but they still had a strong feeling of accomplishment. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, this would probably be the sole opportunity for many of them to partake in the creation of an array at the Grandmaster level. Most of them would stagnate eventually, never reaching that level, no matter how hard they tried. That was the brutal truth. However, Wang Tung had given them the chance to be part of the making. It would be something worth boasting for the rest of their lives. The sense of achievement felt stronger after witnessing the array's frightening power firsthand. They weren't the only ones who felt astounded. Even the dark apparitions who overtook the 13th front line were stunned. Then, a huge commotion ensued. Fear was spreading. All the dark apparitions were afraid. They stared in shock at the frightening array above them. Could anyone tell us why there's a terrifying array above us? Should we run? No. If we run away now, Sir Tor would kill us first. The cowering apparitions remembered how brutal their superior was. They forcefully suppressed their urge to escape. Tor was glaring at Wang Tung right then. The constellation dark force within him surged out frantically to resist the lightning power outside. Thousands of lightning swords were continuously radiating a sharp sword aura. The leading vampire felt that he was sitting on a bed of needles. Torb asked, "Human, who are you?" "From Defense Planet number 29, commander of the Tiger Strike Force." Wang Tung. Wang Tung floated amongst the lightning and replied calmly to the vampire apparition before him. He recognized the creature. It was the one who had defeated the previous commander of the 13 frontline, conquering their base. That vampire dark apparition gave him a different feeling, with an aura exceeding any of the normal vampire kind. His nobility was innate, just like nobles in human society. They were superior and looked down on everything and everyone. He also gave off an extremely pure dark aura. Other vampire auras seemed murky in comparison. They seemed to be entirely different forces. "You want to recapture the 13th frontline?" Torb scoffed. "Do you have a problem with that?" Wang Tung asked calmly. Torb glanced at Wang Tung contemptuously and replied, "You won't be able to get it back while I'm around." He wanted to stall for time, so he could observe the array and find a weakness. But Wang Tung didn't give him the chance. "Are you done?" asked Wang Tung, tilting his head. Torb frowned. The human's indifference sparked his anger for some reason. He felt humiliated. He was a celebrated noble among vampires, an owner of the purest blood with high status. How could this human offend me? If you're done, you can go back to your Darkland. Wang Tung remained composed and raised his hand forcefully. Then he pointed at Torb. Ring. A crisp sound was heard all of a sudden, accompanied by thunderous roars. The gathered constellation lightning force started to become restless, tossing and turning violently within the array. Sharp blade marks cut through the air, forming clear lines in the sky. Boom! Thousands of lightning swords flew in Torb's direction, lightning sparks crackling around them and leaving a trail of light as they plummeted toward the dark apparition below like torrential rain. Damn it! Torb's pupils turned into pinpoints. He acted with determination, immediately raising his arms as if holding up the sky. Blood Crow, ghastly scale shield. Crow's calls were heard after his angry howl. A dark red light shone around the noble, turning into a murder of blood crows. They gathered around his hand, forming a hideous and savage-looking red shield. Chapter 1269 Blood Crow, Clone, Lightning, Purgatory. One boom. Lightning swords came crashing down the moment Torb was condensing a blood-colored shield, engulfing it. The lightning swords weren't only rushing towards the vampire leader. It was also aimed at the dark apparitions below. The dark apparitions had no idea that Wang Tung could attack them while facing Torb. The lightning sword was extremely fast, immediately flashing in front of their heads in just a short period of time. It was already too late when they realized what was happening and could only watch as the lightning swords grew in size. No! Countless creatures roared unwillingly and channeled their dark force out of their bodies in a bid to resist the falling lightning swords. However, most of them were unable to withstand the incoming rush of power. Their defenses were broken by the lightning swords directly, nailing their bodies to the ground. Endless screams could be heard. Sword aura erupted from the lightning swords and tore apart their bodies, destroying all the dark constellation force within. Arm-wide cracks appeared on the ground, formed by the falling swords. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously in the sky. It was a magnificent scene. Over in the distance, all the Tiger Strike force members kept their eyes peeled, astonished by the sight. Too powerful. The dark apparitions had no power to resist the array. There was a lapse of joy in everyone's hearts. If this went on, the majority of their enemies would be wiped out without having to take action. Victory was basically a cinch. At this moment, a roar came from the sky. Roar! Torb's blood-colored shield was already up, but the lightning sword bombardment had pushed it back 100 meters. The noble was in a difficult position. Meanwhile, Wang Tung was staring at the shield in amazement. That shield is good. It was actually able to block attacks from the Mystic Heaven lightning sword array. Human, you are courting death. Rage swelled up in Torb, feeling utter humiliation. He glared at the human leader with eyes full of killing intent. Wang Tung hooked his fingers at him and shouted loudly, "Come and kill me." Boom! Torb's handsome face became ferocious and twisted in an instant. A pair of massive wings grew on his back. He suddenly disappeared from where he stood with a single wing flap. This is a little interesting. Surprise flashed in Wang Tung's eyes. He moved towards the void and shot a sword flow with condensed lightning. Clang! Torb reappeared and looked grim, holding a dark red sword to block Wang Tung's attack. His movements were predicted. Die! A bright sword glow erupted from Torb's sword, and an evil sword aura flew out, smashing the lightning sword into pieces. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Wang Tung's eyes flickered as he controlled the array, continuously forming lightning swords to bombard the vampire. There were too many lightning swords. Torb was too tired to deal with them, and he was completely unable to approach the human. Swoosh! Suddenly, he couldn't dodge in time, and a lightning sword left a gash on one of his arms, blood splattering. Torb's expression was getting worse as he looked at the wound. There was lightning force around it, which tried to infiltrate his body. Lightning force had a strong restraining effect on dark apparitions. He deeply felt the impact. Come again. Wang Ting didn't give him time to breathe as he kept swarming the vampire with lightning swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of purple sword glow continued to flash across Torb's body, leaving their mark. The damaged places were scorched black. It was the unique effect caused by being exposed to lightning. Over in the distance, Huochia and the others were in disbelief as they paid attention to the battle. Feng Gang swallowed his saliva and asked, "Is that really the dark apparition that defeated General Lu Gaoga?" "I think so." Wei Tong was uncertain. The contrast was so stark that they couldn't believe it. General Lu Gaoga was a heaven-stage martial warrior. Him being defeated was an indication of the vampire's frightening power. But now, he was helpless against Wang Tung's attacks. The latter was indeed relying on the array's power, but that was also one of his moves. They could see how mighty their leader was. "I don't know if the commander could defeat this dark apparition," Deputy Jira said. "It's hard to say. The vampire is in a tough spot right now, but it's not gravely injured. Those are just shallow wounds. The guy is looking for a chance to counterattack." Huochia shook his head. Everyone's expression became solemn upon realizing the fact. "When do we make a move?" Marley asked after a while. "Wait for the commander's orders." "It's not time yet," Huochia replied. Boom! Thunder resounded in the sky, but couldn't drown out a louder sound. A figure was blasted back again by the lightning, Torb. He was panting heavily and wanted to vomit blood. He kept scanning the enemy, wanted to find Wang Tung's flaws. "Come on, try harder. Maybe you can get close to me." Wang Tung beckoned with hand again. Torb trembled with rage, clearly infuriated. "This human is too despicable. I really want to hack him to death." Boom! A cold light flickered in his eyes as he took a deep breath. A powerful aura then surged from his body. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Chapter 1270 Blood Crow, Clone, Lightning, Purgatory. 2. I have to kill this loathsome human. Endless dark red light appeared out of nowhere and swarmed towards the long sword in his hand, forming a blade-like glow a few hundred meters in length. The giant image of a blood crow appeared behind the sword glow. It stared intently at Wang Tung with its crimson eyes, then spread its wings and gave an agonizing and shrill cry. Wang Tung started to feel dizzy because of the bird call. His spirit seemed to be stimulated by it. "Oomph!" Wang Tung snorted. The 9 treasures pagoda in his mind space shone brightly and repelled the evil spiritual fluctuations. Then he raised a finger. Numerous lightning swords flew towards him and formed a humongous sword glow behind him. The sword glow was enormous. Its tip pointed straight at the sky to stab the thick dark clouds. Lightning flashed around it like dragons circling the sword. Torb squinted when he saw this. However, there was no turning back. There was nowhere he could hide since he was within the array. The only choice was to take the attack head-on. He gritted his teeth. Red light shot out from his body and rushed towards his long sword. The dark red light around the sword turned even more terrifying. Roar! He bellowed in anger once he couldn't take the pressure anymore, and swung the sword down violently to attack the human. "Have a taste of my giant sword." Wang Tung didn't look down on the attack. He lifted his finger, and the purple sword glow behind him was shot. There were 100 lightning swords condensed in the attack, making it a few hundred times more powerful. Boom! The 2 sword glows collided in midair. Frightening force fluctuations swept through the sky. Explosions rang, and all noises were drowned out. Everyone had a temporary hearing loss. The earth seemed to have turned silent. The red and purple sword glows crashed and corroded the other. Frightening sword auras erupted continuously. They were at a standstill. Everyone stared at the scene in a daze with mouths agape, having forgotten to close them. Huochia and the other deputy regimental commander stared at the center of the collision intently. They were equally astounded and worried. Can our commander defeat the dark apparition? After some time passed, crack, the clear sound of something breaking was heard. Everyone stared at the point of collision with wide eyes. Cracks appeared on both sword glows, and they were spreading at an extremely fast speed. Lines covered both weapons instantly. Boom! The next moment, the two sword glows shattered, turning into droplets of light that rained down. An oppressive residual force was gushed out. A bottomless sword mark was carved on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, blocking all view. Everyone stared into the dust, wanting to ascertain the situation. The dark apparitions below were also trying to peer into the dust. Those creatures were afraid of death. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks especially the high-rank kind. If Torb won, they would have a chance to survive. If he lost, based on the array's power, they would be unable to escape. The dust had yet to scatter. Suddenly, someone dashed out. "It's the vampire apparition," many exclaimed. Huaqia's face turned pale. "Did our commander lose?" "Try to run," said a stern voice from somewhere inside the dust cloud. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Multiple lightning swords soared from within the dust simultaneously and chased after Torb. "Sir Torb," the dark apparitions below shouted anxiously, being worried for their leader. The latter detected motion behind him, so he turned to look. His expression changed to show astonishment. "Let's see if he can block this attack." Wang Tung was half hidden by the dust. He pointed at Torb, and the lightning swords increased their speed. Boom! They traveled the final distance, appearing a few meters behind the vampire. Roar! Torb gave an unwilling and angry roar. A thick blood-red glow burst out from his body. Boom! The next instant, the lightning swords pierced through his body. Numerous sword lights shot over from all directions, tearing the blood-red glow with their sharp blades and drilling numerous holes in him. Huaqia and the others were bewildered by the scene. "He's dead." They couldn't believe their eyes. The powerful dark apparition is dead already? The death was too sudden. It felt unreal. However, Wang Tung didn't smile. Instead, he frowned and fixed his gaze on the blood-red glow. The blood-like luminescence had been cut, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it flew away into the distance, as if it was alive. Caw-caw! Crow calls sounded and the blood-red light transformed into a murder of blood crows. Torb's body appeared again. His face was pale as usual, and there were no wounds on his body. The sword injuries had disappeared. No one could tell if he was seriously injured. "He's not dead." Huaqia and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Wang Tung was equally startled. F***K. What kind of strange battle technique is that? His entire body had just burst from an explosion, but he actually turned into a bunch of blood crows and reconstructed himself again. Report. This dark apparition is a bug. Chapter 1271 Blood Crow Clone Lightning Purgatory 3. Human, you forced me to use my blood crow clone. Damn it. Torb squeezed the words through clenched teeth. His tone was malicious, but he seemed to have weakened considerably. The blood crow clone required much of his energy and spirit. Once exhausted, he would need to consume countless living souls and cultivate for who knows how long to recover completely. Blood crow clone. Wang Tung mumbled. His gaze turned sharp. Seems to be an amazing battle technique. But it feels strange somehow. Wait, aren't you a vampire? Why is that a blood crow and not a bat? Wang Tung couldn't keep his curiosity in. Torb. F***K. Who are you calling a bat? He was a noble of the blood tribe, and had nothing to do with bats. Huaqia and the others were equally gobsmacked. Their commander's focus was a little slanted. Can you stop asking such strange questions at crucial moments? Wang Tung touched his chin and wondered aloud. Are you a mix of blood crow and bat? Huaqia and the others felt their lips twitch. Mixed blood? Can two different species be mixed? What kind of idea is that? Crack. Torb almost cracked his teeth due to anger. His face turned black and veins popped out on his forehead. He glared at Wang Tung as if he wanted to etch his face deep in his heart, but remained quiet. Then, he suddenly flew in another direction. F***K. Are you trying to run? Wang Tung cursed involuntarily. You looked ferocious just now. Why are you running away? Why are you being such a coward? Wang Tung did some operations and moved the lightning swords in the array to force the vampire back. However, Torb executed his Blood Crow clone when he had already left the center of the array and was by the boundary. Thus, he managed to quickly dash out of the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword array and escape from the Dark Apparitions territory. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks, he abandoned the 13th front line. Wang Ting didn't know what to say. The guy escaped faster than a rabbit. His words had been vicious, but he didn't hesitate to run away. His actions were a complete mismatch to the Dark Apparition's image. Huo Qia and the others were stunned, too. Their opponent quickly ran off without turning back. No one managed to react in time. Something felt off. Stop him, Wang Tung shouted right after. He couldn't leave the array, so he had to ask his subordinates to act. The 5 deputy regimental commanders regained their senses and attacked at the same time. 5 force attacks were shot to hit Torb from 5 different directions. Go away! Torb was furious. He slashed down with his long sword. The deputies weren't weak. They managed to stop the vampire with their joint effort. A fight ensued. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. Letting the Dark Apparition escape would have been a great loss. He turned and looked down, eyes becoming sharp. The lightning power had yet to disperse. It would be useful to deal with the remaining apparitions below. The creatures were stranded in the 13th front line because of his lightning swords. They would have run otherwise. It was time to deal with them once and for all. Boom! The array movement sped up as Wang Tung activated all the lightning force power. The constellation lightning force turned into a massive and violent tornado. The dark clouds in the sky started spinning. Lightning power struck down. The array gathered the power and formed lightning swords filling up the sky. It was a terrifying sight. That was the final attack. The move would gather all the lightning power. Wang Tung bathed in flashes of lightning like the god of lightning himself. A thick purple glow shimmered in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand down, and the countless lightning swords plummeted down. The entire 13th front line turned into a lightning sword hell. Chapter 1272, The Bitterness of Poverty. Lightning descended and turned into thousands of lightning swords rushing down. All the lightning force seemed to have been completely drained, turning into the sword in Wang Tung's hand. Tens of thousands of dark apparitions were slaughtered with this weapon. Countless dark apparitions wailed in fear. They were either nailed to the ground or split in two. Their heads and hearts were shattered, leaving no chance to survive. Torb saw everything happen from a distance and paled even more. What a terrifying blow. Had he been a bit slower to escape just then, he would have been hit by that. What in the world is this human? An ordinary martial warrior would have never had the means to harness such horrifying power. Such a genius couldn't be left alive. He had to be eradicated as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would definitely become a serious problem for the dark apparitions. Torb's eyes kept flickering. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the 5 people stalling him while the sword he held glowed brightly. He had to get away from them as soon as possible and leave that place. Ordinary apparitions dying there would be inconsequential. But not for him. Boom! A murderous aura gushed out of Torb's body, seemingly using some secret technique to forcibly raise his strength. He became extremely fierce as he rushed to break the encirclement kept by Huo Qia and the others. Be careful! Huo Qia and the others' expressions changed. None of them dared to be negligent. They executed their strongest battle techniques. Huo Qia used his savage elephant form and stomped in the air. Wei Tong also used a physical battle technique. His body was like steel, even making metallic sounds when hit. Jiro was a wood element martial warrior. Her constellation wood force turned into vines and caged Torb as she tried to wrap his body. Feng Gang's blade sent out a fierce golden blade glow, and a powerful blade Ultima erupted, which filled the sky with blade luminescence. Marla's movements were strange and fast as he circled around Torb, stabbing him with a short sword from time to time. It was impossible to guard against this. The strength of the 5 deputy commanders wasn't for show. Everyone had their unique techniques and were powerful in their own right. Underestimating them would mean death. Wang Tung stood within the rune array and breathed a sigh of relief. The dark clouds in the sky were already on the verge of collapse, and the lightning force was about to be depleted. The last blow he dealt had drained all of the lightning. Otherwise, he would have lasted longer. It was no longer necessary, though. Wang Teng's aim was to deal a decisive blow. He didn't have time to whittle them down. After a while, the dark clouds finally collapsed and dissipated. The mystic heaven lightning sword array was finally unable to hold it in anymore and collapsed, turning into countless light spots before it vanished. It had fulfilled its purpose. Many powerful dark apparitions had survived. Some even wept with joy, thankful that they were still alive. But they couldn't stay happy for long. "Soldiers, kill them," said a cold voice coming from the sky. The Tiger Strike Force's martial warriors had already been waiting for a long time. All of them felt invigorated as they charged into the 13th front line. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Frightening battle cries shook heaven and earth, as if wanting to overturn the sky. The dark apparitions at the front line looked flustered. They had suffered heavy injuries due to the lightning sword bombardment and were barely alive. How could they withstand the attacks of so many martial warriors? The dark apparitions had already lost their will to fight and moved to flee. "Don't let them escape. Kill them." Every captain issued orders to their teams to attack in formations, surrounding and killing the dark creatures. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Wang Teng didn't pay attention to the battle below. He merely looked at the sky in the distance. A trace of battle intent appeared in his eyes. Boom! In an instant, he vanished from his spot. Torb, who was battling Huochia and the others, suddenly changed his expression. He threw a punch to his right before he even had the time to think about it. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Torb's face looked horrified. He was thrown back for more than 10 meters. 100 meters was considered a short distance during battles between Cosmos stage martial warriors, let alone a mere dozen meters. However, Torb couldn't stay calm. He was fully aware of his own strength. Not even Huochia and the others could knock him back. Still, the sudden attack was able to do it. The opponent's strength couldn't be underestimated. Torb stared at a point in space and saw a figure slowly stepping out. It was Wang Teng. "It's you." Torb was taken aback. His face looked dreadful. He initially thought that the human would only have a chance to force him into a corner using the array. For him to be so powerful without it was completely unexpected. This is not a celestial stage martial warrior. Even if he were a Cosmos stage martial warrior, he wouldn't believe it. "Commander! Commander!" Huochia and the others felt elated by Wang Teng's arrival. Wang Teng nodded and said without looking back, "Go and deal with the remaining dark apparitions. Leave this to me." "Yes." Huochia and the others understood how powerful their leader was. They nodded and left without any hesitation. Kings fight kings, while generals fight generals. The remaining dark apparitions were powerful. There were even some low-tier devil emperors. If they didn't offer a hand, the celestial stage martial warriors would definitely be incapable of stopping them. Torb scoffed when he saw the deputy commanders leaving. "You're very confident to actually dare face me alone when you're just a celestial stage martial warrior. It's not bad. I think I'm a little confident in dealing with a Crobat hybrid like you," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Bastard!" Torb was extremely infuriated. This human's tongue is too sharp. He was from a noble vampire race. He wasn't a blood crow, a bat, or a hybrid. Damn it. Seems like I got it right. I'm so smart. Wang Teng rubbed his chin as he sized up his opponent with great interest. He was intrigued about that vampire foe. The previous ones he had met only turned into bats, while that one could turn into a blood crow. It had to be from a different breed. Wang Teng used the eyes of essence. His pupils became dark, but they suddenly froze. His eyes of essence failed. He could only see a blurred dark red shadow, with some trace of purple. There wasn't a proper view, as if pixelated. Eyes of essence had failed for the first time. He was unable to see what his opponent really was. This came as a true surprise for Wang Teng. Looks like it's time to improve the eyes of essence, Wang Teng thought. Despair overcame him when he looked at the blank spaces in his attributes board. There was nothing. Wang Teng suddenly remembered. He used up his blank attributes to improve his alchemy attributes when he was making the Xianyang soul-restoring pills. Damn it! He looked up to the sky while his face was filled with the bitterness of poverty. Chapter 1273 Ancestor. Save me. 1. Torb felt that the human foe's eyes looked weird for some reason. He felt extremely uncomfortable, as if stark naked. Wang Ting couldn't see Torb's bloodline essence with his eyes of essence, but he could see through his clothes. He wouldn't look at a vampire's body. He didn't have such a strange fetish. A pity he couldn't tell if the vampire was a blood crow or a bat. Wang Tong shook his head dejectedly. Torb's face turned black when he saw Wang Tong's expression. He couldn't control the anger burning in his heart. Roar! With an angry bellow, he disappeared on the spot and reappeared in front of the human. The long sword drew a crescent in the air as it slashed down to deal with him. Blood crow cawing was heard, aimed to affect Wang Tong's spirit. The sword glow followed. Unfortunately, the attack was ineffective to deal with Wang Tong. His 9 treasures pagoda shimmered and blocked the spiritual attack. A battle sword appeared in his hand. He instilled fire ultima onto the battle sword, and a flaming glow was shot into the sky. Boom! Sword glows collided. The flaming sword glow couldn't withstand its opponent's attack and shattered. Wang Tong had used a 10th level ultima for his attack, but his opponent also had it. In comparison, Wang Tong's force was weaker, so he lost in that exchange. Is that all you have? Torb's expression became hideous and instantly dashed towards the human. As expected, I can't defeat a stronger opponent with ultima. Wang Tong shook his head and wondered. In that case, I can only... Meteorite shower domain activate. Boom! While retreating, a strange fluctuation was swept out from Wang Tong's body, turning into a unique domain. The sky disappeared, and everything turned yellow. Large rocks floated in the air. Torb stopped himself abruptly, his expression changing. Domain! Welcome to my domain. Wang Ting appeared on top of a huge rock and looked at his opponent. No wonder you have the confidence to face me. Torb stared at Wang Tong with a calm expression. But you're deluding yourself if you think you can defeat me with one domain. I also have a domain. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, Boom. A strange fluctuation emerged from his body, turning into a blood-red domain of his own, pushing Wang Tong's meteorite shower domain back and taking up half the area. He faced the human as an equal. The thick blood stench pervaded within the blood-red domain. An obvious evil aura was trying to invade the other's domain. I knew you had a domain. If not, you wouldn't be able to fight with a heaven stage martial warrior, Wang Tong replied calmly. You surprise me. You're at the celestial stage, but you managed to take your domain to the 3rd rank. Mine reached the 4th rank, but the difference in our force is vast. This is a fatal flaw. A blood crow gradually appeared below Torb. The avian creature stared at Wang Tong with cold and crimson pupils. Try me, Wang Tong replied calmly. He was right. There was a huge difference between their forces. Wang Tong possessed many forces, but he couldn't compare to a Cosmos stage martial warrior. One's force would be several-fold mightier with every rise in rank. Furthermore, the difference between them wasn't small. His numerous forces only allowed him to shorten the gap. The only trump card at hand was his domain and his secret ultimate skills. Torb frowned. Where does this human get his confidence from? How can he remain calm when there's such a vast difference in strength? Let's see how much longer you can remain confident. Torb snorted. He was angered by Wang Tong's attitude. Having spoken enough, the vampire started releasing a red glow from his eyes. His domain became redder, empowered by the glow. Caw-caw. Countless blood crows called without warning. Numerous pairs of crimson eyes opened behind Torb. All of them were blood crows, filling the domain's area behind the vampire. No one would have noticed them if they hadn't opened their eyes. Wang Tong was reminded of the Wicked Eye domain. His head became numb due to seeing all those eyes. However, it wasn't a moment for distractions. The blood crows were part of his opponent's attacking method. Torb suddenly shouted, 3,000 blood crows. The blood crows shot out, turning into red beams as they charged towards Wang Tong. the smell of blood filling the air. Concurrently, Wang Teng felt an evil spiritual fluctuation swarming towards him. His expression changed a bit. That spiritual fluctuation was more powerful than the previous one. It was in a different league. Smash it! Wang Teng shouted in his heart. The Nine Treasures Pagoda shone brightly as it forcefully suppressed the evil spiritual fluctuations. Torb's expression changed, feeling that his spiritual attack had been blocked by some force and couldn't push further. Caw-caw! Wang Teng blocked the evil spiritual attack, but the sky full of crows kept on rushing towards him. Chapter 1274 Ancestor, Save Me. 2. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened as he quickly lifted a finger. The rocks around him boomed loudly and were hurled towards the blood crows. Boom! The next instant, both sides collided, causing a loud explosion. Force fluctuations swept through the surroundings. They couldn't spread outside the domains, so they went back and forth within those regions before they disappeared. Suddenly, Wang Teng squinted. The blood crow attack was exceptionally powerful. It shattered the giant rocks, flew past the fragments, and shot forth towards him. Human, you're dead now. Torb gave the other a mocking look. He sneered and said, You can't kill me. You overestimated yourself. Wang Teng looked at the fast-approaching blood crows while unmoving. Given up already? Let me have a taste of a human genius blood. It must be delicious. A red light flashed past Torb's eyes while licking his lips involuntarily. He couldn't wait to see as the human was consumed by the sky of blood crows. You want to drink my blood? Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. Caw-caw. The blood crows were 100 meters away from Wang Teng, almost about to drown him. Torb started to get excited. Wang Teng snorted. The blood crows stopped in midair as if a powerful force were pressing down on them. They couldn't move. Magnetic domain, activate. The two domains merged, releasing a terrifying force. Boom! The next instant, all the blood crows caught in agony and exploded without warning, turning into blood mist. How's this possible? Torb was flabbergasted, unable to believe what he saw. What happened just now? This human had no power to resist. Where did that last burst of energy come from? Was he hiding his true power? Numerous thoughts went through his mind. Try my planetary devastation. Wang Teng didn't care how surprised the enemy was. That vampire wanted to drink his blood. It was unforgivable. Boom! A myriad of giant rocks were gathered, quickly forming a giant ball. Torb immediately pointed at the sky when he saw this. Blood crow, he screamed in anger. Red light was congregated, turning into a giant blood crow. It was impossible to see the edges of the creature's wings as they spread. It raised its head and gave a shrill caw. Wang Teng wouldn't let down his guard upon seeing such a powerful attack. He controlled his meteorite shower domain and the magnetic domain to gather all the giant rocks and make an enormous ball. The pressure given by the vampire was more powerful than that of any other Cosmos stage martial warrior. It was on par with the expected output of Heaven stage martial warriors. The gigantic blood crow was quickly formed. It flapped its wings and dashed towards Wang Teng, seemingly at the speed of light. Wang Teng reciprocated with a furious shout of his own, Go! The enormous rock formation plummeted down at an astonishing speed, leaving a yellow light trail like a meteorite. The surrounding space produced loud cracks from the pressure, sounding as if about to split. Fortunately, they were in Wang Teng's domain. The outside space would probably give out with that pressure. Boom! The two attacks collided in an instant, sweeping the domain's inner space with a terrifying force. One side was filled with blood aura, while the other was full of yellow airwaves. Both were destructive, seemingly capable of destroying everything in their path. The other blood crows and giant rocks couldn't withstand the impact and shattered. Wang Teng allowed the rock to break. His hair danced wildly in the wind, but his expression didn't change. He stared intently at the center of the collision. Torb did the same thing. The blood crow had already turned into blood mist, but he kept a poker face while staring at the point of impact. The gigantic blood crow and the enormous rock were at a standstill. No one had gained the upper hand. Tord's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect a celestial stage martial warrior to be his equal. Wasn't his domain at the 3rd rank? How could it resist my 4th rank domain? Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks, this doesn't make any sense. Destroy it. Torb didn't want to wait anymore. He made a decision and controlled the blood crow to explode. Boom! A loud blast was heard. The blood crow turned into a ball of glaring red light and swallowed the giant round ball. A frightening shockwave swept over again. This time, the thick blood aura gushed towards Wang, tongue directly, engulfing him. Ha ha ha! Torb burst out laughing when he saw this happen. You'll definitely die within my blood mist. Really? A calm voice floated out from mist, echoing close to the vampire's ears. Boom! Suddenly, a black golden glow exploded within the blood mist, pushing and scattering the latter. What? Torb widened his eyes in disbelief. Swoosh! At that moment, sharp black golden sword glows shot towards him. Domain! Another domain, said Torb with a shrill voice. He didn't expect the human to have yet another domain, one at the 4th rank, even. It was stronger than the previous one. What a sly human. He didn't use his stronger domain before. The guy only brought it out when I let my guard down. Never had I seen such a sly human. Boom! Torb didn't have the time to evade. He was pierced by the numerous black golden beams. Is he dead? Before Wang Tung could feel happy, he saw his opponent turn into a ball of red light and explode. The ball turned into a bunch of blood crows and flew away before reconstructing his body. This time, his face was paler and he looked weaker. He seemed drained. The vampire glared at Wang Tung with hatred and bitterness, as if wanting to skin him alive. That was the 2nd time. This human forced me to use my blood crow clone a 2nd time. Damn it. He had wasted too much of his energy and spirit. It would greatly affect his future cultivation. Wang Tung widened his eyes and exclaimed helplessly, F***K. Are you a cockroach? Why can't you die? Is this vampire able to turn into blood crows multiple times so it can't be killed? Idiot! You can't kill me. Torb replied with scorn and a flickering gaze. Humph. I don't believe you can use this method to stay alive all the time, said Wang Tung as he expanded his domain in an attempt to lock his opponent within. Tord's expression changed. He rushed to retreat, but his speed couldn't catch up with the speed of the domain expanding. Soon, he fell into Wang Tung's black metal domain. Let's see how many times you can use it. Wang Tung waved a hand, and multiple black golden sword glows were shot towards the enemy. Torb was appalled. He slapped his chest, and a drop of blood came out, which turned into a blood crow. Ancestor, save me, he shouted while trying to escape. The blood crow's eyes shimmered, then opened its beak and a blood-red beam emerged, destroying the black golden sword glows. Wang Tung's expression changed. That blood crow seemed to be extraordinary. What did Torb call it? Ancestor? WTF. That blood crow is his ancestor. Seriously, how shameless can you be? You can't win, so you bring out your ancestor? The blood crow started speaking. Torb, you used the blood essence I left for you. It can talk. Wang Tung widened his eyes in surprise. Ancestor, I was left without a choice. I would have died if I didn't use the blood essence. Torb heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his ancestor helping him. His tone was bitter. Useless. The blood crow snorted. Yes, yes. Torb remained humble in front of the blood crow, just as a grandson would. Wait, he was the grandson of that blood crow. F***K, this isn't right. Wang Tung couldn't see through the blood crow, so he started to get serious. He wondered if running away would be the best option. Chapter 1275 TSK. You're old but stubborn. Wang Tung wondered if escaping was the better option. Meanwhile, the blood crow ancestor turned to look at him. The former immediately stopped moving, showing an unfazed expression. If the enemy didn't move, he wouldn't move. He couldn't falter at the moment. Once he showed any signs of weakness, the enemy would grab the chance and give him a knock in the head. The blood crow ancestor was manifested with a drop of blood essence. It might not have much power, so there shouldn't be much reason to be afraid. Death is not scary. Just do it. Many thoughts went through Wang Tung's mind. The blood crow ancestor sized up the human with interest. A shrill voice came out of its mouth. A genius of the human race? It won't be a waste of my blood essence if I manage to kill you. Old man, who are you to kill me with just a drop of blood essence? What are you thinking? Wang Tung snapped back with a black face. Torb looked at him in shock. This fellow is quite bold. How dare he scold the ancestor? He's doomed. He's definitely a dead man now. He had said that many times in his heart, but it was fine. He was sure that the human would have no chance to escape from his ancestor's attack. A smirk appeared on his face. It's been a while since someone spoke to me like this. The blood crow ancestor wasn't angered by the response. Instead, he laughed in a sarcastic and high-pitched tone. It felt uncomfortable just listening to it. I can say it a few more times if you want, Wang Tung replied. The blood crow ancestor. Torb, this human's mind isn't working properly. Anyway, old man, are you truly a crow? Wang Tung asked curiously. Impudent. Torb roared in anger. I've already said that I'm not a crow. Why does he have to bring it up again? He even asked in front of the ancestor. Is he tired of living? He wished the human could die faster. What if his ancestor thought he didn't explain properly and vented his frustration on him later? He would suffer a terrible death. Ha! The blood crow ancestor suddenly laughed in a sinister manner. I admire your courage. I've decided that I will personally have a taste of your blood later. Wang Tung touched his chin and tried to fan the flames. What kind of fetish is that? That vampire wanted to taste my blood, and now you want to have some too. I the longevity monk, but there's only one me. It's not enough for the two of you. Why don't you have a fight first? Is there something wrong with these vampire apparitions? Why are human talents being graded by how delicious they are? Torb, F***K. This human is making trouble for me. The blood crow ancestor was also rendered speechless. The situation made him feel he was being a bad elder, snatching things from his descendant. The other elders in the family would laugh at him if they learned of this. What a sharp tongue. The blood crow ancestor sneered. No other words were said as he turned into a beam of red light and disappeared. Fast! Wang Tung was shocked. He showed a stern look. Swoosh! A red beam appeared before him just then, stabbing his body before he could react. Torb's expression contorted with exhilaration. This human is finally dead. The guy had tormented him terribly, but he finally had his revenge. It was worth the drop of blood essence his ancestor had given him. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, the ancestor reappeared behind Wang Tung's after his attack, then frowned all of a sudden. He turned back to flash an astonished look at the human's body. No blood had splashed out from the giant hole made. Instead, the figure was disintegrating. This is just a shadow. When, a few hundred meters away, space became slightly distorted and a figure stepped out. Oh my God, that was dangerous. I almost died. Wang Tung patted his chest and appeared relieved. What? Torb widened his eyes in disbelief. This human managed to evade the attack of my ancestor. Just now, the elder blood crow stared at Wang Tung and said two words, space talent. Torb was appalled. It was just a guess at the start, but his forefather ascertained it personally. This human possesses the rare space talent. But he didn't use this talent when we fought. Was he looking down on me? Torb felt offended. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged in his heart. He wished he could rush over and fight it out with the human. He was the talent of the vampire race, yet the human looked down on him. What space talent? I don't know what you're saying. Wang Tung denied it. His face was giving them a you-must-have-seen-wrong expression. The blood crow ancestor. Does he think I'm blind? Why would a crow, a formidable vampire like me, not notice the obvious space fluctuation? Even Torb felt his face muscles twitching. He forgot the humiliation he felt and just wanted to complain. Even if you have space talent, you can't escape from my grasp. The blood crow ancestor glared at Wang Tung with a sharp gaze and disappeared once again. Swoosh! The elder turned into a beam of red light and pierced Wang Tung's body again. Once again, the latter appeared in the distance. Only his shadow remained. "You can't catch me. You can't catch me." Wang Tung's mind spun furiously as he tried to come up with a plan. However, he kept on putting an irritating act on the surface. "This human is getting on my nerves." Torb was then rendered speechless. His ancestor remained silent. A cold glint flashed past his eyes while turning his body around and forming a crescent in the sky, then flying towards the human again. Wang Tung's space physique was at the third rank, and he had the space flash technique specially made for dodging. That is why he could even handle the Blood Crow ancestor's extreme speed with ease. Well, the opponent emerged from a drop of blood essence, so he wasn't able to release much of his original power. Finally, the Blood Crow had the last straw, only catching a lingering shadow every time he was about to catch the truant. The elder felt as if he were trying to snatch a slippery eel. This made him feel frustrated and unhappy. It was also a bit embarrassing. After all, he did say to his descendant that he could easily kill Wang Tung. And yet, a long time passed, and he had yet to succeed. He started feeling that Torb's gaze was becoming a little strange. "Seriously, why don't we just end it here? No one's getting the upper hand." "There's no need to waste time over this," said Wang Tung to the elder after evading another attack and appearing somewhere in the distance. "I must kill you. No one can humiliate me," the Blood Crow ancestor said angrily. "Humph, you're a stubborn old man." Wang Tung shook his head helplessly. He turned to look at Torb and said, "Aren't you going to persuade your ancestor?" An old man shouldn't strain himself. "Old man." Torb was confused. His neck turned with a rigid motion to look at his ancestor. "You're looking for death." The Blood Crow ancestor had a mental breakdown even after many years of self-cultivation. Chapter 1276 Blood Crow Ancestor. Bastard. 1. He was the ancestor of the Blood Crow race, but the human dared to call him an old man. How could he not be angry? Red light exploded from the ancestor's body. A terrifying bloody aura was spread out. "This is bad." Torb's expression changed. He retreated quickly, looking astonished. This human managed to anger the ancestor to this degree. "He's dead. Definitely dead." Wang Tung's expression changed a bit as he felt a scary aura coming from the red glow. "This old fellow is risking it all to kill me." He felt helpless. Wang Tung had said those things to divert their attention so he could stall for time. Executing his space flash required a lot of energy, so he couldn't use it indefinitely. Who knew that the ancestor would be so narrow-minded? He was a senior, yet he couldn't stomach the teasing. "I have no choice. I have to receive the attack head-on." Wang Tung didn't know what else to do. He could tell it was going to be a large-scale attack, so he wasn't sure he could evade it. Boom! The Blood Crow disappeared, then turned into a patch of red light, exuding a bloody stench. Explosions were heard from within. A terrifying energy seemed to be gathering. Wang Tung immediately stretched his arms and activated his space power. Puff! An invisible wind blew in the emptiness, circling around him and soon becoming a tornado. Boom! Pitch-black dimensional rifts started appearing around him as the nearby space trembled. Both domains started collapsing, as they were unable to withstand the frightening space power. Crack! Something broke. The domain started to break down. Everyone could see the outer skies again. What a powerful space fluctuation! Torb gritted his teeth, as he could only admit it. This human talent was more powerful than I thought. For the first time, he felt inferior. But so what if he's powerful? He would be killed by his ancestor in the end. Torb's expression became contorted. He looked forward to witnessing how the human died by the hands of his ancestor. The battle taking place in the front line below had reached an end. Huachiya and the others looked up and were astounded by the situation above. What's happening? Why is there such a terrifying fluctuation? Is it from the vampire? The 5 human subleaders were worried, not expecting the battle to reach that stage. Terrifying energies were being spread by both parties in the sky. One was blood red, filled with the stench of blood. They could even smell it at ground level. That was the vampire's attack. However, based on their briefing, it was only a low-tier devil emperor. How could he launch that scary attack? Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, the other side was giving off a strong space fluctuation. An invisible force was swept out, which couldn't be underestimated. That was Wang Tung's attack, a space battle technique. Many had seen him use the same attack at the third front line when he killed the mid-tier Devil Emperor. Hua Qia and the others had seen it in a video recording, so they recognized it. They could only pray for their boss' success in defeating his opponent. Boom! The space tornado surrounding Wang Tung began to spin with increasing violence, forming a sizable vortex. Our hero disappeared into the center of the tornado. The phenomenon continued to expand, mincing up the space around it. A powerful suction force came from within. Dust, rocks, and trees below were sucked up and flew to the sky, drawn by the pull. All of it was sliced into bits and pieces instantly. Even clouds were affected. They were also sucked in. Just then, the confronting red light shot into the sky and formed a sickle-shaped blood glow. "Die!" cried a shrill voice from within. Boom! The glowing sickle blade slashed down. Wang Tung acted immediately, pushing his space tornado when he saw the other move. The massive vortex rushed to collide with the blood glow. An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the air. Airwaves were swept out in all directions. Everything was hurled away by the impact. Even Torb was thrown back by the powerful clash. His surprised face became slightly paler. Hiss, hiss, hiss. There were bloody wounds on his face and other parts of his body. Red blood seeped out. There was a tinge of space power within the force. It was extremely sharp, enough to cut through his tough body. However, it was only a light injury. It didn't hurt his foundation. Torb frowned and quickly retreated to a safer distance. He stared intently at the point of collision. That was the moment to decide the winner. Boom! The blood sickle chopped through the tornado, attempting to cut it in half. Wang Tung looked grim. He used all his energy to control his space power and accelerate the spinning of his space tornado to resist the powerful blood sickle. Too powerful. The blood glow was more powerful than expected. No one had ever used brute force to cut through his space tornado since he created that move. However, the Blood Crow ancestor did it. What's more, he was but a drop of blood essence. If the real elder was there, he wouldn't be able to block a single finger. Chapter 1277 Blood Crow Ancestor. Bastard. To boom. The space tornado spun rapidly, generating an extremely sharp cutting force which gradually whittled down the blood sickle. However, the blood glow was still pressing down, slowly cutting into the space tornado and approaching Wang Tung. A pair of eyes opened at the top of the blood glow. It was the Blood Crow ancestor. It gazed coldly at Wang Tung, who was in the middle of the space tornado, and said, "To die in my hands is something you should be proud of. This should be enough." Wang Tung looked at the blood glow. A bright flash passed in his eyes. "You're just putting up an act." The Blood Crow ancestor was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what the other meant, and scoffed while looking at him with his red eyes. The blood glow then surged again and sliced into the space tornado. Wang Tung could feel the threat of death as the blood glow cut deeper. The bloody aura was filled with killing intent, pressing down toward his head as if ready to split him in half. The young human raised his head abruptly and grinned before spitting out a word. Boom! The Blood Crow ancestor shrank its pupils, although too late to react. Boom! There was a loud explosion caused by the tornado breaking apart. The energy from the blast engulfed the blood sickle and Wang Tung. "Bastard," said the Blood Crow ancestor, letting out an unwilling roar and disappearing. Space collapsed at the center of the explosion, forming an endless void. All energy was rolling towards it, and the blood glow was also swept in. It was unable to escape. "Oh my God!" Torb saw what happened from afar, and his expression changed drastically. He was extremely surprised. He wasn't able to hear his ancestor roaring and was filled with anxiety because of what was happening, not knowing if the elder managed to kill the human. "Commander!" Hua Qia and the others had grave expressions, and they rushed over. However, they weren't able to approach the core of the explosion. The spatial fluctuations horrified them. "I'm fine," someone said right then. Ripples appeared all of a sudden, and a figure stepped out. It was Wang Tung. "Commander!" Huachia and the others rushed towards him, feeling overjoyed. Deputy Jira scanned Wang Tung and asked worriedly, "Commander, are you really okay?" Wang Tung was able to escape, even though the explosion was colossal. It was unbelievable. However, he looked pale, seemingly worn out and in a bad condition. Wang Tung shook his head and said calmly, "Don't worry. I won't die." The space tornado had consumed a lot of space power, leaving him almost completely spent. However, attribute bubbles had already been generated by the explosion. He could just replenish them immediately. There was nothing to worry about. Everyone felt relieved when they saw he was fine. Torb had an ominous premonition when he saw that Wang Tung was still alive and his ancestor was nowhere to be found. He stared at the human with dread. Wei Tong looked at the explosion and asked curiously, grave-faced, "What was that attack?" "It was made by a clone from a vampire ancestor's blood essence," Wang Tung replied. "What? A blood crow ancestor?" Huachia and the others were shocked and horrified. Why would someone have a vampire ancestor's blood essence here? Feng Gang asked in disbelief. "That vampire had it." Wang Tung looked at Torb, who hovered in the distance. "This means that the vampire status isn't ordinary. He wouldn't have been granted such protection otherwise," Huachia said solemnly. "We can't let him escape." Wang Tung nodded. He had already thought about this. The situation made it seem that the ancestor didn't care much for the lesser vampire noble, but carrying an elder's blood essence explained everything. Wang Tung had previously heard that many powerful warriors would leave their blood essence to their younger generations to prevent untoward events, fearing the death of their kin. Not only did dark apparitions practice this, many powerful families of the human race did the same. Tord's expression changed slightly when he saw them approach. He was caught in a dilemma. Should I escape or not? The life and death of the Blood Crow ancestor's clone was still uncertain, and he felt undecided because of it. He wouldn't be let off if the elder was still alive and saw him escaping. However, he was basically waiting to die if the clone was no more and he remained. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. "Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site." Thanks, Wang Tung sneered, as he could tell what the vampire was thinking. He waved a hand and called the sub-leaders to surround the enemy. Torb's expression changed drastically, as he immediately wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, hesitating just then had robbed him of his final chance to escape. Of course, even if he did escape, Wang Tung wouldn't have let him leave as he wished. He would capture the fellow, even if he had to use space power again. Otherwise, all his efforts would be moot. Torb looked around, having a dreadful feeling. He couldn't find any chance to break through. Wang Tung and the others had blocked every direction. There was nowhere to run. He was like a rat in a hole, incapable of getting out. Wang Tung looked at him and said calmly, "Stop struggling. You can't leave." "My ancestor won't let you off," Torb said in a stern voice. "He couldn't even take care of himself. You probably even flew back to your hometown." Wang Tung glanced at the explosion and snickered. The space was still collapsing, leaving nothing but a void area. There weren't any blood traces left. The ancestor's blood essence was probably gone. Torb didn't expect this. His face turned dark, as he couldn't accept this. Be good and surrender. Wang Tung was emotionless and stretched out a hand. Light force was condensed and moved towards Torb. Light force. Torb almost became numb with shock. Not only is this human a powerful rune master, he can also use space power. Now, he's even using light force. What does he not know? How could the human race have such a monster? No one could understand the overwhelming despair in his heart. He felt hopeless. Boom. The hand condensed with light force grabbed the still dazed vampire. Sizzle. Sounds of burning could be heard coming from his body, like metal coming into contact with acid, producing a cloud of dark red smoke. "Ah!" Torb let out a shrill scream. Whoa, so loud. Wang Tung was spooked by the reaction. He was a low-tier devil emperor, and his light force was only at the planetary level. It shouldn't have such a great effect. Is the guy pretending? Was he trying to make him let down his guard and look for an opportunity to escape? What a cunning apparition. A cold light flashed in Wang Tung's eyes as constellation light force gushed out of his body and formed ropes. The light force then bound Torb tightly. Our hero even used divine flames to form a big net to cover him. 3 divine flames, 3 nets, all to be on the safe side. As for the dark flame, it probably wasn't of any use when dealing with dark apparitions, which was why it wasn't used. Then, Torb screamed even louder. Light force and divine flames inflicted a great deal of damage to him, especially when he was already in an extremely weak state. Wang Ting seemed to have considered this. The vampire apparition was already beaten into a pulp. How could it stand such treatment? Huoqiya and the others looked at the dark apparition and their mouths twitched, involuntarily feeling sorry for the creature. Our commander is so cruel. The sudden idea in their minds was that Wang Tung was a veritable nemesis for dark apparitions. Once the vampire was properly ensnared, Wang Tung breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Everyone, the battle is over. Let's call it a day. Huoqiya and the others smiled brightly when they heard that. We won. Their victory had been splendid. They recovered the 13th front line with minimal losses. All the dark apparitions were wiped out. None of them were able to escape. An unprecedented sense of accomplishment emerged in their hearts. What a great victory! Chapter 1278, what did that dark apparition experience in Major Wang Tung's hand? At the main base, all the generals on Defense Planet number 29 were gathered in the commanding office. Red Scorpion and Raging Bear's commanders were also present. Both were waiting for the result of the 13th frontline battle. The 9th and the 17th frontline had been recovered due to their victories. They later sent new commanders to guard the base and resist the dark apparitions. Only the 13th frontline had yet to report their results. The main base had previously received news that the Tiger Strike Force had finally launched their attack. Their victory depended on that battle. Why did they place such a huge emphasis on those 3 front lines? Their geolocations were special. Once captured, the major front lines in the middle would be isolated and would instantly collapse if the dark apparitions launched a major invasion. If that were to happen, the apparitions could then charge right in, straight to the main base. That was also the reason why the dark apparitions had taken down those 2 major front lines first. Unfortunately, the dark apparitions underestimated humanity's resolve. The human faction immediately sent their 3 powerful forces to recapture the 3 front lines. Now, only the 13th front line was left. Undoubtedly, this front line was important, so everyone had gathered to await the results. The room was extremely quiet. A tense atmosphere filled up the air. General Cameron closed his eyes and crossed his arms. He then placed a hand under his chin and remained calm on the surface. No one knew what he was thinking or if he was worried about the situation of the contested front line. General Cameron was the one who appointed Wang Tung as commander. Hence, the battle wouldn't just affect our hero. It would also affect this great official. If Wang Tung lost, he would be labeled as someone with bad foresight. General Chi Yuanju couldn't control himself and asked, "General Chi Yuanju, any news?" He wasn't rough-looking, but he was indeed an impatient fellow. They had been waiting for 3 hours, but no news was relayed. He couldn't wait any longer. Furthermore, they had already dragged the battle for a few days. If General Cameron hadn't stopped them, his peer would have personally gone to ask Wang Tung what he was thinking. "General Chi, you should change that impatient personality of yours," said General Kimberly with a smile. "You're the only one who's not anxious." General Chi Yuanju replied angrily. "I'm not, either," General Yukari said calmly. General Chi Yuanju felt the corners of his lips twitching. "Why are you speaking? Am I talking to you?" "Umph." He turned and glared at General Yukari. The latter shrugged. He wasn't bothered by the angry gaze directed at him. "Come and bite me." General Cameron opened his eyes gradually and said, "It should be soon. They're right in the middle of a fight. We can't contact them at the moment. Let's wait patiently. You should be patient when it comes to young people." "I agree with General Cameron. Major Wang Tung is not an unreliable person. I think he's quite confident of succeeding, General Kimberly said. General Kimberly, are you sure you're not speaking up for Major Wang Tung because he's handsome? General Yukari teased. Well, that's a bonus. General Kimberly coughed. Both commanders from Red Scorpion and Raging Bear were rendered speechless. Red Scorpion's commander was a sharp-looking middle-aged fellow. He always wore a smile on his face and was handsome, too. He couldn't help but say, "Looks like everyone has high hopes for Major Wang Tung." He paid attention when he scanned everyone's faces, so he could tell that everybody was expecting good results, even the restless General Chi Yuanju. The latter was just eager to know the outcome. Colonel Berkeley, you sound quite curious, General Yukari said with a smile. Berkeley bowed slightly to General Yukari and smiled. Of course. After all the generals seem to have high hopes for him. I hope he doesn't disappoint us, said the Raging Bear commander in a low voice, like the beat of a drum. He was a muscular bear race hunk. He sat on a large-sized chair, and his upper body stood out, being taller than most of the people present. He would be about 3 meters tall when standing. Ha! I wonder which force is the most powerful in this mission. General Chi Yuanju laughed. I've already lost a house. Colonel Berkeley shook his head with a bitter smile. Given his expression, it was evident that he felt that the Raging Bear Force would win the competition. However, he didn't think that the new Tiger Strike Force's commander would do better than him. If he lost to Raging Bear, Wang Tung couldn't beat him either. Berkeley had willingly admitted defeat when he heard that the Raging Bear had killed 8 low-tier Devil Emperors. Those were tough creatures to kill. One low-tier Devil Emperor made a huge difference. He lost for a good reason. Every high-ranked apparition was a military contribution on the battlefield. It was something worth boasting. House could brag for a long time since he killed 8 low-tier Devil Emperors. House looked proud. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Just then, there was a sudden ring of an incoming call. It's here. Everyone became excited. They instantly looked at General Cameron. Berkeley and House were included. They too cared about the result. Cameron smiled and stretched out his hand. A light screen appeared. Wang Tung's image appeared therein. Behind him, the 13th front line had turned into a pile of debris. Everything was burnt, and all the buildings were destroyed. Dark apparition corpses lay strewn on the ground. All the people present had experience being on battlefields, yet the tragic aura on the other side still left them gobsmacked. How was this battle fought? It looked terrible, as the entire place was destroyed. Berkeley and House turned grim, as they were equally puzzled. Their battle with the dark apparitions was intense, but it never reached such a stage. The front line looked as if hit by a heaven-level heavy rune weapon. Furthermore, the weapon was launched in a moment when the dark apparitions were being overrun. That was the only possible reason for such destruction. After all, high-level weapons couldn't cause such damage if the apparitions were offering resistance. However, if every battle could be fought with heavy weapons, they wouldn't need formidable martial warriors anymore. Wang Tung noticed their strange and questioning gazes. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Cough. I went a little too hard. Do I need to pay for the losses?" Silence. Everyone was speechless. Was this just a little hard? Do you have a misunderstanding of what a little is? More so, the fellow was worrying about being accountable for the monetary losses. He didn't seem to care about the battle itself. He looked quite composed at the moment. General Cameron felt the corners of his lips twitching. Only he knew what the young man had done to the 13th front line. Such a level of damage was understandable if he used an array. However, he was still surprised by what he saw. Of course, there were pros when using powerful destructive attacks. However, they were necessary to deal with dark apparitions. Do I have to pay for this? Wang Tung asked with a face reflecting guilt after seeing their expressions. It would be a huge loss for him if he also had to pay for the damages after fighting the war. It would be a thankless task. Wars weren't easy to handle. You don't have to pay for it. The military wouldn't be stingy enough to ask their own people to pay for damages. General Cameron felt helpless. That's good. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. No one knew whether to laugh or cry. This fellow's mind works in strange ways. Why would he think he needs to pay for the losses? What about the result? General Cameron went back to the main topic. Everyone turned serious and looked at Wang Teng. We didn't disappoint. Our forces managed to annihilate the dark apparitions. None of them escaped. Wang Teng smiled. We also caught a talented vampire apparition. I think you'll like him. Annihilated. Everyone was stunned. Such a word couldn't be said with ease. It wasn't easy to annihilate an entire army of dark apparitions. Red Scorpion and Raging Bear had only managed to kill a portion. It was almost impossible to stop them from escaping, and they wouldn't give chase, either. And yet, Wang Teng said that his troop managed to annihilate all the dark apparitions who took over the 13th front line. No one could believe it. Are you sure? General Cameron asked in a low voice. He widened his eyes a bit. You can send someone to check, Wang Teng replied. The general believed him. He shouted, feeling overjoyed. Good. Anyone could see how happy he was. Good riddance. Major Wang Teng, good job. Good. You're indeed young and promising. Qi Yuanzhu and the other generals felt elated. They were full of praise for Wang Teng. You're being too kind. This is what I should do. Wang Teng waved his hands and replied humbly. However, he was obviously enjoying the compliments. The commanders from Red Scorpion and Raging Bear looked at each other, feeling abandoned. The younger generations would surpass the older generation, leaving no paths for the latter. They belonged to the poor, older generation. All right, did you say you caught a talented vampire apparition? Was he the one who forced General Lu Gaoga to retreat? General Cameron asked. Yes, it's this fellow. Wang Teng pulled Torb into view. Silence. Everyone felt their lips tremble when they saw Torb, who was tied up like a dumpling. What did this dark apparition experience in Major Wang Teng's hands? Chapter 1279, Thank you for your compliment. What about my reward? Indeed, that's the one. I didn't expect you to capture it. General Cameron took a deep breath and looked at Wang Teng in amazement. How powerful was he to be able to capture that level of dark apparition alive? It was unbelievable. Berkeley and House were appalled. They had heard about the creature and knew that it possessed a heaven stage ability. They weren't sure if they could deal with it. Still, Wang Teng managed to catch it alive. They finally considered Wang Teng as their equal by then. They even respected him a little more than the previous commander of The Tiger Strike Force. Based on what they recalled, the previous commander couldn't have achieved such a feat. Are there any rewards for catching this talented vampire? Wang Teng asked. General Cameron lifted his eyebrows. This fellow is unique. This was the first time seeing someone readily asking for rewards. Not once had he ever had a subordinate like him. The others were equally speechless. Everyone felt that Wang Teng was incredibly bold. Anyone would desire rewards, but none of them said it aloud. Not everyone had the courage. Berkeley and House even felt that Wang Teng was stronger than them in this suit. It took great pains to catch this vampire. He even used his ancestors' blood essence. If I wasn't smart enough, I wouldn't have made it back alive. Wang Teng immediately voiced out his hardships when he saw the general's contemptuous expression. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. His ancestors' blood essence. General Cameron stood up and said in a low voice, This vampire carried his ancestors' blood essence with him? That's right, the ancestor was quite fierce. He almost killed me, but luckily I managed to blah blah blah. In the end, I managed to send it back to his den using my wits. Wang Teng kept complaining while purposely describing how hard the battle was to showcase his merit. Then, he looked at General Cameron pitifully. Wang Teng turned the stern atmosphere into a strange one. Everyone gave him weird looks, feeling that the fellow had discarded all his dignity. This fellow, he gave away all face for the sake of a reward. How could someone be so shameless? Berkeley and House looked at each other. They lost. They lost terribly. They couldn't be compared to such a shameless person. But, given Wang Teng's explanation, General Cameron and the others understood the battle better. They heaved a sigh of relief and stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. The enemy used his ancestors' blood essence, but he still lost to this fellow. It was hard to see through Wang Teng. Can you find the blood essence? General Cameron asked the crucial question. Huh? I destroyed it already, didn't I? Wang Teng was stunned. A vampire's blood essence isn't that easy to destroy. You probably only wiped out the consciousness inside, General Cameron explained. I can't find it. It fell into a dimensional rift. I didn't have the time to care about it in that situation. Wang Tung shook his head. General Cameron was a little disappointed. Never mind, it's good that you're alive. You can come back to the base first. All right, how's the casualty count? Wait, let me ask, Wang Tung replied. Everyone. Honestly, is he the commander? Couldn't he be a little more responsible? He doesn't even know how many of his people had died. They didn't know that Wang Tung had called the general right after the fight was over, fearing that they would worry. It didn't give him enough time to check on the numbers. But everything should have been accounted for by then. Wang Tung called Peggy over to ask. No one died, but we have 363 injured personnel, Peggy reported. She was close to the screen, so Wang Tung didn't need to repeat the message. Everyone was silenced again. This data, did you really go there to fight? Even General Cameron was surprised after hearing the news. He wondered if it was an illusion. Is there anything wrong? Wang Tung asked. General Cameron paused for a second before replying. Nothing. You did well. Thank you for your compliment. What about my reward? Wang Tung rubbed his hands and chuckled. Bang! General Cameron turned off the screen. Everyone tried their best to suppress their laughter. Wang Tung was indeed a talent. He managed to infuriate the general. Still, silence returned as they recalled what the young man in the Tiger Strike Force had done. What kind of monster is this? Wang Tung stared at his wristwatch with his eyes wide open. He hung up on me. Peggy couldn't help but roll her eyes. She would have hung up on him, too. Wang Tung complained, but he wouldn't say it in front of General Cameron. Otherwise, he would be severely reprimanded, and his reward would be annulled. He felt helpless. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks, he wanted to vent his frustration, but he didn't have an avenue. Hence, he kicked Torb furiously. Torb. Oh, what does it have to do with me? Peggy pretended she didn't see anything. He was just a dark apparition. A kick wouldn't hurt him. The troop taking over the 13th front line was quick to arrive. The previous commander, Lu Gaoga, suffered a serious injury during battle, but he immediately chose to return when he heard that their place had been reclaimed. General Lu Gaoga was surely feeling unsettled since he was climbing up from where he fell. He was feeling troubled when he saw Wang Tung. Lu Gaoga saluted Wang Tung seriously, then said in a low voice, Commander Wang, I sincerely thank you. You're being too polite. This is what I should do. Wang Tung waved his hands. I feel ashamed since I allowed the dark apparitions to snatch the 13th front line. This is embarrassing. Lu Gaoga shook his head. Those apparitions came prepared. They concentrated their forces on these 3 front lines, so anyone would have suffered a loss. There's no need to think much about it. Wang Tung consoled him. He was telling the truth. That was the reason why the 3 front lines had fallen so quickly. Lu Gaoga shook his head. He asked, I heard that you caught the dark apparition. Can I see him? Hey, does he want to mock the captive to get his revenge? General Lu appeared decent, but he was quite evil at heart. Wang Tung was happy to see this, so he pointed at the dumpling next to him and replied, He's here. Lu Gaoga. Oh, this is the powerful vampire dark apparition? He thought it was some strange parcel. Such a treatment was interesting. For some reason, the reinstituted general felt a sense of exhilaration when he saw how miserable the vampire was. Lu Gaoga coughed and spent some time thinking how to compliment the hero. Cough. Commander Wang is a young and promising martial warrior. You're very thorough. You're speaking too highly of me. This is nothing, Wang Tung replied in a humble manner. This vampire is sly. He can turn into crows and escape, so I had to tie him good. You're right. Lu Gaoga nodded after a pause. He'll leave his place to you. Now I need to go back and report, Wang Tung said. All right, let me send you off. Once done reporting, Wang Tung went back to the Tiger Strike Force battlecraft and then back to the main base. Lu Gaoga stood on top of the ruins and watched them until they left. Then, he gave a silent salute before retracting his gaze. Wang Tung needed some time to head back to headquarters, so he spent that time counting his gains since he had nothing else to do. He picked up all the attribute bubbles on the battlefield. Not one was left behind. His gains were amazing. First, there was the constellation lightning force. Thanks to the mystic heaven lightning sword array, he managed to get more attribute bubbles than the usual collected from normal lightning. Wang Tang's constellation lightning force was formerly at the 9th level of the planetary stage, but now he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Celestial stage. His constellation lightning force had reached the celestial stage. Furthermore, he jumped directly to the 2nd level. The stars representing his lightning force spun gradually above the sea of nihility. A strange power of life was released, then merged into his body, igniting a transformation. Wang Tang felt his life origin and soul origin become more powerful after the transformation. Life origin, 36600, soul origin, 33800, constellation lightning force, 7800/20,000, celestial stage 2nd level. Both his soul origin and life origin had increased. The effects were good. Next was the constellation dark force. There was a whopping increase this time, since he killed many dark apparitions. Constellation dark force, 1500/80,000, celestial stage 8th level. It jumped from the celestial stage's 1st level directly to the 8th level. Everything happened in an instant. Wang Ting found it absurd. The other constellation forces rose too, but the jump wasn't astonishing. This was because the martial warriors from the Tiger Strike force acted towards the end and no one died. For this reason, not many attribute bubbles were dropped. As a result, none of his other constellation forces increased in level. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. An increase, no matter how small, was still an increase. Also, his 5 deputies gave him some attribute bubbles too. He received 800 points of the Savage Elephant form and 600 points of the Savage Elephant mace from Huochia. Savage Elephant form, Universe stage 400/3000. Well-versed, Savage Elephant mace, Ultima battle technique 700/1000. Specialized. The Savage Elephant form went from foundation to the well-versed stage, while the Savage Elephant mace remained at the specialized level. However, he now had a better grasp of it. Since the Savage Elephant form reached the well-versed stage, Wang Tang started to understand how powerful it was. If he executed this move along with the ancient god's body, he would become a mighty contender. Chapter 12, 80 sturdy and tough. Aside from scriptures and battle techniques, Wang Tang also received the ultimate strength from Huochia. He received 1,500 points of the latter. Ultimate strength, 2,300/6,000, 6th level. He had already gotten this attribute from Huochia in the past. The addition made it rise to the 6th level. His understanding of this Ultima reached a new level. Wang Tang felt that he could kill a Cosmos stage martial warrior with a punch. The attack was extremely powerful, considering he was a celestial stage martial warrior. The attribute bubbles dropped by Huochia weren't bad. Although he did gain some benefits from him, benefits should be gained all the time. Given the chance, Wang Tang would strive to get more bubbles out of Huochia again. The latter, who was training hard at the moment in one of the craft's training rooms, shuddered. He felt a chill for no reason. Of course, the other 4 deputies dropped many attribute bubbles too, being deputy regimental commanders. Wang Tang gained a physical training scripture from Wei Tong, called Bronze Armor Scripture. It was also at the universe stage, so it was anything but ordinary. One of the military martial warriors' benefits was the chance to trade for high-rank scriptures and battle techniques in the military system. Universe stage scriptures could be exchanged. His deputies had reached the Cosmos stage, so they needed to get some universe-level scriptures. Of course, if strapped for credits, they could take a step back and look for heaven stage scriptures. However, it would be for the best if they could practice a universe stage scripture right from the start. The scripture's upper limit would determine their future limit. Practicing a heaven stage scripture would at most allow them to reach the heaven stage. To reach the universe stage, a switch to a new scripture would be needed. This was an arduous task for most martial warriors, as it took a long time acclimating to the new scripture. The best way was to practice a high-rank scripture from start. Huachia and the others considered the universe stage as the furthest they could see themselves reaching. Even so, the hopes were slim and would be satisfied if they attained the heaven stage. But everyone could dream. What if they succeeded? All practitioners had the hopes of becoming a universe stage martial warrior and the boss of their own territory. That was why they aimed high and chose universe-level scriptures. They had to try no matter what. As for the eternal stage, it didn't even cross their minds. They would save that, though, for a time after they reached the universe stage. Most of the warriors of the universe stage would never get to reach that level. There was a chasm separating them from their goal. Wang Tong received 1,300 points of the bronze armor scripture, going right past the foundation stage and reaching the well-versed stage. Bronze armor scripture, universe stage 300/3000, well-versed. Wang Tong closed his eyes to sense the new scripture, and the practice method appeared in his mind. He felt somewhat at a loss. All physical training skills entailed self-abuse. Just like the savage elephant form, he needed to use some inhumane method to train his body to strengthen it. Fortunately, he could raise their levels via attribute bubbles, so he didn't need to go through the abuse. Practicing both scriptures at the same time would be unbearable. People could think he wanted to commit suicide. The only major difference was that the bronze armor scripture was based on the metal element scripture, while the savage elephant form was of the earth element. Fortunately, he could use both skills in tandem. But no one would be mad enough to practice two physical scriptures at the same time, right? Well, except for Wang Tong, who was a veritable bug. He wondered what it would be like to execute both scriptures simultaneously and realized that the result could be a little strange. The image would be an eyesore. He had seen Huachia after executing the savage elephant form. He shot up in height and his muscles bulged out, turning him into a small giant. The bronze armor scripture was similar, making the user taller and bulkier, with a body as hard as metal. Would he turn into a giant Iron Man if he used both together? Sturdy and tough. Indeed, the ancient god's body was the best. A gold mark would appear on his forehead, and that was it. No changes were made to his body. This body technique was more thoughtful in comparison. Besides, considering the transformation like that of a superhero, the ancient god's body was still quite handsome. He also received Strength Ultima bubbles from Wei Tong, which came as a surprise. He didn't expect the latter to possess this Ultima too. Strength Ultima, 4100/6000, 6th level. He received 1,800 points, causing his Ultima strength attribute to rise again. This felt comfortable. 2 consecutive increases were better than a slow and gradual increment. Phone Gang's attribute bubbles weren't special. Aside from Constellation Metal Force, he dropped a Metal Ultima. He had a great understanding of this category, so he dropped a sizable amount of attribute bubbles. There were 3,200 points in total. Metal Ultima, 8,500/9,000, 9th level. This Ultima had already reached the 9th level. The new influx of attributes took it to the peak of the 9th level. He would soon reach the 10th level. Once that level was at hand, the attack would become amazingly powerful. Wang Tong's understanding of the move would hit the perfect stage too. Even Heaven Stage martial warriors would have it hard to attain the perfect stage for their ultimas. At most, they would reach the 8th or 9th level. That was high enough to support them in understanding how to cast a domain. However, this would still affect their enlightenment of their soul, origin, power of rules, and such in the future. Accumulation from the start was important for that reason. Wang Tong didn't place much importance in this at the start, but Round Ball, the legacy of the Flaming River Universe Lord, and the memories hidden in the Devour Nihility Beast kept emphasizing its importance, so he placed more attention on it. The real value of receiving the legacy of the Flaming River Universe Lord and the Devour Nihility Beast came from that precious knowledge. Many martial warriors would die for it. That was why a master imparting teachings to his disciples was extremely important in the universe. There was a huge difference between someone with a master and someone without. Jira mostly dropped Constellation Wood Force, Wood Ultima, and Imperial level Wood Talent attribute bubbles. There were 6,500 points of constellation wood force in total. Wang Tung's was originally at the 7th level of the celestial stage. The sizable addition provided by the Tiger Strike Force allowed him to break through to the 8th level. Constellation wood force, 3,200/80,000, celestial stage 8th level. Wang Tung smiled as he looked at his attributes board. At least one of his basic elements had a breakthrough. He received 2,100 points of Wood Ultima, which wasn't enough to reach the next level, and remained at the current 8th level. However, his understanding deepened. Wood Ultima, 5,300/8,000, 8th level. Finally, he gained 3,200 points of Imperial level wood talent. Wang Ting already had some of it. The addition allowed his talent to become a little stronger. Imperial level wood talent, 6,200/25,000, although a small increment. It wasn't bad. He did perceive changes in his wood talent. This meant that he had improved considerably. As for Marley, he was the one who surprised Wang Tung the most, since the fellow dropped wind element attributes. Constellation Force, Wind, * 5,500 Imperial level wine talent * 4,000 Wing Ultima * 4,500. Wang Tung's Constellation Wind Force was already at the 3rd level of the celestial stage. The 5,500 increase made it much stronger. Constellation Wind Force, 1,870/30,000, celestial stage 3rd level. Imperial level wind talent wasn't useful to him, since he already had the divine talent. He had yet to find anyone with a superior gift. On the other hand, the Wind Ultima, not bad. Wang Tung received the Wind Hell Ultima and the Raging Gale Ultima in the past. The former was a combination of Wind Ultima and Bloodlust Ultima, while the latter was a pure Wind Ultima from the Wind Ultima category. The 3 Ultimas overlapped. He would need to come up with a method himself if he wanted to merge them. He couldn't rely on picking up attributes for this. Wing Ultima, 2,100/5,000, 5th level. His Wind Ultima was at the 5th level, slightly weaker than the others. However, it rose quickly since he picked up many attribute bubbles after the latest war. It would have been hovering around the 1st and 2nd level without this round of gains. Chapter 1281 Walk this path until the end. Actually, the attribute bubbles from his 5 deputies were among his greatest gains this time. The biggest windfall came from the space attribute bubbles dropped by the space tornado, as well as the attribute bubbles from the vampire ancestor and Torb. He picked up 7,250 points of space attributes in total. Wang Tung created a massive space tornado to deal with the Blood Crow ancestor, causing more attribute bubbles to be dropped. Space Physique, 27450/300000, 3rd rank. His space physique had reached the 3rd rank back in the Flaming River world. He also executed the Space Tornado as they reclaimed the 3rd front line and collected many space attributes, causing a considerable rise. However, it was still a drop in the bucket when compared to how far the limit of the space physique was. Wang Tung's depleted space power was quickly replenished, shedding his momentarily weak look. If anyone saw him just then, they would be astounded. Quick! His recovery speed was too quick. Next, he looked at the attribute bubbles dropped by Torb. Blood Crow, Ghastly Scale, Shield, * 2,400 Blood Crow, Domain, * 3,000 Blood Crow, Clone, * 2,200 Blood Crow, Divine Scripture, * 1,500 Imperial Level Dark Talent, * 8,000. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered, as he had expected those attributes. The Blood Crow, Ghastly Scale Shield was the one used by Torb during their fight. Its defensive ability was decent. Wang Tung strongly believed that the best defense was offense, so he rarely practiced any protective skills. Still, it was good to have some just in case. He would be abusing himself if he kept on resisting enemy attacks with his body all the time. 2,400 points of Blood Crow, Ghastly Scale Shield allowed him to reach the well-versed stage. Blood Crow, Ghastly Scale Shield, 1,400/3,000, well-versed. That move was a Devil Emperor stage defense skill, and quite powerful at that. Its execution method appeared in his mind. He nodded, feeling satisfied. Next came 3,000 points of Blood Crow Domain, a different one he could use. Now he had 3 to choose from. Blood Crow Domain, January 3000, 3rd level. Once the attribute was received, Wang Tung attained a deeper understanding of how powerful it was. Numerous blood crows could be created in that domain, which could be directed as an extremely powerful attack. The 3,000 blood crow attack Torb had used was an example of its attacking potential. Once becoming proficient, he could also create more than 3,000 blood crows. Furthermore, there was a spiritual attack merged into the attack and would be lethal for those of weak spirit. However, Wang Tung didn't expect his blood crow domain to reach the 3rd level directly. No wonder Torb was considered a talent among the vampire apparitions. He worked hard to provide a lot of attribute bubbles. Next was the blood crow clone, akin to a cheat move to stay alive. Wang Tung felt exasperated whenever Torb turned into a bunch of blood crows and escaped his deadly attacks. His frustration was indescribable. He didn't know there was such a heaven-defying battle technique. It was unbelievable. He remembered that the Black Incubus Devil Lord possessed a similar technique, as the latter could scatter and run away. Wang Tung had almost allowed him to escape at that time, but he still killed him in the end. Most importantly, Wang Tung had the skills to curb them. Others would be forced to see them break free. Our hero became increasingly surprised and more vigilant due to the dark apparition skills. I need to be careful when meeting high-ranking apparitions in the future. I could fail if the other party had some strange and secret skills up their sleeves. Blood Crow Clone, Devil Titan Stage 2200/3000 Foundation. Huh? It's a Devil Titan Stage scripture. Wang Tung was shocked and elated. This was something unexpected. What was the Devil Titan Stage? This is what followed the Devil Emperor Stage. High-tier Devil Emperors were the same as Universe Stage Martial Warriors, so Devil Titans were as powerful as Eternal Stage Martial Warriors. The Blood Crow clone was a Devil Titan Stage technique. It was incredible. No wonder it was so unique and strange. Wang Tung was on cloud 9. The better the Blood Crow clone, the more beneficial it was to him, and he didn't need to pay for it. The value of such a technique couldn't be appraised in monetary terms. Only the high-rank vampires had the right to learn that skill. Torb would be furious if he knew that his battle technique and Ultima had been pirated by his human nemesis. The Blood Crow clone's cultivation method appeared in Wang Tung's mind. His eyes shone brightly, reflecting his awestruck mood. What an exquisite skill! He would have to turn into blood mist, then solidify into blood crows, and finally reconstitute his own body. This was a change in the state of matter. A single error could have irreversible effects. For instance, if one were to lose control during the body reformation, he could lose an arm or a leg. It would be devastating if he lost some of the vitals. It was still a minor issue, though. Losing his soul would be a worse outcome. That was the reason why dark apparitions would have powerful elders guarding them while practicing the technique. Not everyone could learn even if they had the method. Of course, there were some talents who learned it on their own, but those were rare. Wang Tung touched his chin, realizing that he would have a hard time practicing the skill with his current talent. Good thing he could pick up attributes or use blank attributes to raise his proficiency. He didn't need to worry about any cultivation risks. Good lord, if I learned this Blood Crow clone move, not even Universe Stage Martial Warriors would be able to kill me. Wang Tung chuckled. He also received 1,500 points of the Blood Crow Divine Scripture. Blood Crow Divine Scripture, Devil Titan level 1500/3000 Foundation. Wang Tung was astounded. It was another Devil Titan Stage scripture. Wealthy fellow. This vampire is rich. He had 2 Devil Titan Stage scriptures, so he wasn't an ordinary fellow. He finally believed that it was part of nobility among dark apparitions. It would be good to find a chance to get more attributes from him. He mustn't let the opportunity pass him by. Wang Tung squinted as he made his decision. The captive Torb felt a chill down his spine. He had the ominous feeling that something bad was going to happen to him. Lastly, there were 8,000 points of Imperial-level dark talent. The number was high, being a greatly talented vampire. He had dropped many talent attributes. Our hero's dark talent was also at the Imperial level and benefited greatly. Imperial level dark talent. 20,000/25,000, 5,000 more for a breakthrough. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. The gains were good, but he felt that he was walking further and further into the dark path. Walking this path until the end. Who would believe he was a human if he executed all those strange and mysterious dark battle techniques? Come on, you are a dark apparition, the kind with a powerful bloodline. Wang Ting quickly shook his head to throw that scary thought out of his mind. Oh right, he still had the attributes dropped by the Blood Crow ancestor. He had gone through a lot so he could get rid of that old fellow, being almost exhausted in the end. It would be a huge loss if he didn't get anything. Of course, being an ancestor figure, the Elder had dropped many attributes, even though they came from a mere drop of blood essence. Blood sickle / 5,000 Wang Ting learned the battle technique as the bubble attribute entered his mind. Blood sickle / a Devil Titan stage battle technique. A terrifying blood sickle was instantly manifested in his mindscape. It slashed through the darkness and shot right into the sky. Boom! A loud explosion echoed in Wang Ting's mind, virtually enough to split his consciousness apart. Gasp! Wang Ting let out a huge sigh after some time. He had seen the Crow Elder executing the move in real life, but the blood sickle slash in his mind was even more horrifying. That was the real blood sickle slash. Wang Ting finally understood how scary the attack was. Had the Elder Crow acted in the flesh, he wouldn't have had any chance to resist. He would have died before he could even look at the move. He wouldn't survive, even with the Blood Crow clone skill. The difference in ability was vast. Fortunately, entities like the Blood Crow ancestor wouldn't act so readily. It was rare enough for his blood essence to appear on Defense Planet number 29. Wang Ting became serious and felt an unprecedented sense of danger. It was a wake-up call to realize his weak status. He was nothing compared to someone like the Blood Crow ancestor. Now, he needed to get more attribute bubbles to improve his ability. The world was too dangerous. Blood sickle / Devil Titan stage 2,000/5,000. Well-versed, as expected of a skill executed by the Blood Crow ancestor. It was a huge bubble. 5,000 points of the attribute allowed him to jump directly to the well-versed stage. Honestly, it was hard to become proficient in Devil Titan battle techniques. Just the foundation stage alone required 3,000 points. His Blood Crow clone and the Blood Crow Divine Scripture were both at the foundation stage only. Either way, he had 3 Devil Titan scriptures and battle techniques, representing a great harvest. He didn't waste his efforts. Did I forget something? Wang Ting suddenly touched his chin with a shimmer in his eyes. All right, this thing. The next second, a drop of blood essence appeared in Wang Ting's hand. Chapter 1282, Do They Mean That Thing When They Say Eat? A drop of blood essence floated on Wang Ting's palm, producing a thick, bloody smell. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he immediately disappeared. The strong scent vanished as well, like it never appeared. In the next moment, Wang Ting appeared in the space fragment. So dangerous. This thing can't be seen by others. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief. He secretly retrieved the drop of blood essence from the dimensional rift. Good thing that General Cameron reminded him in time, or he wouldn't have made it. Of course, only a person with space talent like him could retrieve things inside dimensional rifts. Anyone else would die in the attempt. Only Heaven Stage martial warriors could enter dimensional rifts for short periods of time. There was no more consciousness in the blood essence. It was just a drop of pure blood, the essence of the vampire ancestor. Vampires had always liked drinking blood, especially that of the strong. It was their favorite. Vampires would suck the blood essence from other creatures, then refine it to make it part of their own blood essence, which was in itself like a treasure. Blood essence refined by vampire ancestors was even more amazing, definitely a treasure that others would scramble for. Of course, the chances to get such a boon were low. Wang Tung appeared directly in front of a small wooden house when he entered the space fragment. The small wooden house was the work of the floral fairies. They lived in the space fragment and conscientiously maintained all the facilities within the fragment. Wang Tung had only been away for a while, and yet the floral fairies had already tidied up and redeveloped the place. They were spending their days living happily. From being seized with fear in the beginning, they gradually adapted and grew to like being there. After all, the space fragment was a place Wang Tung used to grow various spiritual herbs. It was full of vitality and was extremely suitable for floral fairies to live. In a sense, the place was like a paradise for them. Aside from the fact that a devil king would appear and disrupt their peaceful lives once in a while, they couldn't find anything bad about their home. At least they didn't have to live their lives in fear like before, with a bad man capturing and taking them away. At the moment, Wang Tung, the Devil King, had no awareness he was deemed a villain. He just occupied a floral fairy's residence without any concerns. Every time he visited the fragment, he randomly chose a small wooden house. After all, any of them would give him the same feeling. They were exquisite, bursting with floral fragrances, very comfortable to live in. Being the master of all the fairies wasn't taking turns a normal thing to do. There was a floral fairy sleeping in the small wooden house chosen by him. She woke up in shock and stared at him with terrified eyes. The look she would give to a pervert. Cough. Wang Tung felt a little guilty and cleared his throat. He then ruthlessly gave an order, without any sense of shame. Little Flower Angel, give me a glass of nectar spiritual water. Oh, Flower Angel was still in a daze, but terrified no more. They had become familiar with Wang Tung, the Devil King, and knew he wouldn't harm them. She nodded as she climbed out of her warm bed and flew out. They're so easy to bully. Wang Tung shook his head. Won't your conscience ache for bullying such a kind and pure race? Round Ball's voice could be heard in Wang Tung's mind. If not for me, they would have been bought by an unscrupulous and cruel slave trader. I wouldn't know what kind of cruel life they would have to endure if I hadn't saved them from that cruel fate, Wang Tung said firmly. Besides, wasn't it you who came up with the idea of me buying them? Round Ball finally managed to utter a word after holding back for a long time. Shameless. I'm still okay, Wang Tung replied. Is that blood essence from the Blood Crow ancestor? Asked Round Ball, not bothering to continue with the previous subject. Yes, Wang Tung nodded. You managed to steal it. Round Ball felt helpless, having overheard the previous conversation between Wang Tung and General Cameron. Back then, it believed Wang Tung when he said he had lost it. Turns out it was all a lie. I just don't know when he recovered the thing. That silent method was incredible. What do you mean by steal? This is my loot. I managed to defeat the Blood Crow ancestor after spending lots of effort. I can't just hand it over like this, Wang Tung replied. They would compensate you accordingly if you presented it to the general, Round Ball said. I'm just studying it first. If it's useless, they'll hand it over, Wang Tung said. What a treacherous fellow you are. Round Ball felt at a loss. Wang Tung snickered and took it as a compliment. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a knock and a small head emerged from the open door. Flower Angel looked at Wang Tung timidly and asked, Can I come in? Come in. Wang Tung nodded with a straight face. The fairy walked in like a timid fawn while holding a wooden cup. She then placed the cup on the wooden table and spoke softly, Please drink it. Thank you. Wang Tung took a sip. The taste was really good. Flower Angel was flattered. She waved her hands repeatedly and said, Don't mention it. Am I that scary? Wang Tung rolled his eyes. Oh no. Flower Angel was flustered, feeling she had angered the Devil King again. Her face looked like she was about to cry. Okay. Your sisters will think I'm bullying you again if they see you like this. Wang Tung felt conflicted. That little fairy was too timid, frightened by just a few words. This made the situation seem like he was about to do something weird to her. Flower Angel mustered up her courage and pouted. No, my sisters said that you're a nice person. They didn't say anything bad about you. Oh, Wang Tung was surprised. Don't you all call me the Devil King? Why do you think I'm a good person? Flower Angel was dumbfounded. Her big black eyes widened as she looked at Wang Tung in shock. How did you know that you girls nicknamed me the Devil King? Continued Wang Tung, smiling at her. Flower Angel, star. Oh, P.I. Wah, we didn't mean it, we don't. Don't kill us. She took a step back and fell to the ground, as if just having done something awful. She was so frightened that she burst into tears. Wang Tung. Oh, he only wanted to tease her. Never did he think he would scare her like that. This girl is so timid. Bang! The door was abruptly pushed open and the other floral fairies rushed in, making a protective fence in front of Flower Angel. They looked at Wang Tung with a cautious attitude. Don't hurt Flower Angel. Come to me if you want anything, said Catalpa. Being their leader, she stood up without hesitation in front of everyone, just like a heroic martyr, stretching her hands and blocking the others. That is, if you ignored her trembling legs. Wang Tung's face turned a little somber. Ha ha! Round Ball was laughing inside Wang Tung's mind, thinking that the whole situation was hilarious. Wang Tung also had times he was rendered speechless. Karma and retribution. If you say it like this, Wang Tung rubbed his chin and walked over to Catalpa. He then sized her up with unscrupulous eyes. The leading fairy was very tall and had a delicate face, paired with a curvy figure. She really was a beauty among beauties. What do you want to do? Catalpa took a few steps back in horror as she looked at Wang Tung anxiously. What do you think? Said the roguish fellow meaningfully. He felt that he really had the potential to be a bad guy. His acting performance was sublime, worthy of an award. Catalpa was stuttering. Indeed, the Devil King name was justified. She was too naive, seemingly accepting her fate as she said with a pale face, Okay, I promise you. As long as you don't touch them, they'll do as you please. Really? Wang Tung asked with great interest. Catalpa became paler, but she nodded solemnly in the end. Sister Catalpa, don't. Devil King, don't hurt Sister Catalpa. Sob, Devil King, eat me instead. Don't eat Sister Catalpa. A bunch of floral fairies were trembling, but were bolstered by righteousness. They yelled and wanted to rush forward, but all of them were stopped by Catalpa. Wang Tung, do they mean that thing when they say eat? He felt that the floral fairies were thinking about the wrong things subconsciously. These females are frightening. Cough. All right, I was just scaring you a bit. I won't be doing anything. Leave, said Wang anxiously, shaking his head. He fooled around a little too much. He wanted to hurry up and shoo those fairies away. His head was aching from all that crying. Who could stand that? Gasp, the cries stopped abruptly. The fairies stared blankly at the human. They couldn't quite understand what was going on. Catalpa seemed to have grasped the last straw. She raised her head and looked at Wang Tung in surprise. Master is letting me off? Why? Looks like you guys want to accompany me for a while longer, Wang Tung said. The floral fairies shook their heads in unison and rushed out the door, as if chased by a monster. Wang Tung. His reputation was ruined in one day. He shook his head and looked at the blood essence he was holding. He then released his force, and a strong, bloody stench wafted in the room. He then began to observe. Wang Tung breathed a soft, sudden gasp after some time passed. Just as the bloody stench was filling the air, he immediately felt Little White's extreme thirst. He walked out of the house and saw Little White approaching from afar. The little fellow arrived in a short while, with eyes fixed on the blood essence he was holding. Chapter 1283 Transformation and Reporting Wang Tung was connected to Little White through the spiritual pet contract and was able to sense its emotions. The pet showed a strong desire for the crow ancestor's blood essence. Wang Tung was surprised. Is it because both Little White and the ancestor are crows? After all, they were the same kind of animal. The blood crow ancestor didn't reply to him directly when he asked if it was a crow. The elder was even angered by it. Wang Tung got confused, but now he felt that he understood. They were both crows. Wang Tung asked Little White, Little White, do you want to have this blood essence? Little White couldn't speak, so it only cawed in reply. However, the message was conveyed. It looked forward to absorbing that blood. This is interesting. Wang Tung, you can let it have a go, said Roundball all of a sudden. Are you sure? Wang Tung asked. It was the blood essence of a vampire dark apparition. How could a normal creature absorb it? Do you think Little White can absorb dark force like me? This blood essence comes from the blood crow race. ITLL helps spiritual crows, Roundball explained. The blood crow race? But it has dark force. If Little White consumes it, Wang Tung touched his chin. He was worried. That's for you to decide, Roundball said. Wang Tung was caught in a dilemma. There was a high chance the crow would be contaminated and become a dark creature. It wasn't something that could be brushed off. Once this happened, there was now a way to turn back. Little White was a spirit flame ghost crow, so it did possess some negative aura, slightly similar to dark force, but it was still a light creature. There was an essential difference between them. No one knew what would happen after absorbing that blood essence. Little White called again. You still want to have this blood essence? Wang Tung felt troubled. Little White felt it was becoming less useful as time passed, and had the urge to raise its ability quickly. This was a great and rare opportunity that couldn't be passed up. After some time, Wang Tung sighed and relented. Little White had its own thoughts. He had no reason to reject seeing such resolve from a bird. Raising his pet's ability would benefit him too, and he didn't want to abandon Little White if it couldn't catch up with his developing speed. Take it. Wang Tung stretched out his hand, and the drop of blood essence floated towards the crow. Little White called and rubbed its head on his palm intimately. Go ahead. Wang Tung patted its head. The bird finally swallowed the blood essence. The next instant, Little White gave a shrill and loud caw and soared into the sky. Wang Tung quickly looked up. A blood-red glow exuded from the pet's body while spreading its wings and cawing continuously. It seemed to be in agony. Boom! A powerful aura blasted from Little White's body. The blood-red glow became increasingly brighter until it covered the crow completely. It looked like a red sun hanging in the sky. Wang Tung frowned. He was worried, so he hurried and activated his spiritual sight and eyes of essence. Our hero realized that the blood-red glow was a cocoon. Little White was curled up inside, while strings of red energy were seeping into his body. The ancestor's blood essence was transforming Little White's body and changing its natural form. However, the process wasn't smooth. Wang Tung could see wisps of dark force seeping into Little White's body. Is this a good or a bad thing? Wang Tung was worried. The crow had been with him for a long time, and they had developed a deep bond. He didn't want anything bad to happen. Roundball consoled, don't worry. The blood essence would at most turn it into a dark creature. It wouldn't be life-threatening. It won't be able to appear in front of others if it turns into a dark beast. Wang Tung shook his head. You have many dark skills, right? Can't you hide its aura? Roundball gave him a meaningful look. Wang Tung was stunned and reacted immediately after. Roundball is right. Some of the intelligent high-rank star beasts could learn human or dark apparitions' battle techniques. For instance, the Devour Nihility beast had grasped many battle techniques from the human race. Little White would be able to hide its aura if he taught it some dark battle techniques. Furthermore, the bird was always next to him, so others wouldn't notice if he was careful enough. Wang Tung smiled when he thought about this, and his worries faded. Roundball, thank you. Roundball smiled. Little White's transformation would take some time, so Wang Tung left the space fragment. A few hours later, everyone was back at the main base. The battlecraft made a slow descent to the Tiger Strike Force's territory. The martial warriors in the main base immediately noticed their arrival. They stopped what they were doing and looked at the craft as it came down with looks denoting respect. They saluted in the distance. It's the Tiger Strike Force. Did you hear that they managed to reclaim the 13th front line? They were victorious. It's not that simple. I heard they annihilated all the dark apparitions lurking there. Gasp, really? They wiped them out. I heard it from my uncle who works at the General Staff Department. Not only that, Major Wang Tung also caught a mid-tier Devil Emperor alive. Oh my God, a mid-tier Devil Emperor? Major Wang Tung is only at the celestial stage, right? How did he manage to catch such a creature? What a monster! Major Wang Tung is the genius of our military. Not many people in the great Qian Empire can be compared to him. That's right. He's made lots of contributions to the military. How can other talents compete with him? Discussions erupted amongst the crowd as the Tiger Strike Force battlecraft disappeared from their sight. The news had already spread like wildfire before their arrival. Everyone knew they had won by a landslide and caught a high-profile creature. General called Wang Tung to summon him as soon as they reached camp. They were anxious to know how he recaptured the 13th front line and to have his detailed report of the battle. Wang Tung had no choice but to take his 5 deputies for the meeting. He heard the rumors along the way. He was stunned. All I caught was a low-tier Devil Emperor. How did it become a mid-tier Devil Emperor? Who spread the news? Rumors are scary. Commander, you're becoming more and more mysterious as people speak about you, Deputy Jir said with a smile. I know I'm outstanding, but I'm honest. I don't lie. Please help me clarify that I caught a low-tier Devil Emperor of the vampire kind, not a mid-tiered one. ITLL be bad if people have the wrong idea, Wang Tung said in a righteous tone. The 5 deputies. For some reason, it sounded weird. It still sounded like he was boasting, but they had no evidence. Remember to clear this up thoroughly. You can mention the ancestors' blood essence to make it more credible. They might not believe otherwise. I don't lie, Wang Tung added. The 5 deputies. Shameless. They didn't know what to say. This made them update their understanding of his shamelessness. Some time passed. They arrived at the commanding hall. Everyone was already waiting for them. The door opened. Everyone's gazes landed on Wang Tung. The sudden appearance of those people shocked Wang Tung, especially their intense eyes, seemingly ready to cut him up. Scary. Hey, everyone's here. Wang Tung swallowed his saliva and raised his hand to greet them. Silence. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wang Tung made the serious occasion funny with a single sentence. Both Red Scorpion and Raging Bear commanders were present. They felt at a loss when they saw their young peer in the flesh. He was a little different for what they expected. Shouldn't a talent be extraordinary and full of arrogance? Why does he seem like a funny guy? That's right, he looks like a funny guy. Those thoughts randomly popped up in their minds at the same time. Is this really the talented martial warrior who annihilated the dark apparitions dominating the 13th front line and caught a low-tier Devil Emperor alive? They started to doubt themselves. Our outstanding martial warrior is back. General Cameron broke the silence with a smile. Come in. Right. Quick. Come in and tell us how you fought that battle. General Cameron kept it a secret. He said we had to wait for you to return. General Chi Yuanju waved his hands impatiently. The other generals were also waving him over-enthusiastically. Wang Tung felt overwhelmed. He walked in and reported his battle process. Everyone knew the results, but they were still astounded by the details. Good riddance. You used a lightning array. No wonder you waited for so many days. General Chi Yuanju was enlightened. His eyes looked bewildered. A 5th-rank Grandmaster level array minimized your casualties to the lowest. I'm embarrassed to say, I thought you weren't taking action due to fear. General Yukari shook his head. Berkeley and House glanced at each other. They willingly accepted their loss. The boldness and foresight of the new Tiger Strike Force commander was better than theirs. They decided to storm in, so there were many casualties in their team. And yet, Wang Tung held back for a long time. He didn't care about victory, placing more importance in the lives of his martial warriors. That was enough to prove his level was higher than theirs. Chapter 1284 Colonel and the National Military Medal. Wang Tung finished reporting quickly. Actually, the main base probably had intel about the battle process, but it wouldn't be as detailed as Wang Tung's personal accounts. His briefing was necessary to see if discrepancies occurred. The generals praised him to the skies for that battle, especially for the usage of the lightning array. They won with minimum losses. It was the perfect outcome. Major Wang Tung, you did well, General Cameron said in the end. A battle is not child's play. One needs to be smart and not just use brute force. That is the stupidest method. You considered the surroundings, the local weather, and various elements of the battlefield, and used them to your advantage. This is the wisdom and quality a leader should have. Chi Yuanjiu and the other generals nodded, agreeing with the statement. Berkeley and House felt ashamed, to a point they wanted to find a place to hide. They used the simplest and stupidest method to fight. They had already lost. They were a bit unconvinced at the start. Wang Teng considered his team's safety, but casualties were common in war. They felt he had used the array because he wanted to rely on an external force. That wasn't the real power of the Tiger Strike Force. But, as things stood, they were the ones who didn't do well. Both had learned about the wisdom and quality of a leader the moment they entered the military. Unfortunately, they got immersed in the glory of their forces and forgot about medular things like these. They were too result-driven. That was their mentality when they went to battle. Their young colleague had unwittingly taught them a lesson. Wang Teng was stunned when everyone praised him. Am I that outstanding? The wisdom and quality of a leader? What's that? Do I have that? Why didn't I know of this? General Cameron's voice pulled everyone's attention over. Based on the numerous military contributions Major Wang Teng has made, the top brass have decided he was going to be awarded based on his merits. Berkeley and House sat up straight. They gave Wang Teng envious looks. Wang Teng stared at General Cameron in surprise. This was a little sudden. Major Wang Teng will be promoted to colonel. General Cameron smiled. Colonel. Berkeley and House looked bewildered, unable to hide their jealousy anymore. It was plain to see on their faces. They thought that Wang Teng would at most become a lieutenant colonel, but he was directly promoted to colonel, jumping 2 ranks. Mind you, they had been in the military for many years, having made numerous contributions before they managed to climb the ranks. And yet, Wang Teng was directly promoted from major to colonel. Honestly, they found it unfair. Wang Teng was too young, and he had barely joined the military. He didn't have much experience, yet he already was at the same level as them. Anyone would find it unfair. Wang Teng was astounded. I'm a colonel already. I didn't do anything to achieve this, did I? General Chi Yuanjiu, General Yukari, and the other generals wore smiling faces, knowing about this decision beforehand. They even approved this personally. It was a fact that the fellow was indeed too young. However, they felt that they needed to keep such a talent in their team, and special people required special treatment. They didn't have to stick to the rules all the time. Letting go of this talent would be a huge loss. They hoped that Wang Teng could keep bringing glory to Defense Planet number 29. The latter had caught the eyes of the bigwigs through this mission and gained some honor for the whole planetary operation. Before this, they couldn't raise their heads in front of the generals from other defense planets after the loss of 3 front lines. Many people wondered if this result was caused by neglect. Now, all the wagging mouths stopped because of Wang Teng's exceptional performance. Major Wang Teng, wait, I should call you Colonel Wang Teng now. General Cameron smiled. Thank you. Wang Teng snapped back and hurried to formally salute the generals. He wasn't stupid. He guessed that these officials were the ones backing his promotion. Otherwise, such a rise in ranks would have never happened, based on age and experience. No matter what their motive was, he accepted the favor. General Chi Yuanjiu and the others nodded in silence. Wang Teng's ability and temperament were both praiseworthy, not becoming haughty because of his merits, nor did he look down on others because he gained power. He was able to remain calm and humble after the good news. Not many people could do this. Arrogance wouldn't allow one to go far. General Cameron said with a smile. Colonel Wang Teng, continue to work hard. I can apply, so you can receive the National Military Medal if you make a few more achievements like this. Your noble status might rise too. Wang Teng was surprised and elated. He didn't know what the National Military Medal was, but he knew how hard it was to rise in nobility. Chao Hongtu spent half of his life trying to inherit the Baron's position, but he snatched it from him. Now, General Cameron was telling him that he could climb higher if he made more military contributions. Wasn't that a great bonus? Achieving military merits was as easy as eating and drinking for him. General Cameron is a good man. The National Military Medal. Roundball suddenly exclaimed in Wang Teng's mind. What's the National Military Medal? Wang Teng couldn't help but ask. Roundball took a deep breath and explained, it is the highest military condecoration of honor. Only those who have achieved outstanding military exploits are worthy of it. The latter couldn't imagine why General Cameron felt that Wang Tung had the chance to get this award. It was worth noting that many Heaven Stage martial warriors had been unable to get it, and Wang Tung was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Still, he was a veritable monster. His achievements were no less than those of a Heaven Stage martial warrior. He had even surpassed most of them. Seen through that lens, Wang Tung did have an opportunity to get the coveted medal. Furthermore, General Cameron wouldn't speak of this for no reason. He had certainly heard something. The military top brass were probably paying special attention to the boy. Round Ball felt troubled for a moment. This fellow is extraordinary wherever he goes. Chapter 1285, let's see how long he can remain arrogant. Round Ball felt emotional. Many thoughts went through its head. If Nangong Yu had that ability, he wouldn't have been tricked and killed. Comparisons were scary. The latter may well have been a talent, but he was nothing compared to Wang Tung. Is the National Military Medal that impressive? Wang Tung asked in his heart. It's a symbol of identity and honor. You can't put it that coarsely, Round Ball replied angrily. We need to face reality. Honors are fake. It's better to be realistic, Wang Tung said. Round Ball's mouth moved, but he didn't know how to refute. This is infuriating. He ignored Wang Tung. Hey, you haven't told me what that medal is good for, Wang Tung asked, feeling agitated when he saw the small guy go silent. The more Round Ball said, the more curious he got. That medal sounds amazing. It must come with some special perks for those who have it. You can check by yourself, Round Ball replied furiously. Wang Tung. General Cameron didn't offer any further explanation. Wang Tung would have to rely on his own performance to see if he could get said medal in the end. But everyone felt jealous after hearing what he said, including General Chi Yuanju and the other generals. They didn't have a national military medal, but had a good chance to receive it. Berkeley and House were no exception. Their eyes almost turned red in envy. All of them were military martial warriors, so it was normal for them to yearn to receive the highest recognition. However, before they could see any signs of getting the medal, the young man already had a shot at it. In comparison, they felt they had nothing to be proud of. The briefing ended, and the generals left the commanding hall. Berkeley and House went over to greet Wang Tung and introduce themselves. Colonel Wang Tung, congratulations, said Berkeley. Congratulations to you, too, Wang Tung replied with a smile. Never slap a smiling person. Berkeley felt the corners of his eyelids twitching. Why did you congratulate me? What's there to congratulate? They were the ones who lost terribly. House wanted to say his praises too, but he hurriedly swallowed his words. He couldn't say it out loud anymore. Wang Tung could choke someone with words alone. If you have time, come and visit the Red Scorpion Force, Berkeley said with a bitter smile. He would have left grumbling, but he knew that the young man wasn't doing it on purpose. Definitely, Wang Tung replied politely. You should also come and visit the Raging Bear Force if you have the time, House said. They were jealous, but they couldn't ignore Wang Tung's potential, so they chose to maintain a good relationship with him. They wouldn't act on impulse. All right. Wang Tung nodded hurriedly. The older pair felt a loss when they saw how polite he was. They thought that Colonel Wang Tung was strange for some reason. His way of doing things was vastly different from the norm. They bid farewell after some polite exchange. Wang Tung met up with his deputies and prepared to head back to their camp. His lodging had been moved, being more comfortable than before. His 5 followers were astounded when they heard about Wang Tung's promotion. A jump of 2 ranks. Our commander is amazing. Skipping a rank was rare. Normal martial warriors would have a hard time moving up a single rank, especially after becoming major. Once the colonel rank was reached, the next was to become a general. Every general had to possess Heaven Stage ability and earn numerous merits. Not everyone could fulfill those requirements. That is why the promotion to colonel was strict. 1 level was hard enough, let alone 2. A figure rushed out and blocked Wang Tung's path as soon as they got to their camp. It was a young man. There were a bunch of martial warriors behind the young fellow. The guy looked at Wang Tung indifferently and asked, "Are you Wang Tung?" Wang Tung squinted as he sized up the newcomer, immediately recognizing him. The Parker's family. He was bald, and there was a crimson flame symbol on his forehead. He wasn't muscular and looked no different from a normal person, aside from being a little taller. With a sharp and angular face, he gave off a cold and distant aura. "Why are you looking for me?" Wang Ting wouldn't show a welcoming attitude to the Parker's family. The young man glanced around him and said in a demanding tone, "I have something to tell you. Ask them to leave." "Umph," Wang Ting snorted. "Why are you laughing?" The young man frowned with disdain. "Can I ask you a question?" Wang Ting asked. "What?" The young man furrowed his brow even more violently. However, he curbed his impatience when he remembered the reason he went there. "What are you?" Wang Ting asked calmly. "You're tempting fate." The young man was infuriated. His gaze turned sharp. Boom! An immense pressure surged out of his body and swarmed towards Wang Ting. "How dare you!" Hua Chia and the others shouted when they saw this happen. They took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. Wang Ting had gained their recognition. He was the commander of the Tiger Strike Force, the backbone of their team. No one could offend him. Furthermore, Wang Ting was speaking up for them. That youngster was looking down on them, ordering them to leave as if they were servants. It was too much. They would have flared up if Wang Ting wasn't there. Boom, 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 boom. 5 auras exploded and clashed with the other party. "Oomph." The young man snorted. His gaze flashed, and his aura increased further. Boom. Hua Chia and the others couldn't resist. They were forced to take a few steps back. They stared at the young man in astonishment. Who is this? How could he possess such ability being so young? What's more, he was only a Cosmos stage martial warrior. He was already capable of facing off against 5 Cosmos stage martial warriors on his own. Boom! At that moment, Wang Ting took a step forward and released a bloodlusting intent, which collided with the young man's aura. A dull thud was heard. The young offender's expression changed somewhat, and he took half a step back. He stared at Wang Ting with a distorted expression. The young man's helpers shouted and gathered. "How dare you!" There were more than 10 of them. Each of them was giving off a celestial realm aura. One was at the Cosmos stage. All of them gave Wang Ting cold stares. They took out weapons and pointed at the latter. They would have no qualms to attack if the young man ordered them to do so. Who gave the guts to parade right in front of the Tiger Strike Force camp? A cold glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He shouted, "Get ready!" Boom! All the martial warriors in the camp had already noticed the situation at the entrance. Thus, they rushed without hesitation upon hearing their leader calling. 5,000 celestial stage martial warriors scattered in the sky, completely surrounding the place. The other party didn't expect such development. Their expressions changed as they stared at the deployed figures in the air. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Wang Ting tilted his head and asked, "Are you planning to gang up on me?" Silence. F***K. Who's the one doing the ganging up? This person is a little shameless. I'm a fair person. Since you want to gang up on me, they'll gang up on you. "Come, don't be a coward," said Wang Ting. "Everyone, fair your head. There are 5,000 people against less than 100. Is this what you call fair? Do you have a misunderstanding of what fair means?" "Wang Ting, don't go overboard," the young man said in a cold voice. His expression had turned hideous by then. "Me?" Wang Ting scoffed and said, "You came to my place looking for trouble, and now you're saying that I'm going overboard?" He waved a hand and shouted, "Take them down." "Yes." The 5,000 martial warriors replied in unison and soared into the sky. They were about to make their move. What's happening? Who angered the Tiger Strike Force? Oh my, they're looking for death. Who gave them the courage to make trouble at their doorstep? Many martial warriors close by were attracted by the commotion. They started discussing when they saw the confrontation. "Wang Ting, how dare you?" The young man's expression changed. His pupils constricted violently. He didn't expect Wang Ting to attack for real, so he hurried to shout, "I, Swait, came under the 3rd Prince's orders. I just want to make a deal with you. Please don't misunderstand." The 3rd Prince. Wang Ting squinted. Aside from the imperial family, no one would call himself a prince. This young guy from the Parker's family came on the 3rd Prince's behalf. This is unexpected. The expressions of Hua Chia and the other deputies changed. They were now hesitant. They knew what the third prince's name entailed. The imperial family. The Tiger Strike Force couldn't afford to provoke them. Huichia and the others looked at Wang Tung. Wang Tung, don't be reckless. The imperial family is not like dealing with the Grand Dukes. We can't touch them easily, Round Ball said in Wang Tung's mind, sounding agitated. I know what I'm doing. Wang Tung stopped and pondered for some time. Then, he asked, You came on the third prince's orders? What proof do you have? Swate heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them stopping. The arrogant and indifferent expression returned when he replied, This is the third prince's token. He took out an emblem and waved it in front of Wang Tung. The object had the carving of a black divine beast. That was the great Qian Empire's divine beast, the Kunwu beast. The creature had 8 horns. Every time the creature's power increased by a level, it would grow an extra horn on its head. There was only 1 horn on Wang Tung's barren token. 8 horns represented the imperial family. Only the highest nobility had the right to use the 8-horn Kunwu beast. If someone dared to make a counterfeit, that person would be looking for death. This could only mean that the item genuinely belonged to the prince. What does the third prince want me to do? Wang Tung asked with a sharp glint in his eyes. I can only tell you in private, Swate said coldly. I'm leaving if you don't say it. Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. Swate was furious. He was under the third prince's wing, so he was often treated with respect, even by Heaven Stage martial warriors. However, Wang Tung kept on insulting him. It was infuriating. He snorted and made a decision. After making the deal, he would go back and complain about Wang Tung's haughtiness to the third prince. Let's see how long he can act arrogantly. He took a deep breath and said using voice transmission, Wang Tung, my father is one of the third prince's men. The prince wants me to tell you that he doesn't mind owing you a favor if you withdraw your charges against my father in the military court. Crofts? Wang Tung asked. Yes, Swate replied. Wang Tung snorted. No wonder he didn't dare to say it in the open. It would be a direct provocation to the military court if he said it aloud. Even the third prince wouldn't be able to bear with the consequences. You are privileged to receive a favor from the third prince. Don't be insensible, Swate continued when he didn't receive a reply. 1 favor, and he wants me to drop the charges? He thinks too highly of himself. Wang Tung remained expressionless, but anger was already boiling in his heart. This is too much. Round Ball was also furious, but felt helpless at the same time. Their opponent was the third prince, a true member of the imperial family. It was a contender with an extremely noble status and great power, not someone whom Wang Tung could oppose. Chapter 1286 You are insulting my character and trampling on my dignity, Wang Tung. My time is limited and I can't squander it talking with you. Have you thought it through? Swate said coldly. He was arrogant and was obviously looking down on our hero. If it wasn't for Crofts, he would have never gone there. As for the ongoing feud between Wang Tung and the Parkers, he didn't take it seriously. A mere celestial stage martial warrior couldn't possibly shake them. The real reason why they had suffered multiple defeats by the young one was because the real powerful martial warriors had not made a move. If they did, not even 100 Wang Tungs would be a match. Our hero looked impassive, his face devoid of expression as he heard Swate's words. Round Ball had a bad feeling and said hastily, Wang Tung. Before it could finish the sentence, Wang Tung had already responded. I'm sorry, I refuse. He spoke out loud, without using voice transmission. Since the other party was shameless, he had no need to worry too much. He didn't even fear the dark apparitions, let alone a third prince. It's over. Swate was feeling confident at first, but his face stiffened by the response. He was livid. How dare you refuse? Who gave you the guts? Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Tung sneered and then said righteously. Third prince wanting to use favors to make me drop Croft's charges. He's showing disrespect to the military court and the military as a whole. I, Wang Tung, soldier of the military and loved by the generals, am the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. How could I give all of that away for the sake of a mere favor from the third prince? You look down on me too much. You are insulting my character and trampling on my dignity. I, Wang Tung, will not do such a thing. Even if I were to offend the third prince and die in the process, I will defend the dignity of the military. Don't even think about bribing me." Wang Tung's voice became louder and louder, becoming thunderous in the end. "You shut up." Swate was shocked and furious. This Wang Tung is mad. To dare reveal this matter. If people were to learn that the third prince was trying to cut a private deal, it would definitely make them think that he held the military court in contempt, damaging his own image. Others would definitely use this as an excuse to attack the noble. He was offending the third prince. Even if others were to refuse, they wouldn't dare to do it like that. This Wang Tung is too shameless. Dignity of the military? Loved by the generals? All of it was to intimidate. Huaqiya and the others started fuming upon hearing this. This person actually threatened our commander using the third prince's name. This is outrageous. Roundball was stunned. How is this possible? This tactic was completely unexpected. His ability to intimidate others is too good. Why? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? Is that all the dignified third prince can do to hide? Wang Tung said disdainfully. Bastard, the third prince is an incomparable talent and a prominent figure. How dare you insult him? Swate was enraged. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly realized what he said. His expression changed drastically. Him speaking of the third prince's involvement was completely different than when mentioned by Wang Tung. Uttering his name was tantamount to confirming the latter's claim. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, he was basically confessing that the prince himself asked him to find Wang Tung and negotiate to drop all charges against Crofts. Things look bad. What? The third prince wants Commander Wang Tung to withdraw his charges against Crofts. How could the third prince make such a decision? Commander Wang Tung is a true role model for our generation. He even dared to speak up and offend the prince, all for the sake of the military's dignity. That's right. Commander Wang Tung is a true role model for us. Commander Wang Tung has offended the third prince. We must testify for him so he doesn't suffer. There were a bunch of martial warriors surrounding them during Wang Tung's loud statements. Everyone heard the conversation clearly. Given that Swate had confirmed the fact, the truth was exposed, and they were convinced. Swate's expression was extremely ugly. He looked pale and was on the verge of vomiting a mouthful of blood. No, this has nothing to do with the third prince. I don't know anything about any favors. There's no such thing. Wang Tung, you are slandering me. Swate pointed at Wang Tung furiously as he tried to defend himself. The matter couldn't be disclosed to others. Otherwise, the third prince would definitely go after him. I slander you? Then tell me, why were you looking for me? Wang Tung shouted. Swate was a loss. Wang Tung didn't give him a chance to think, shouting, You can't say it out loud, can you? You didn't think of any other reason. Your sole purpose for coming here was to bail Crofts. Swate said, You've been exposed. Everyone, judge for yourselves. Decide who is credible. Do I have nothing else to do that I would dumbly look for trouble and provoke the third prince for no reason? Wang Tung said innocently. Commander Wang Tung is right. No one would provoke the third prince for no good reason. Commander Wang Tung must have been forced into a corner to reveal this. It's too pitiful. This is too much. They've gone overboard. Not even a third prince should bully people like this. Everyone was filled with righteousness as they defended the rising hero. There were others who merely witnessed all of this happen, but the news would continue to spread as long as there were 10 people speaking up for Wang Tung. The matter couldn't be covered up anymore. Swate's face was black when he saw everything go downhill. He gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Tung. He wanted to kill him badly. Cold words spurted out of Swate's mouth. You're good. You will regret this. He didn't want to stay any longer, so he turned around to leave. There was no point in saying anything else. It was the military. They would only believe Wang Tung's side of the story and ignore him. The man had to rush back and let the prince know about the situation so he could take proper measures. Who said you could leave? Wang Tung scoffed. You dare to stop me? Swate stopped and looked back at Wang Tung with cold eyes. You come and go as you wish. What do you think my Tiger Strike force is? After saying this, Wang Tung shouted, Take them down. How dare you? Sway couldn't take it anymore. He was strong and talented, and was recruited by the third prince. Anyone who saw him would treat him with respect. However, Wang Tung went and humiliated him time and time again. Since he was being trampled upon, he no longer needed to hold back. Boom! He thrusted his palm, and a dense constellation fire force was condensed into a palm-shaped image aimed to slam Wang Tung's chest. Capture the boss, and the entire group will fall. As long as Wang Tung was defeated, the Tiger Strike Force would be unable to do a thing. Chapter 1287. This is how Wang Tung does things. One boom. The palm rushed over, with a scorching heat sweeping out. Wang Tung was the first to bear the brunt, instantly feeling the incredible temperature. Sway was indeed worthy of being a member of the Parker's family. He was another fire user. However, our hero was fearless. His eyes squinted, and the nether frost in his body produced an outward chill. The high temperature had no impact on him. In an instant, green flames burst out of the latter's body and wrapped around one of his fists. Wang Tung sent out a punch. Fire Ultima, Strength Ultima. Both ultimate attacks merged, quickly condensing into a fist glow. Boom! The next moment, the palm and fist collided, producing a terrifying explosion. The resulting blast affected the surroundings. Huochia and the others were instantly pushed back, while the ones fighting remained at the center. No one could stay within a radius of 500 meters. So hot. The deputies' expressions changed a little as they looked at the center of the collision in surprise. Both rivals were using fire force attacks, generating terrifying temperatures and distorting the air. Even Cosmo Stage martial warriors found it hard to adapt to it. In an instant, the fist and the palm were split apart. Both Wang Tung and Sway flew back. The latter took 10 steps back while the former only took 7. How is this possible? Sway's pupils shrank in disbelief. He knew that Wang Tung had defeated Dragon 14 and the others, but he was in a different league. He was only at the 3rd level of the Cosmos Stage, but he was able to go head-to-head with those at the peak of the Cosmos Stage. No one could match up to him. He was deemed a talent among talents, and for that reason, he was valued by the third prince. However, he was at a disadvantage when fighting the young commander. He couldn't accept that Wang Tung was just a celestial stage martial warrior. It was a tough blow to his pride. Wang Tung didn't give him any chance to react. He rushed over in an instant and blasted the other with ultim-powered fists. Boom, boom, boom. He was truly angered by the third prince and Swate, and would dole out no mercy. Is the third prince so great? Just a few words, and he wanted him to withdraw all charges against Crofts. The man really thought he was made of mud, and could be played however he wanted. They would think he was easy to bully if he didn't show them what he was made of. Swate's expression changed, but a cold light immediately flashed in his eyes. Fire force erupted from his body, and he used Ultima power without holding back to clash with the other. He didn't believe that he wasn't powerful enough to defeat a celestial stage martial warrior like Wang Tung. The deputies looked at Swate with pity. The bastard doesn't know how frightening our commander is. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, they had no intention of intervening and merely watched from the sidelines. Wang Tung and Swate fought at ground level and later in the sky. Swate used all means, even using the dragon blood battle physique. His body was covered by flames, which greatly improved his physical attributes, power, speed, and even control of his constellation fire force. It was just like transforming into a humanoid dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of dull collisions echoed in the sky. Their attacks were accompanied by terrifying force fluctuations as they swept across the sky and attracted the attention of many martial warriors. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Looks like it's the third prince's man. He wanted to threaten Commander Wang Tung, but he stood his ground. The third prince. Is Commander Wang Tung that tough? There were many who didn't understand what was going on, but their faces revealed shock after the other spectators explained what was happening. Swate was becoming more impatient as he fought. No matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't shake Wang Tung. He would rarely encounter such a situation. It only happened when he sparred with the third prince. Only then could he feel such pressure. But that was the third prince. How could Wang Teng compare to the third prince? Suddenly, Wang Teng profited from a moment of distraction. He appeared behind Swate and smacked him hard with a lightning slap. Boom! Swate was horrified, but he didn't have the time to react. He felt his head go blank for a moment, then helplessly fell down. He was blasted from the sky and smashed into the ground. The dust cloud dissipated and a large hole appeared, surrounded by web-like cracks. Even so, Swate was still a Cosmos stage martial warrior. He was indeed vomiting blood after such an attack, but he could still struggle and get out of the hole. Obviously, Wang Teng wouldn't give him a chance. The young commander descended from the sky and stomped his feet on Swate's head, slamming it onto the ground. He lowered his head and said, "It really feels better when I step on someone from the Parker's family." Blood spurted out of Swate's mouth. He was a talented martial warrior, but he was being trampled by someone he looked down on. It was humiliating. Wang Teng squatted and smiled at him, while sending a voice transmission. "Do you think I would quake in my boots if you mentioned the third prince? Want to save Crofts? Dream on. He's already finished. By the way, this is just a bit of interest. My feud with the Parkers will be settled slowly in the future. You are just an ant trying to shake the skies. Brat, don't overestimate yourself." Blood oozed from Swate's mouth as he shot Wang Teng with a resentful glare. "If you touch me, the third prince will be the first one to come after you." Chapter is how Wang Teng does things. 1288. This is how Wang Teng does things. 2. You're stubborn. Wang Teng weighed the lightning slap forming in his hand and moved it over Swate's head, as if he was trying to find the most suitable spot to strike. "What are you doing?" Swate's expression changed. He felt the pain in the back of his head, which was clearly caused by something, then realized what it was when he got a clear view of it. Huaqia's mouth twitched when he saw this. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. "Don't worry. You won't die." The lightning slap glowed with lightning and continued to magnify in Swate's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Swoop. Boom. The dull sounds were accompanied with slight roars of thunder as the attack landed on Swate's head. Big bumps appeared on the shiny bald head, which started swelling up at a visible speed. His body was still twitching. "Bastard. Wang Teng. You will die a terrible death. Stop." Sob. Swate was yelling in the beginning, but it gradually transitioned to whimpering. He couldn't even speak clearly in the end. He was deeply humiliated and was wallowing in despair. He was even doubting his life in the end. Wang Teng is not human. Swate's men had ugly expressions as they shouted, "Wang Teng, you have a death wish. Aren't you afraid of the third prince for treating Sir Swate like this?" Alas, they were surrounded by 5,000 martial warriors and didn't dare to move. Wang Teng ignored them and continued hitting for a while longer. He reckoned it was enough when he noticed that Swate was exhaling more than inhaling, and felt that the anger in his heart had dissipated considerably. "Very good, my mind is clear." Round Ball was speechless, with its mouth wide open. This was a direct offense. He didn't even leave any room to maneuver. This is how Wang Teng does things. Wang Teng looked at Huoqia and the others, then issued an order. "Lock him up and wait for someone to retrieve him." His deputies were still reeling in shock. They snapped out of it after hearing Wang Teng's voice and replied in haste, "Yes." Their eyelids were twitching when looking at Swate's appearance. Jira and the others looked at Huoqia with a hint of sympathy in their eyes. The latter was the only one who had enjoyed a similar treatment. They remembered how Huoqia looked just as miserable when he was sent back. Now they finally knew how he got those wounds. It had to be really painful. F***K. What's with their expressions? Huoqia felt aggrieved and wanted to curse. However, he chose to keep it in, considering that Wang Teng was present. Swate and his men were quickly detained. The dozen or so martial warriors saw their boss state and gulped their saliva. None of them dared to raise their voices anymore. They didn't even dare to look at Wang Teng. Wang Teng then collected the attribute bubbles dropped by Swate. Dragon Blood Battle Physique *500 Constellation Force, Fire. asterisk 4500 celestial realm spirit, asterisk 1200 cosmos realm enlightenment, asterisk 1500 fire ultima, asterisk 2400 Swait's attribute bubbles weren't bad. They increased Wang Tung's stats by a good margin. This was especially so for the Dragon Blood Battle physique. The 500 attribute points increased his numbers considerably. Dragon Blood Battle physique, 1800/10,000, first rank. This stat was only at the first rank. Once he combined it with his divine flames, its power became much stronger than that of many of the Parker's talents. Thank you everyone for speaking up for the sake of our Tiger Strike Force today. I'm very grateful. Wang Tung went around, cupping his fists after collecting the bubbles. Commander Wang Tung, you're too polite. It was but a small gesture. That group was going too far. We couldn't stand it. Yes. We are all martial warriors of the military. We can't let them bully us. No one expected that Wang Tung would personally offer thanks. They were a little flattered by this. The young commander exchanged some polite remarks and said a few more words before the onlookers gradually dispersed. The whole event would be inevitably retold. More people would know about it. It would be impossible to cover things up, even if the third prince wanted to. Wang Tung returned to the Tiger Strike Force's camp and didn't go out again. The whole Tiger Strike Force needed to rest and recuperate after that battle. Wang Tung also had to process his gains. He had also kept in mind that he would be helping the devouring Nihility Beast to construct a 9 treasures pagoda. He had already experienced the pagoda's strength when fighting with Vampire Apparition. The apparition's spiritual attack was easily suppressed by the artifact, not moving even one bit. Being a talented vampire, would Torb have a weak spirit? Definitely not. It could only mean that the 9 treasures pagoda was too powerful. That was why it was paramount to make another. If one pagoda wasn't enough during battle, the second one would enter the stage. Just thinking about it made him feel a little excited about his cheats. Forming the 9 treasures pagoda a second time was much easier. After all, he had prior experience, and the 2 god hammers were still available. He didn't have to visualize from scratch. Another point is that the devouring Nihility Beast's consciousness was extremely vast and strong. Wang Tung could create it without being as cautious. The thought made the beast's clone feel deeply resentful. A day later, a huge 9 treasures pagoda was quietly floating in the creature's consciousness. Wang Tung and the beast clone appeared at the same time and gazed at the new pagoda. They were amazed. "I'm a little jealous," Wang Tung said. The second pagoda was even larger than the one he had. No wonder the devouring Nihility Beast was a universe behemoth. Even if he was cheating, it would still be incomparable. "You and I are one. What's mine is yours, right? What's there to be jealous about?" said the creature, caught between laughter and tears. Makes sense. Wang Tung was in a good mood. 9 treasures pagoda. The creator of the Buddha's Sutra probably would have never imagined that someone could create 2 pagodas. Wang Tung returned to reality and walked into the bathroom, preparing to wash up. Making the second pagoda wasn't painful at all, since the one suffering was the beast, not him. However, it still entailed hard work, as it consumed a lot of spirit. He decided to take a bath and relax. Bathing alone was too lonely, which didn't fit his current status. Wang Tung released Chow Jiao, handed her a towel, and ordered, "Wash my back." Chow Jiao was finally released, but the man had actually ordered her to serve him. Veins were popping on her forehead. Her pretty face was flushed with anger. "Hurry up. You're a bit daft for a maid," Wang Tung urged as he lay on the side of the huge bathtub. In the end, he didn't use an enchantment on Chow Jiao. That move would be too lowly for someone of his rank and status. It was interesting to educate people. Either way, Chow Jiao had a spiritual mark and couldn't resist. He wasn't worried about her doing anything wrong. She took a deep breath and glared at the young man's back as she stepped forward to wash him. 1,000 characters were omitted here. Half an hour passed. Wang Tung walked out of the bathroom with a blushing and resentful Chow Jiao in tow. The hero was in a good mood. He suddenly remembered about the National Military Medal, so he logged into the virtual universe to check. A pile of information appeared soon after. He browsed carefully, and his eyes became increasingly brighter. The benefits of the National Military Medal could be summed up in 2 words: special privileges. That's right, special privileges. The National Military Medal represented privileges in various fields of the Great Qin Empire, such as education for his children, purchases of important supplies, and official appointments. One would have certain preferential treatment. From a certain point of view, the National Military Medal had more privileges than his Baron title. For instance, his descendants could enter the highest institutions of the empire to study without any assessment. Even a baron's descendants would have to pass assessments to be enrolled. Some important supplies couldn't be purchased, even using his nobility status. That would change with the medal. He would be able to buy things directly from the empire. Being a baron might not grant you opportunities to become an official, but you could definitely get a good position after being awarded the medal. Of course, this was only applicable to the medal owners and not their descendants. That was the difference. In addition to this, there were various other privileges. Such treatment was simply too good. He couldn't help but feel happy after going over the information. The National Military Medal was the true symbol of status. Chapter 1289 F***K. It's a bunch of hooligans. Wang Tung waited. 3 days passed until someone went to retrieve Swait and the others. The person arrived along with General Cameron. Once notified of their visit, he received them in the Tiger Strike Force's reception hall. The place was neither huge nor luxurious. It was simple, in line with the military style. Everyone took a seat, and Wang Tung asked someone to serve them water. The third prince's representative this time was also a man who seemed to be barely 27 years old. However, it wasn't difficult for those present to see that his real age was far more than that. In any case, 100 years old was considered as very young when considering martial warriors above the planetary stage. Considering some special races, even their 500 or 1,000-year-old members were still in their infancy. Just then, the man looked at the glass of water and frowned. He didn't move, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. No one had ever served him plain water. This Wang Tung is really uncultured. I'm sorry. I'm too poor to serve you anything good, Wang Tung said. General Cameron's mouth twitched. He would have believed that if someone else said it, but not Wang Tung. He knew that the latter would share a lot of his master-level and grandmaster-level force dishes with his team members. If that was poor, wouldn't others be beggars? Peggy stood next to Wang Tung. She was expressionless, but her heart was calm. This is normal. I just need to get used to it. You don't have to be polite, Commander Wang Tung, the man said. Colonel Wang Tung, allow me to introduce. This is Baron Lu Qing, who is under the command of the third prince, said the general. Colonel, Lu Qing was a little surprised as he looked at the host, not knowing he had already been promoted. Baron, Wang Tung was equally surprised, not expecting the visitor to be the same as him, a baron of the empire. Commander Wang Tung is really young and promising. He is already a colonel, after barely joining the military. There was a flash in Lu Qing's eyes. He was already paying more attention to our hero. It was noticeable, since those who had spent time with the third prince had encountered many people of high status and had gotten used to it. You flatter me. The general's love made it possible. Wang Tung smiled. General Cameron was speechless. This fellow is talking nonsense again. He already knew what had transpired in the past few days. This Wang Tung talked too much, even involving all the generals in the mix. Still, no one thought that his actions were over the top. The third prince was the one who was pushing too far, going to the military and causing trouble, which was akin to slapping them in the face. If they didn't protect Wang Tung, it would be even more embarrassing. Baron Lu, why don't you drink the water? Does it not suit your taste? Wang Tung said. Lu Qing, what do you mean by that? How could a glass of water suit one's appetite? You don't have to be so polite. I'm not thirsty, Lu Qing said. Is Baron Lu looking down on me? Wang Tung's face turned cold. I'm entertaining you kindly, but you're not giving me face. Lu Qing's face froze as he answered the latter with a cold stare of his own. No one had dared to speak to him like that. This Wang Tung, how impudent. The atmosphere tensed up in the reception hall. Cough. General Cameron cleared his throat and broke the silence. Lu Qing's cold gaze faded. He said, "Commander Wang Tung, let us cut to the chase. I'm here under the Third Prince's orders to take Swait back." "Baron Lu, how can I talk if you don't give me face? I'm sorry, but I won't be keeping you company." Wang Tung stood up and was about to leave. "Bastard." Lu Qing's face turned dark. He initially thought that mentioning his liege would intimidate the young commander. However, he didn't expect him to simply leave after a minor disagreement. He wasn't playing his cards according to common sense. "Please stay," Lu Qing said hurriedly. It would be hard to see him again if he really left. The former took a deep breath and said with an aggrieved tone, "This water. They'll drink it." "That's right." Wang Tung saw the guest drink and smiled. He then sat down again. "All right, we can now talk about the matter of releasing him." Lu Qing set the glass down and regained his composure. He spoke with a confident look. "I will be taking Swait back. Tell me if you have any conditions." "At first, I wouldn't have dared to detain the Third Prince's subordinate," Wang Tung replied. Lu Qing, Bulls *****. You didn't dare to? You even dared to threaten the Third Prince himself. There's nothing you didn't dare to do. General Cameron took a sip of water and almost spat it out. How shameless. However, that Swait was making trouble for the Tiger Strike Force and damaged our reputation. If I didn't act, our reputation would have been affected. It truly was a last resort move, said Wang Tung, playing the innocent card while ignoring their expressions. Lu Qing said, "Commander Wang Tung, just state your conditions." Wang Tung said unwillingly, "Baron Lu, you're wrong. You make me seem like I'm blackmailing you. You were the one doing the blackmailing." Lu Qing took another deep breath and said, "Swait was the one at fault. It isn't blackmail." "That's great. Baron Lu is understanding indeed. It must be so for the Third Prince as well, being forthcoming and recognizing my difficulties," Wang Tung said. "Being the case, I won't ask for anything excessive. Just 3 to 500 billion will do." General Cameron really spat the water this time. This fellow is really daring. 3 to 500 billion? Isn't this the same as extortion? Lu Qing stared at Wang Tung. "Baron Wang Tung, this is too much. No way. This is a very fair price. Didn't you see the smash gate? This was all caused by Swait. A few hundred of my martial warriors were wounded and are still recovering. This is compensation for mental damage, damage to our image, plus medical and repair fees. Were it not for considering our esteemed Third Prince, I would have asked for 3 to 5 trillion, Wang Tung exclaimed. Peggy's lips trembled. Is that the reason why he asked us to tear down the gate? As to those wounded warriors, weren't they injured during the previous battle at the 13th front line? In what way is Swait involved in that? Lu Qing's face turned dark. Swait is a real piece of trash. What a failure. He was only there for a small matter, and things escalated to such a degree. He even attacked the Tiger Strike Force. Wasn't this a slap in their faces? He was at a complete disadvantage. The urge to kill someone was rising. This is daylight robbery. Lu Qing wasn't pleased. Nonsense. I have proof. If you don't believe me, take a look at this. Wang Tung took out a long list out of nowhere and waved it at Lu Qing. Show me. Lu Qing didn't believe him and took it to check, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. The losses and compensation costs were clearly specified, but all of it was ridiculously expensive. The damaged gate was made of extremely precious metals and stones, which was almost on par with that of the Great Qian Palace's gate. Who would believe such a thing? However, the gate had been demolished. There was no evidence, and he had no way to examine the original material. He couldn't avoid Wang Tung's abuse. As for the mental and reputation damages, it was impossible to reach a conclusion. Lu Qing couldn't voice out his thoughts, and felt so aggrieved he almost vomited blood. The only thing he could do was to look at General Cameron. General Cameron, is this the way the military does things? General Cameron cleared his throat. Cough. I think that this has nothing to do with our ways. It's each individual to their own. Lu Qing. F***K. What a bunch of hooligans. Baron Lu, have you given it some thought? You can let Swait stay with us for a while. We won't treat him badly. Wang Tung offered. There's no need for that. He'll pay the money. Lu Qing gritted his teeth. The third prince's face would be dragged into the mud if this dragged on. Those unaware might think that they couldn't afford the ransom. As expected of the third prince's subordinate, truly generous. I thank His Highness the third prince on behalf of my wounded soldiers, said Wang Tung, with admiration and gratitude. Lu Qing looked at Wang Tung in silence. He then asked for the latter's account number and transferred the money. 300 billion universe coins. He went for the lowest amount. Wang Tung had no objections, as it was already an enormous quantity. It wasn't as simple as asking the fellow to fork out 500 billion. Of course, the sum was exorbitant to ordinary martial warriors, while it was peanuts to the third prince. Wang Tung wouldn't have gone that high if it were someone else. Wang Tung received the money and instructed happily, "Bring Swait over." The captive was sent to the hall after a while. Most of the injuries on his face had recovered, but Wang Tung's attacks were too vicious, as he still looked bruised and swollen. Lu Qing could barely recognize the fellow. Swait saw Lu Qing, and his eyes lit up as if meeting his savior. He immediately switched back to his arrogant self and yelled, "Brother Lu, are you here to save me?" This Wang Tung went too far. "Brother Lu, you must avenge me." "Shut up, you disgrace." Lu Qing snarled. Swait was stunned, not expecting the cold and chastising treatment. He felt at a loss. Lu Qing's status was much higher than his, and would not dare act presumptuously in front of the former. "Swait, you're free. Be a good person once you head out. Don't ever come back again," Wang Tung said. "Why does this sound so weird?" Swait glared at Wang Tung. Lu Qing exuded a seemingly dangerous aura and looked at Wang Tung. "Commander Wang Tung, I will remember this. The third prince is noble and will not squabble with you, but I will keep an eye on you. The day of reckoning is yet to come." He left with Swait and the others without even waiting for the host to reply. Chapter 1290, they were both barons. Why is Wang Tung so outstanding? Sullen-faced, Lu Qing left the Tiger Strike Forces base with Swait and his men. "Brother Lu," Swait spoke carefully. He could sense Lu Qing's rage and knew he had caused a huge disaster. "Once you're back, go see the third prince and plead for forgiveness," Lu Qing said. But Swait wanted to say something. Lu Qing glanced back, making him desist. After taking a few steps, the former stopped all of a sudden and looked further ahead, his expression changing somewhat. Swait felt that something was off. He too peered into the distance, and his pupils shrank. The man exclaimed, "Zhou Jingtian, why is he here?" Swait stared in disbelief, as though he had seen a ghost. Lu Qing squinted his eyes and spoke slowly. "Looks like the second prince overheard something and couldn't sit still." "He was sent by the second prince?" Swait asked. "Why else do you think he's here?" Lu Qing sneered. The person arrived soon after. He was a tall young man with thick black hair draped over his shoulders, eyes sharp as knives as he grinned at Lu Qing. "So, the third prince sent you here." "Oomph." Lu Qing scoffed. "The second prince really is everywhere. Don't misunderstand. The second prince only sent me to give his regards to Baron Wang Tung. After all, Baron Wang Tung had just made a contribution, and the third prince's behavior is really disappointing. The second prince is worried that the imperial family would be disgraced by his actions. This is just to clean up the third prince's mess." Zhou Jingtian chuckled. "You." Lu Qing felt irritated. "All right, I'll stop here. I'm going to meet Baron Wang Tung." Zhou Jingtian waved a hand and walked into the Tiger Strike Forces premises. Lu Qing stared at Zhou Jingtian's back, feeling an extreme gloom. His mind was in a roller coaster as he quickly left with Swait and his men. Looks like the situation was worse than he had imagined. Back in the Tiger Strike Forces reception hall, Wang Tung sat on his chair with a blank expression. Lu Qing's aura just then was quite daunting. He was a Cosmos stage martial warrior, but the feeling he gave was something Wang Tung had never felt before. This was the first time. Lu Qing wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't fear strong opponents, but he had to always be careful and be on guard against powerful poisonous snakes lurking in the shadows. This was truly annoying. "Colonel Wang Tung, you caused us a lot of trouble," General Cameron said. "I am also helpless on the matter. I didn't provoke them. They were the ones who started it. Wang Tong said, still playing innocent. General Cameron was speechless. You don't look like the one being provoked at all. You were the one who bullied the third prince's subordinates. Wang Tong suddenly said, winking, to show my appreciation for the generals, I have decided to donate 200 billion to our headquarters. This can be considered as a contribution to Defense Planet number 29. Cough. General Cameron cleared his throat and straightened his face. Don't worry. No one can hurt you while on this planet. Wang Tong underscored this time. Huochao entered and whispered something to the young commander. Oh, Wang Tong was surprised. He nodded and said, bring him in. What's wrong? General Cameron asked. The second prince sent someone over, Wang Tong replied. The second prince. General Cameron looked at Wang Tong and smiled meaningfully. You are really popular. I don't want to be involved in their squabbles. Wang Tong felt helpless. I want meddle in this. There are lots of matters that require my attention. He'll be taking my leave. General Cameron shook his head and left. Wang Tong was at a loss for words. General Cameron was really fast when it came to escaping. It was obvious he didn't want to involve himself with either the second or the third prince. In fact, if it wasn't for Wang Tong, he wouldn't have gone there. Huochia entered the reception hall with Zhou Jingtian shortly after. Wang Tong sized up the visitor and was surprised. The fellow provoked a feeling similar to how he felt with Lu Qing, while radiating an overwhelming presence. He's not easy to deal with. Baron Wang Tong, I have admired you for a long time. Zhou Jingtian cupped his fists in greeting. Baron Zhou Jingtian, please be seated, the young commander said politely. Zhou Jingtian was also a baron. Once he heard about his arrival, Wang Tong had Roundball investigate and discovered that the fellow also had noble status. Looks like the prince's subordinates are true hidden dragons. Anyone who makes an appearance is a baron. All their subordinates were powerful figures, not the run-of-the-mill. Zhou Jingtian sat down. Before his trip over, he had learned that Wang Tong was so proud that even the third prince's subordinates were taught a lesson, not taking the prince seriously. He felt that Wang Tong wasn't that easy to get along with. Still, he felt a bit perplexed, seeing how Wang Tong behaved in his presence. Wang Tong was being modest and polite, completely unlike the rumors. Please have some tea. Wang Tong waved a hand, and a teapot with a faint fragrance appeared on the table. He then moved to serve him personally. Zhou Jingtian was shocked when the scent reached him. His eyes were then fixated on the tea. He impatiently took a sip, and his eyes gleamed. Sparkling spirit tea. Wealthy fellow. He was doubtful at first. Once he had a taste, he finally confirmed that it was indeed sparkling spirit tea. It wasn't an ordinary infusion. It was a precious spirit tea that could nourish the soul. It was expensive. Such an item was in low supply, and ordinary folk couldn't buy it. Even Zhou Jingtian could only drink it on occasion, when he visited the second prince's residence. He didn't expect to be able to drink it at Wang Tong's place. Unbelievable. I hope you don't mind the poor hospitality, Wang Tong said. Zhou Jingtian's mouth switched. Poor hospitality? Isn't he thinking too little of himself? We are both barons. Why is Wang Tong so outstanding? Zhou Jingtian suddenly wondered if he was a fake baron. I wonder, why is Baron Zhou Jingtian looking for me? Wang Tong asked. Don't call me baron. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Zhou, Zhou Jingtian said. I guess I'll have to listen to you. Wang Tong nodded. Haha, you really caused a huge mess. Many people on the Great Qin planet have heard about it. Zhou Jingtian was very happy. He smiled and said, That's the reason why the second prince sent me here to meet you. Could it be that he's trying to rope me in? Wang Tong smiled. That was the original intention. But judging by your appearance, I guess you wouldn't agree. There was a flash of light in his eyes. The second prince couldn't afford someone who entertained guests with sparkling spirit tea. Wang Tong was an outlier. Zhou Jingtian was silently praising his wit. He saved some money for the second prince. Brother Zhou is perceptive. Wang Tong had already thought about how to reject him, but the other party had already given up. This saved him some trouble. As for why he gave up on the idea of roping him in, no one knew. Wang Tong poured his visit another cup of the precious tea. The tea was originally for himself. He had exhausted his spirit recently and was drinking more of that sparkling spirit tea to recuperate. Where did it come from? Wang Ting didn't buy it. He found it among the treasures left behind by the Flaming River Universe Lord. Being a universe stage martial warrior, that powerhouse knew how to enjoy life. But in the end, Wang Tong was the one who benefited from his stash. He took it out to entertain Zhou Jingtian when he heard he was there. The second prince had neither feud nor grievances with him. He didn't want another enemy, so he treated the visit politely. Lu Qing would be fuming if he knew that Wang Tong had offered sparkling spirit tea to Zhou Jingtian. The difference in treatment was too obvious. Zhou Jingtian felt overjoyed. He hurriedly grabbed the teacup and drank it sip by sip, as if afraid to finish it in one gulp. If Brother Zhou likes it, I can give you some. Wang Tong shook his head and smiled when he noticed how the other was acting. Really? Zhou Jingtian's eyes lit up. Of course. Wang Ting nodded. I still have a lot of sparkling spirit tea, and I can't finish it. I can certainly give you some. Zhou Jingtian was speechless. He also felt that Wang Tong was a little mysterious. How luxurious. A stock of sparkling spirit tea that can't be finished. What's with this Wang family? To actually have such wealth. Regardless, the second prince couldn't afford someone like him. Various thoughts flashed past Zhou Jingtian's mind. He quickly said, "You have my sincere thanks." "You're welcome." Wang Tong smiled. The atmosphere was harmonious. Both of them chatted for a while. Knowing that the young man wouldn't join the second prince's side, Zhou Jingtian excused himself and left. Wang Tong's life returned to normal. As for the turmoil in the great Qian planet, it was none of his business. There were no missions for the time being. He then returned to his room to cultivate in seclusion. He recently had the idea of merging Ultimas to see if he could create a stronger one. There were also domains to consider. He had obtained many of them and were extraordinary when combined. They would undoubtedly become much more powerful if he merged them. Time passed. Night arrived in the blink of an eye. The Tiger Strike Force members were almost done with their cultivation, and Wang Tong gathered everyone to eat and drink, improving their camaraderie. A bonfire was lit, the smell of food pervading in the air. Some of the men were competing, while others were playing games. It was a lively sight. Wang Tong sat with Huichia, Peggy, and the others, and chatted away. Happy times always pass quickly. 2 hours went by in a flash. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the distance. Boom! Wang Tong turned, and his expression changed. That's Huichia, and the others looked over and turned serious. It's Mr. Veblen's laboratory. Wang Tong was quick to recognize the origin and instantly took to the skies. He then shouted, "Get ready to deal with any possible accidents. He'll go over and take a look." Chapter 1291 Invasion of the Devil Mind Race. Wang Tong dashed towards Veblen's laboratory with a grim expression. Using his spiritual sight, he was able to see a powerful ball made with Constellation Dark Force where the explosion took place. It wasn't outside their defensive walls. It was actually within the main base. What does that mean? Did some dark apparitions manage to sneak into the main base? Wang Tong found the conjecture absurd. Dark apparitions, managing to sneak in through the tight security? Wouldn't that be a slap in their faces? But why was it in Veblen's laboratory? That old fellow had no battle abilities. He would be toast if he met a dark apparition. Wang Tong was worried. He raised his speed to the maximum and swiftly reached Veblen's laboratory. The area was in a mess. There were force explosions everywhere. The cries of martial warriors were being heard non-stop. However, they didn't panic, even though the situation was chaotic, all thanks to their military training. Most of them had split into a few teams and headed in different directions. That was the origin of the dark force bursts he had seen with spiritual sight. They were dark apparitions. And it wasn't just one. Damn it, why are there so many of them in a main base? Wang Tong frowned. There was no time to think about it. He landed on the building, and his expression changed. The place was badly damaged. The blast seemed to have come from within. The worst-case scenario took place. The martial warriors removing the rocks and debris recognized him and saluted when he landed. "Colonel Wang Tong, how's the situation?" Wang Tong asked in a hurry. "We just got here, and set about clearing the debris. "There are people stuck inside," a martial warrior replied instantly. "Move!" Wang Teng's heart sank when he heard this. Knowing he would take action, everyone felt elated and quickly stepped aside. "Heart of magnetic essence, activate!" Wang Teng shouted in his heart. An invisible force radiated from his body and spread further outward. Boom! Numerous giant rocks were pulled into the sky by the magnetic force. Amid the rumbling, the rocks and pieces of metal were gathered, becoming two large spheres. Wang Teng waved a hand, and the gargantuan pair landed on the empty ground nearby. The people around him were bewildered. Martial warriors were strong, but they would have had a much harder time if they wanted to clear the rocks and metals on their own. A lot of time and effort would be wasted. They couldn't have done it as easily as Wang Teng. "Why are you standing there? Go rescue the people inside." Wang Teng shouted. "Yes," replied the men out of reflex and rushed into the building. Wang Teng darted in and activated his eyes of essence. He searched for Veblen and Moira through all the obstacles. Soon, he found Veblen in his laboratory. Fortunately, the lab walls were sturdy, so it didn't suffer damage. Veblen merely stuck there, unable to get out. Wang Teng blasted the lab door open and saw Veblen lying at one side. His expression changed a bit. "Veblen is injured. No wonder he couldn't come out." The fellow didn't have a strong battle ability, but it wasn't low. He should have escaped under normal conditions. Wang Teng finally knew the reason. There were signs of dark force attacks on him, and was rendered unconscious. Wang Teng hurriedly executed the bestowal of the goddess. Veblen was wearing his light battle armor, so the dark force influence wasn't big. He quickly regained his consciousness after being treated with light force. "Old man, what happened?" Wang Teng quickly asked. "Wang Teng, you saved me." Veblen groaned and rubbed his head. Then, he became agitated as he recalled something. "Where's Moira? And the devil ovum? Damn it! The dark apparitions stole the devil ovum and captured Moira." "What?" Wang Teng was shocked. "How did they sneak in?" "It was the devil mind race," Veblen replied with an ugly expression. "The devil mind race. They sneaked into the main base." Wang Teng's face turned black. "Wang Teng, quick, you can't let them leave with the devil ovum. And Moira, who knows what she'll become if she lands in the dark apparition's hands. You must save her," Veblen said anxiously, overcome with worry. "All right." Wang Teng nodded. His gaze turned sharp. "Don't worry, I'll save her." "Please do," said Veblen while grabbing Wang Teng's hands tightly. "Let me get you out of here." Wang Teng instantly took the elder out of the laboratory, reaching an empty space outside. General Cameron and the others had arrived. They saw Wang Teng and Veblen. "Mr. Veblen, you're safe." General Cameron heaved a sigh of relief. "Veblen is too important. Nothing can happen to him." Fortunately, Wang Teng hurried over in time and saved him. The consequences would have been unimaginable otherwise. General Cameron, the devil mind apparitions snatched human bodies and sneaked into the base. They stole the devil ovum and captured Moira. "Let me go chase them," Wang Teng said. The devil mind race. General Cameron knew of them. He had also wondered how they were infiltrated, but he soon got his answer. He couldn't blame the warriors posted since those apparitions were too strange and abnormal. He quickly nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you." Wang Teng had caught one of those beings once, which made him the best candidate. "You have to catch them." General Cameron's gaze turned cold as he added that sentence with a stern voice. Wang Teng nodded. He flew up to chase the intruders. There were others trying to stop them, so they didn't run far. They had only reached the edge of the main base. The one handling Moira managed to leave the main base, leaving his chasers behind. Wang Teng ignored the other apparitions and went straight for the one carrying Moira. Boom! Wang Teng donned his battle armor. The wings of wind and lightning were spread, making lightning and wind surge around it. His speed increased exponentially as he dashed out of the main base like a beam of dark red light. Chapter 1292 Windranger's Body. Escape. 1. Brumbird turned and smirked when he noticed the human martial warrior chasing him. "Naive, do you think you can catch me?" Boom! Right when he finished speaking, His speed was boosted as he shot towards the horizon like a beam of green light. He was holding a person, but it didn't affect his speed. He looked no different from a fairy, with pointed ears and exquisite green scales covering his arms. It was a handsome-looking fellow with a green crystal embedded on his forehead, looking magical and mysterious. This race was rare in the universe, the Wind Element Fairies. This fairy race was known as Wind Rangers, who possessed an extremely high talent for wind and were born sensitive to wind force. They could merge into the wind and travel just as fast as its currents. It was obvious that the Wind Element Fairy was being controlled by the Devil Mind apparition. Why is this dark apparition so fast? Wang Tung squinted. He was going at a high speed with the help of the wings of wind and lightning, and was probably moving faster than a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Yet, the apparition was faster than him. If his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, he saw wind force fluctuations. This meant that the creature was indeed harnessing wind force. Yes, he must be a devil mind creature. Only one of them can summon constellation wind force. Wang Ting managed to ascertain the kind of apparition he was dealing with. The mysterious devil mind race also gave him a headache. That monster was very likely controlling a wind element martial warrior who could travel at high speeds using soulbind. This enabled it to use wind force. This is cheating. Wang Tung stared at the elongating distance between them with a blank expression. Complex, silver-colored patterns appeared on the wings of wind and lightning, glowing abruptly. The patterns became interconnected and soon covered the entire wing surface. Wang Tung had found a space element star core and a star bone back in the Saint Star Pagoda. He decided to immediately put them to use. He wouldn't be stupidly saving the goods like Sheng Luo. In the end, the things were taken by others. Round Ball merged both the star core and the star bone into the wings, making them attain the power of space. It was just right for Wang Tung's space talent. His original plan was to use those materials to forge a divine spirit master weapon, but ended up using them to improve the wings. After all, he didn't have any special skills related to speed. The silver patterns expanded further as the wings flapped. Wang Tung disappeared on the spot. The next second, he reappeared a few thousand meters away. Space fluctuation. Brumberg's expression changed, and his pupils shrank. This is a space skill. This human warrior is able to use hyperspace travel in short distances. Unbelievable. Wind Rangers were fast, but that depended on who their opponent was. Speed was nothing when faced with hyperspace travel. F***K, this human is cheating. Without hesitation, he immediately increased his speed to the maximum and also disappeared, not minding his energy expenditure. The human chasing him could travel a few thousand meters in one go. He would be able to catch up with him after a few more jumps. Brumberg was merely at the Cosmos stage. He couldn't use space skills like a Heaven stage martial warrior. However, he did manage to reach an unbelievable speed with the help of the Wind Element Fairy's talent, being basically invisible to the naked eye. Only lingering shadows could be seen from afar. Wang Ting squinted slightly when he saw this happen. That devil mind apparition definitely took the body of a wind element talent. He couldn't be as quick otherwise. This was the fastest among all the experts he had met. Wang Tung started to view the talent of the snatched body differently, no longer daring to underestimate the other party. He would lose the other if he didn't stick close. Wang Tung snorted and continued executing his hyperspace travel. The distance between them was shortening. Our hero gave chase and was soon after 50 kilometers away from the main base, entering the dangerous dark apparitions territory. A large number of apparitions could appear at any moment. Brumberg looked tired, having spent much of his energy. The human was like bubble gum stuck to his tail. Even worse, the latter kept using hyperspace travel. This proved that he possessed the rare space talent. When did humankind produce a monster like him? Brumberg's expression turned ugly. He kept on going as fast as he could, fearing that the enemy would catch up. Just then, a bunch of dark apparitions showed up in front of him. Brumberg's eyes brightened, seeing hope. A sinister smile was formed with the corner of his lips. He then pushed forward. Boom! The force in his body erupted, turning into an invisible element furiously pushing him forward. Chapter 12, 93, Windranger's Body. Escape. Too damn it. Wang Tong saw the dark apparitions too. There was a slight change to his expression. He was mentally prepared, but he still felt anxious when he saw them. The incoming apparitions were the sheep-head kind that roamed in the wilderness and hunted human martial warriors. They had already noticed both Wang Tong and Brumberg. Even dark apparitions were unable to see through the devil mind's disguise easily. However, Brumberg then used his dark force so the creatures could tell he wasn't human. On the other hand, Wang Tong was a true human. Brumberg rushed towards them and took out a token. He acted in an overbearing manner as he shouted at them, "Stop him!" That is, the lofty and tall sheep-head apparition was the leader. His face changed when he saw the token, as if witnessing something unbelievable. "Why is Sir's token here? Are you going to defy my orders?" Brumberg shouted in anger since they hadn't moved. The sheephead leader went down on one knee and stuttered. Yes, yes, Gardner accepts the order. Stop him, no matter what." Brumberg kept on flying forward right after giving the order, leaving the sheephead dark apparitions behind. Gardner stood up only after the token holder left. His brows furrowed. "Sir Gardner, does that token belong to that sir?" said one of the underlings with a timid voice. "That's right, it must be." Gardner threw away all doubt. His gaze had a frenzied look while crying excitedly. "That sir must have come to Defense Planet number 29. That means," another dark apparition interjected. Gardner stopped him. "Shut up. We shouldn't guess his plans." "Yes," the apparitions replied in a hurry. "His Excellency must be taking care of an important mission. We need to stop that human. If we succeed, we might get Sir's recognition." Gardner looked behind him with a cold gaze. His expression was ruthless. "Ha, it's just a human. Kill him." "That's right, kill him. He's just at the celestial stage. Piece of cake." The sheephead apparitions smiled ruthlessly. They stared intently at the approaching Wang Tong. The latter finally caught up to them after some time, then silently lifted a finger. The golden crescent blade flew out and cut through the air like a golden beam of light, shooting towards the dark apparitions at a fast speed. Fast! Gardner squinted. He flapped his pair of fleshly wings on his back and turned into a lingering shadow. Splat! 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 The sound of sharp objects piercing through bodies was heard. The other apparitions didn't react in time and got their heads cut. Their hideous expressions froze as their faces got chopped into two. Bang, bang, bang. The lifeless bodies fell from the sky, slamming heavily on the ground. Ow, how is this possible? A drop of cold sweat appeared on Gardner's forehead. He was astounded. This human is only a celestial stage martial warrior. Why is he so powerful? Wang Tong killed all the sheephead apparitions without even looking back at them. He rushed past them and pointed at their surviving leader. Swoosh! The golden crescent blade crossed the void. Gardner's head became numb, a chill going up his spine. He felt threatened. All thoughts of garnering merit were thrown to the back of his mind. All he wanted was to escape now. He immediately flapped his wings and turned to run away. However, the next moment, a golden beam appeared next to him and flashed past. A string of blood was spurted. Gardner became stiff, his vitality quickly disappearing as he fell backwards. That sheephead dark apparition was a low-tier devil emperor. It was killed instantly, without offering any resistance. He couldn't withstand a single blow. The creature never expected that human to be so frightening, so much so that escape was impossible. All that remained in the apparition's heart right before death was resentment and hatred towards Brumberg. He went and cursed his entire family. The guy kicked him to the gates of hell. Wang Tong disregarded those apparitions and released his spiritual power to collect attribute bubbles. He was a few hundred meters away by then. Constellation Force, Dark. Asterisk 1600 Celestial Realm Spirit. Asterisk 200 Constellation Force, Dark. Asterisk 1400 Constellation Force, Dark. Asterisk 2500 Celestial Realm Spirit. Asterisk 500. Don't even think about running away. Wang Tung remained indifferent as he chased after his opponent. He was quick when killing the sheep-head apparitions. The devil-mind apparition had not gone far. Wang Tung could rely on the traces left to continue tracking the creature. Damn it! Brumberg didn't think that the human would be so powerful. The sheephead apparitions couldn't even stop him for a few seconds. Useless. However, those few seconds were enough for him to widen the distance between them. The two relied on time difference in that chasing game. No one was faster in terms of speed. However, Brumberg had the advantage. There were many apparitions in the area, so he just needed to lure the enemy to have his allies stop him. That way, he could make a getaway. Brumberg's gaze flickered as he came up with a plan. Then, he took Wang Tung to areas with dark apparitions and used them to slow him down. The effects were amazing. The distance between them kept widening. Damn it! Wang Tung felt helpless. His expression turned ugly. This devil-mind apparition is sly. He didn't fight him head-on, and he couldn't catch up with him. He could only follow behind him. Move! Wang Tung shouted in anger. He controlled his golden crescent blade and threw it at the devil moth apparitions up ahead. That was his 7th round encountering beasts. Other martial warriors would have been exhausted by then. Bastard! What kind of monster is this human? How can he still remain standing? Brumberg wore an ugly expression, too. He felt spent, but the human chasing him was relentless. He couldn't throw him off.